Clerk, do you have quorum? All the honorable senators, kindly take your seats. We proceed with today. Now, honorable senators, before I call the first order, let me make some few remarks before I call the first order. You are all aware of the happenings that have been taking place in this country. We are all aware that because of the happenings that have been going on, Kenyans, as a house, we need to reflect. It's a moment when, as leaders, we need to do a lot of soul searching. The many issues that have been raised, but those who've been protesting cannot be wished away. Better placed to address those issues other than the leadership, and more particularly the Senate. That goes to the grassroots. It is the only house that protects counties. It is this house, therefore, that must rise to the occasion. We have to confront the realities of as a leadership. If there's a day that this country yearns for leadership, it is this day. Honorable senators, in memory of the departed fellow Kenyans, I'll call upon you, all of us, let us rise and observe a minute of silence. Thank you. May God rest their souls in eternal peace. First order, clerk.
Order number. The chair.
Senator Mofaya, communication. Honorable Senator of the Senate, 6 by the National Assembly, appropriation number 2. Senate Bill number 33. Pursuant to standing, the Senate is required to make amendments to the bill. Upon amendments by the National Assembly, to the Equalization 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 30, be now considered. Honorable, I hereby amendments to the bill. The Committee on Finance standing consider and make a report to the Senate. We recommend the Senate adopt the National Assembly amendment. The report of the committee will facilitate deciding on the motion referred to herein above. The Standing Committee is hereby directed to table its report on the 10th of July 2024. Again, Honorable Senators, to the nomination of a person for appointment as the Director General for Health. Later reference MOH/admin/, dated the 21st of June 2024, received communication from the Cabinet Secretary submitting the name of Dr. Amoth Patrick as the successful candidate for the position of Director General following a competitive recruitment exercise of his commission. Honorable Senators, Section 16(2) requires Parliament to vote the nominee for appointment as the Director General for Health. States as follows. The Director General
recruited by the Public Service Commission, vetted by Parliament and appointed by the Cabinet Secretary. Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act states that the committee shall consider nomination and table its report in the relevant House for debate and 28 days from the date on which the notification nomination was given. Now, Honorable Senators, this being a matter of immense importance to health facilities,
I hereby refer the request to of the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Health to the Standing Committee on Health for further processing pursuant to statute of the Senate. The Standing Committee, working jointly with the relevant departmental committees of the National Assembly, will be required to consider the request and take a table a report within 28 days pursuant to Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act. The committees are expected to forthwith jointly commence the vetting process of the committees notify the candidate and the public of the time and place for holding the approval hearing in accordance with Standing Order 772 of the Senate and the corresponding standing order. Kindly be guided. I've got a further communication to make. As Honorable Senators may recall, on the 28th May 2024, the Senate adopted the second report of the Procedural Rules Committee on the review of the standing orders of the Senate. The amendments of terms, quorum of the Senate during division and voting, pre-publication scrutiny on bills, function of standing committees, and the procedure and consideration of petitions. The amendments have been inserted as an addendum to the existing standing orders for ease of reference. I appeal to all honorable senators to familiarize themselves with which Fire, kindly take your seat as I do the Honorable Senator 26, the National Assembly.
Wednesday, the 3rd of July, 2024. This is a report of the Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation on its Insurance General Regulations 2024 and the Social Health Insurance Tribunal Rules 2024. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay. This is not.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Leader of Majority.
Sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, which is the current state of the nation. Recognizing that the state of the nation at this moment, following the passing of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, on the 25th of June 2024, by the National Assembly, the loss of lives, maiming and loss of property that has been occasioned protests, cognizant that pursuant to Article 115(1)(b) of the Constitution, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya declined to assent to the bill and referred recommendations to delete all clauses of the bill, further acknowledging that the conversation on the finance bill has triggered a broader important public conversation of the high cost of living juxtaposed against the wasteful expenditure in all public institutions, Parliament included, further acknowledging the issues raised by the young people and other members of the public to do with corruption, impunity, incompetence within the state and public appointments, opulent lifestyle of public officials, unemployment, among other issues bedeviling our country. Now, therefore, the Senate calls upon 1. The National Assembly to expeditiously consider the presidential memorandum pursuant to Article 115(2)(a), and ministries, departments and agencies and constitutional commissions, including Parliament, to put in place austerity measures in undertaking their respective functions. 3. The and other government multi-sector agencies in the governance, justice and law and order sector to upscale and make concerted effort to fight corruption. 4. The National Police Service to cease abductions, unlawful killings and other exercise restraint in dealing with peaceful and unarmed demonstrators. 5. Release of all persons in peaceful demonstrations relating to the enactment of the finance bill. 6. The government to waive the hospital bills for persons who have been injured and defray funeral expenses for those who've lost their lives during. 7. The judiciary the judiciary to prioritize and expedite all court cases relating to the enactment of the finance bill and resultant demonstrations. Consider all the challenges facing the country and make the necessary recommendations to address them.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, the current state of the nation.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the current state of the nation, recognizing the state of the nation at this moment, the ongoing protest following the passing of the finance bill, Bill number 30 of 2024, on the 25th of June 2024, by the National Assembly, the nation, recognizing the state of the nation at this moment, the ongoing protest following the passing of the finance bill, National Assembly, Bill number 30 of 2024, on the 25th of June 2024, by the National Assembly, the loss of lives, maiming and loss of property that has been occasioned following this protest, cognizant that pursuant to Article 115(1) of the Constitution, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya declined to assent to the bill and referred it back to the National Assembly with recommendations to delete all clauses of the bill, acknowledging that the conversation on the finance bill has triggered a broader important public conversation on the question of the high cost of living juxtaposed against the wasteful expenditure in all public institutions, including Parliament. Further acknowledging the issues raised by the youth and other members of the public to do with corruption, impunity, incompetence within state and public appointments, opulent lifestyles of public officials, unemployment and high cost of living, among other issues bedeviling the economy. Now, therefore, the Senate, 1, calls upon the National Assembly to expeditiously consider the presidential memorandum pursuant to Article 115(2)(a). B, all government ministries, departments and agencies and constitutional commissions, including Parliament, to put in place austerity measures in undertaking their respective functions. 3, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and other government multi-sector agencies in the governance, justice, law and order sector to upscale and make concerted efforts to fight corruption. 4, the National Police Service to cease abductions, unlawful arrest, extrajudicial killings, and exercise restraint in dealing with the peaceful and unarmed demonstrators. E, release of all persons arrested for planning and participating in the peaceful demonstrations relating to the enactment of the finance bill. F, the government to waive hospital bills for persons who have been injured and defray funeral expenses for those who lost their lives during the demonstration. And G, the judiciary to prioritize and expedite all court cases relating to the enactment of the finance bill and resultant demonstration. 2, consider all the challenges facing the country and make necessary recommendations to address them. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are gathered here this morning, and I wish to appreciate the fact that before the commencement of the sitting this morning, you led us as a House to, in a minute of silence, reflect and think deeper on the issues that our country faces at this particular moment. And we particularly took time to commiserate and feel the pain and the burden that it is with the families and friends of, as per the count of the Kenya National Commission of Human Rights, 39 persons that have so far lost their lives in the last 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, as we've had these demonstrations. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge as a House, and I'd wish to go on record about this, that this is an indictment of us as a leadership in this country, that we are in an extremely difficult place where, if we are not careful, not many countries have gotten to this point and turned back. There are some that 20, 30, 50 years are still trying to turn back, actually, after moments such as this. Therefore, this calls for introspection. This calls for a rethink. This calls for serious empathy on our part as a leader and I have said this many times on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, that the challenges that we face as a country, on many occasions, we have very limited choice. First, in terms of whether to tackle or not, but second and most importantly, on what has been our input as any individual who's in a position of responsibility to get the country to a better space. Therefore, as I begin, Mr. Speaker, I'd wish to personally, and this is at a personal level, not even necessarily as Senator for Kericho, Majority Leader, but just as a leader and somebody who God has granted the opportunity to serve in a position of responsibility in this country, to tender my unreserved apology to the country for either by commission or omission, everything that I have contributed into getting us into the mess and the place that we are in. I have reflected deeply the last few days, Mr. Speaker, and looked through my own journey as an individual and asked myself very serious questions, trying to wear the shoes of the ordinary citizens and how they feel at this particular moment about me as a person. I don't want to focus about any other individual, whichever office they occupy, but just me, a citizen of this country, that God in his own wisdom granted the opportunity to serve in a place of responsibility, and try to retrace my steps. What is it that perhaps I should have done better? I have to be sincere, Mr. Speaker, that there were days in the night that I contemplated even quitting and said, perhaps maybe other people can do it. But this is not the time to quit. Because quitting doesn't solve. It doesn't get us out of the hole that you already are in. If it's about getting out and running away, Mr. Speaker, you first sort the mess that you created. I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, that I know that is the agony that many of our colleagues have thought through. And therefore, just to bring the country up to speed and appreciate why the Senate of the Republic of Kenya is seated this morning, is that we had a session yesterday in the afternoon where we sat down as a Senate of the Republic of Kenya off camera, not in this chamber, but seated somewhere together and reasoned and said, what is it that we can make as our contribution? We are deeply embarrassed, Mr. Speaker, that it has taken young children to point to us that you are naked as our leaders. Extremely troubling. A moment that, to many of the people that I listened to yesterday in the afternoon as leaders shared their experiences and what has been the last few weeks, I realized that we are in extraordinary times, and ordinary solutions that we have proposed in the past cannot work this time. Unless we are serious, unless we are genuine, unless we are honest, unless we mean it, let us not begin this conversation in this house this morning, Mr. Speaker. And I'd wish to put it on record that I come 100% willing and committed, standing before the Senate and the Republic of Kenya, knowing well that one way or the other, I have made a contribution that I am ready to be persuaded and to be led jointly, first of all, by the leaders that are here and by the things that we are being told by the people that are speaking in the public spaces and the conversation that's going on in the country, Mr. Speaker, on what we need to do to redeem and win back our country so that people can reflect back. And therefore, we have come up with this motion, Mr. Speaker. This is just but the beginning of guiding the country towards solutions. And we'd wish to make a certain number of requests to you as our leader, Mr. Speaker, together with the office of the clerk that is here, that as members will be speaking, let it be known that many of them will take time to paint the state of the nation. That's why we have titled this motion, The State of the Nation. as it is, with no filters, with no embarrassments, Mr. Speaker, pointing and saying things as they are, that this is what is wrong, this is what we hear, and spend the remainder or the latter part of their conversation, Mr. Speaker, in proposing solutions. There are those that we can do within us as the Senate. There are those that we can do as a legislature, which is us and the National Assembly. There are things and solutions that we are being asked to make a change at the level of the executive. We will make the recommendation. There are those that constitutionally mandated institutions, Mr. Speaker, have to do. And we have to interact with them and guide, Mr. Speaker, how they do it. Because like I have already pointed out, Mr. Speaker, these are not normal times. And normal solutions will not get us out of this problem at this particular time, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, the request that we make to you is that get us staffers of Parliament who will classify, as members speak, all these challenges that you are speaking to and cluster them into the various thematic areas so that we are ready and willing to work whatever time over and above the call of duty, beyond even 6:30, Mr. Speaker, if that is what it will take, because unfortunately, we don't have time. That is the other thing that the young people are telling us. That's the other thing that I hear when I listen to what the country is saying. We are willing and ready to work, Mr. Speaker, so that we classify all these challenges and the various solutions that we are prescribing. Some of them have been suggested by other people outside the precincts of this House. Many others will be shared by these members because there are senior people here. There are people who are experienced. They know what the challenges are, and they know what the contribution can be. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the meeting that happened yesterday in the afternoon, where we agreed that not even apportioning blame at this particular time will rescue anybody. When the protesters showed up, Mr. Speaker, in Parliament last week, none of us was spared. And I'd like to say, rightly so. Because much as we may have wished that, deal with the National Assembly, they're the ones who are handling the finance bill, they don't care. They just know that you're leaders. And you're the ones who, by whatever means that is possible, have done this or the other. And therefore we say that as a Senate, as we begin our reflection in the next few days, as we propose solutions, far-reaching implications, answers to questions that we are being asked as a people, in both our private and public spaces, Mr. Speaker. Because this conversation has not spared anybody. And it hasn't taken the traditional definitions or characterizations that we know about issues in this country. Nothing to do with religion, nothing to do with the tribe, nothing to do with class, Mr. Speaker. These are unique challenges that have caught over all of us. Mr. Speaker, therefore, we request that when we get our staffers to classify the challenges as they will be enlisted by the various members, say, for example, on the issue of corruption, and this is the proposals that are being made, if our staffers can serve as the rapporteurs, Mr. Speaker, so that later on when we sit to reflect and make our decisions, once we've classified all the issues into the various thematic areas, Mr. Speaker, we will retreat and reconvene as a House, Mr. Speaker, to make the various far-reaching recommendations. Whatever it is that as Parliament we need to do, if it is a change of law, we are willing to do it in record time, Mr. Speaker, and I know we have your cooperation, Mr. Speaker, and you will help us make that. If it is a resolution of the House specific to the various constitutional commissions and independent office holders, Mr. Speaker, we will make a resolution. Because there are two ways in which Parliament makes decisions, Mr. Speaker. We either vote on a bill or we resolve on a matter and give it as a resolution of the House. We intend to pursue whatever means it will take, Mr. Speaker, to heal the country and make us better as we are being challenged in the last few days, Mr. Speaker. The country is complaining of a broken system, Mr. Speaker, that nothing works. Absolutely nothing. That this is a rigged economy where only those with proximity to power and the advantage unduly given to them by the spaces they occupy, either in public or private institutions, Mr. Speaker, are able to enjoy living in the country. And we are being asked to repair and fix it. Where this thing has reached, Mr. Speaker, it needs an overhaul. I am afraid that not the usual glue and gum that we put into areas that are leaking will solve this time. It's completely broken. If it's a pipeline, Mr. Speaker, It is time to decommission and set up a new pipeline. That's what I hear as being challenged. We are being told that everybody wants a fair shot at life, and not our children to get better chances at education. Better chances, Mr. Speaker. I grew through our public education systems, from primary to secondary to university, Mr. Speaker. And it was the best at that particular time. People are complaining, Mr. Speaker, that unfortunately, as it is today, nobody with a pen in this country take their children either to public, primary, secondary, or even university, because it's completely finished, Mr. Speaker. The picture of the primary schools that we all went to, Mr. Speaker, while it served and it worked at that particular time, public education is broken at this time. And we must make radical decision, because, Mr. Speaker, that's what they are speaking to. And they are saying, while you guys are okay, what about the kid of the ordinary person? You know, Mr. Speaker, when every time I lost sleep, as I thought through about the issues that we've been through as a country, Mr. Speaker, I asked myself, where is it that we as leaders have lost touch with reality? I didn't grow up as a child of privilege, Mr. Speaker, for your information. I am 38 years old. I came to this parliament at the age of 29. The first 29 years of my life, I spent them in Eastlands, deep in the slums. I have sold sim-sim, like these kids you see on our streets in Ngong Road as you drive, Mr. Speaker. And many times when I see them, I reflect back and I roll down my windows and I share with them, because I know that they are complementing what their parents are doing. That's what sends these kids out to the streets. I know what it feels, Mr. Speaker. But why is it that when granted such an opportunity, we are not able to make it better? I believe that an opportunity to serve, Mr. Speaker, and this is what I hear as being told as a leaders, an opportunity to serve is to be reminded that we have issues, but we have looked at you and we think you have the wisdom and the ability to make it work for all of us. Can you go and serve? Go and make it possible for the rest of us to enjoy. But unfortunately, either by design or because that is what the country is accustomed to, Mr. Speaker, when you get the first line at the queue, we don't think about the second and the third onwards, Mr. Speaker. We are satisfied that so long as I've had my serving at the table, that will be enough. That's what people are complaining about, Mr. Speaker. And we are here to plead this morning that grant us the opportunity to lead the country as the Senate of Kenya in making the right and the correct decision, so that we don't lose our country. I say this at this particular time, Mr. Speaker, so that people may know that in whatever we say, in whatever we do, anarchy is not an option. I'd wish to plead, even to those that are leading these protests and demonstrations, that if Kenya was to sink, unfortunately, not even them will be spared, Mr. Speaker. And I like the fact that many of the people have begun speaking out and saying that there are certain conditions that you must meet even as a person in some of the solutions that you are prescribing. Because you listen to what is being said in the online spaces, Mr. Speaker, some of the solutions that you can clearly see this will get us into more problems than already we are being unfortunately prescribed on us by people who are not within the borders of Kenya. And that's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. But like I have said, it's not time to apportion blame and point fingers. It is time to lead the country and point them to the right direction. Because what our young people have done is that they have spectacularly, perhaps painted better than Galileo could ever paint, Mr. Speaker, a picture perfect of the reality of what it means to live in the Republic of Kenya today. Nobody could have done it any better, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it's our duty. We are duty-bound as an institution to lead. Mr. Speaker, corruption has featured prominently in this conversation. In fact, at the heart of it, perhaps finance bill was just but a trigger. But the bigger conversation that the country is having is on the issue of corruption. And what is it that we need to do? We passed the new constitution in 2010, Mr. Speaker, and we thought at that particular time that we had finally succeeded to slay the dragon of corruption, because this is a challenge that as a country we've dealt with the last 60 years or 50, Mr. Speaker. But the question that people are saying is that instead of actually getting better, despite the fact that we have created independent offices, Mr. Speaker, it has become worse. EACC has crafted, and that's a conversation that we will need to have as a House. And eventually, Mr. Speaker, something that we haven't resolved at this point is when we have the thematic area, shall we resolve them as a committee of the whole? There's a big thinking that says, given the national importance of this conversation, we cannot even relegate it to the committees. There are those that hold a slightly different view, and we will take time to reflect, and I am willing to be persuaded as I listen to my colleagues when they'll be speaking on this issue, Mr. Speaker, whether we deal with it as a committee of the whole. Because we must invite EACC here, Mr. Speaker. And they must tell us, Mr. Speaker, why is it that we are not succeeding? Is it the law? What is it, Mr. Speaker? What do we need to do as a country? Because what we know for sure is that the system has set up, even this design in our counties, Mr. Speaker, of saying you have an ethics and anti-corruption officer at every county, Mr. Speaker. Basically what it takes is that they are quickly captured, Mr. Speaker, and they become appendages of the corrupt system in our various counties, Mr. Speaker. The same can be said nationally. And this issue, Mr. Speaker, if we were to be honest, and I wish that the country also indulges us, is that corruption is not only a problem of leaders. It's a national problem. It's a values problem that we have as a people. We cannot just speak, Mr. Speaker, about what leaders are doing without taking time to consider and say, how do we demonetize our politics, Mr. Speaker? How do we make politics less influenced and infiltrated by the power of money, Mr. Speaker? Because unless and until a country has that conversation, Mr. Speaker, I am afraid we are not likely to win this conversation. And part of the proposal that must come out of here, Mr. Speaker, is the process of removing money out of our politics, Mr. Speaker. That has destroyed the fabric of our society. And I like the fact that listening to the President the other day, he said, and this is something that, a conversation that many of us have had many times, that even this issue of Harambee is the way it's being done, Mr. Speaker, this presentation of resources, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps it's time to ban it from us as public officials, so that when I go before people, I tell them about policies that I have made to make their life better, not the 2 million shillings that I'm carrying in my car to give them to build a classroom for them, Mr. Speaker. That's a challenge that we must be willing to accept. Because, Mr. Speaker, until, and I must repeat, until we demonetize our politics, Mr. Speaker, and the space of influence, it will continue to be a gold rush and the desire, Mr. Speaker, on every member. You know, people don't know that the cycle of and the life of a politician in this country, it involves running Monday to Thursday, collecting as much as you can, only to go and spend it on Friday to Sunday. And in fact, most of that money, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't even get to the houses of these members. People don't know. If a member makes perhaps $1 million within a week, they'll be very lucky if 100,000 makes it to do anything in their house. 900 of that money goes back to the constituency. Therefore, we must remove that demand and this desire to see members of parliament and politicians and people who are in public offices, Mr. Speaker, as if they are tools for pushing resources and money. Until we do that, but that's just the effect. What we need to address here today is a structural fight, and those that are in the justice and, Mr. Speaker, law and order society, that they must come here and we must reveal to each other and tell each other, why is it difficult? EACC must appear before us, Mr. Speaker, and they must tell us this is what we need to do, so that we know, Mr. Speaker, why is it we are now in the third cycle of county governments, Mr. Speaker? Everybody knows why people can almost kill each other to be county governors, Mr. Speaker. But we don't have a solid case, not one, before any courts of law that can point out and say, this is what we have done as an institution. So that people know this is what we are doing. We will be willing, Mr. Speaker, because this has featured prominently. We are being even challenged, Mr. Speaker, as an institution on the things that we have done and said and the laws that we have passed. We must make it difficult. It must pain people, Mr. Speaker, to break the system. after we repair it. The punishment must be punitive, Mr. Speaker, so that it gets to a point where people fear. You know, people don't fear to be corrupt in this country because they know what is the worst that will happen. I will be taken to court, I will pay a bail, and I will walk scot-free. Chances are I'll enjoy that money until I die. EACC must come to us, Mr. Speaker, and tell us even this new jurisprudence that they are trying to establish, where somebody steals $1 billion, then says, I am willing to part with 300 million, and we remove the case. Unless we didn't read properly. But good leaders have said, this is not the time to apportion blame. If there are things that they want us to change, is it their budget? Is it the law as we defined it, Mr. Speaker? Let us listen with an open mind and say, tell us what it is that will respond to this particular issue. Mr. Speaker, the judiciary also has been very silent while all this has been going. In fact, the only thing I've seen the Chief Justice speak about was on the issue of abductions, and I think later on, when her chambers were raided, she issued a statement or something to that effect. But listening into what we are being told and the conversation going around, part of the broken system is our judicial system, Mr. Speaker. People know, Mr. Speaker, that even if you're taken to court, you can find your way around it, Mr. Speaker, that you can buy justice. A country that sells its justice, Mr. Speaker, is not a country. If I know that all it takes for me to get away with murder, Mr. Speaker, is sufficient resources in my bank account, then that is not a country. Judicial Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, just like us and all of us that are in positions of responsibility, Mr. Speaker, must engage and be willing to guide us and say this is what has happened. If you listen, as people who are speaking, people have shared their experiences, how they have been disinherited of properties that were left by their parents because a rich person showed up, Mr. Speaker, and as orphaned children, they could not put up a fight before our courts of law. That is not the foundation of a judicial system, Mr. Speaker. And we need time to reflect. JSC must tell us what is it that we need to do, Mr. Speaker. Equal opportunities has featured prominently. Many people are saying, we know that all it will take for you to get an employment anywhere is to have people of influence. We have constitutionally mandated institutions, Mr. Speaker, NCIC and so many others. Let's see the studies that they have done so far out of the millions that we have sent to them over the years. Are they just collecting per diems and traveling to Naivasha? Or they have done a scientific study that can help us to appreciate? You know, the problem in this country, Mr. Speaker, is that people love proposing half solutions. And that's what we are being told, that is not enough. It is not just enough to tell us that this community has this percentage of jobs, this one's has the other. Can you make recommendations? And we are willing to come and pass a resolution of the House, Mr. Speaker. If it is established, Mr. Speaker, that the community that I come from has more than an equal share of opportunities, Mr. Speaker, in the various cadres and levels of government, Mr. Speaker, let's pass a resolution here and say that until such a time that others get an opportunity equitably, Mr. Speaker, we don't give chance to those but unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, listening and reading the reports that have come from NCIC, it is so basic and it's like the person who designed it just wanted to appease people with little facts here and there, Mr. Speaker. Oh, Kikuyus have this percentage, Luos have the other. That's not enough. Break it down. Work like a serious institution. Tell us how many CEOs exist in public service. Give us their distribution. How many senior level managers exist? How many are ordinary clerks, Mr. Speaker? We could be talking about a particular community that has a certain share, Mr. Speaker, but they are all clerks and drivers. It's not the same. We need a more detailed study so that you lead us as a house into making this conversation. I'm trying to rush, Mr. Speaker, because I know time is not on our side. Governance on our value systems, Mr. Speaker, featured prominently in this conversation. And we must put it either by law, by design. What is it that you do as a public official when certain things are said about you? How is it, Mr. Speaker, that in certain countries, that you as a public officials, even when you're just accused of having an extramarital affair, forget about stealing public resources, The system is so advanced that you are challenged, and I told Mr. XYZ, if you cannot be faithful even to your partner, you cannot be faithful to your current, to the country, that your character has been found wanting. And people are asked to step aside on such occasions, and people do the honorable thing and say, I think I no longer enjoy the trust of the people. Allow me to pursue other things. On personal matters, I'm not talking about public issues, Mr. Speaker. The problem with us is even when we have been challenged on public issues, Mr. Speaker, we still want to stick and die until, you know, the famous quote that somebody once said, I'd rather die than resign. On debt, Mr. Speaker, I have a certain level of reprieve as a person, but it still doesn't help me. Like I said, these young people don't care, and the people that are speaking don't care, because on the two occasions that the debt question appeared before this House the last term, I voted against it, both to move it at 6 trillion and eventually when we moved it to 10 trillion, Mr. Speaker. But that doesn't help. That's history. We can point fingers and say you moved, you did this or the other. It doesn't matter at this point. The thing we are being told first, Mr. Speaker, is that when Kenyans look keenly, they are trying to locate 10 trillion in the country and they cannot see it. So they're asking, are you sure, first of all, that we owe 10 trillion? And I have made public confessions, Mr. Speaker. Those that served with us in the Budget and Finance Committee last time, Mr. Speaker, know that when we asked for Kenya's debt register, it was brought to us on an Excel sheet. No records beyond that. And you're being told, company this, you owe them this much, this is the rate at which you borrowed, and so on and so forth. It pointed out to a problem. In fact, on the day that I made my contribution and said that I reject this approval of the debt, raising of the debt ceiling to 10 trillion, that's part of the reasons that I raised that afternoon, Mr. Speaker. And I said, until Parliament has a counter copy of what the Treasury is borrowing, Mr. Speaker, and we rearrange that whole space of our debt, Mr. Speaker, we are not yet out of the woods. Therefore, I don't want to spend a lot of time on the issue of debt, Mr. Speaker, but we are being told that a public audit of our debt situation, Mr. Speaker, is mandatory at this particular point. And I know the executive will do theirs, but even us as Parliament, because it's us who failed in that regard, we must carry out our own, so that we counter-check with what the executive is doing. Parliamentary Budget Office can lead this exercise, but if they need the expertise of other audit firms, including international, reputable, established institutions that can help us in this conversation, people who know about multilateral lending, Mr. Speaker, and going to the financial markets, because there are issues of Eurobond therein and other institutions that we have borrowed from, Mr. Speaker, let us have that conversation so that we know, first of all, Mr. Speaker, what is our debt exposure. Look at even the debt ceiling change of law that we did earlier. Makes sense. We argued and said we want to change how we calculate our debt status, Mr. Speaker, as opposed to having it as a static number, make it as a percentage of the GDP, because that's a more globally accepted standard. And that's fine. And I supported that motion, Mr. Speaker. And we said in 3 years' time, we want to bring our debt sustainability to 55% of the GDP. It is now at 61. We have 3 years. But what is the plan, Mr. Speaker? What did we learn from the past? How comes when you were passing that particular legislation, we didn't tie it so neatly so that we know? You know, bringing debt as a percentage to the GDP to 55% is not an occurrence, Mr. Speaker. It's not an event. It's a process. You have to grow down your fiscal deficit over the years. We didn't put it in law, Mr. Speaker. And it's not just enough for us to be satisfied and say that we have a promise that in 3 years' time, that's where we'll be. At the time of exiting this conversation, Mr. Speaker, we must tighten that law so that even as those that do our budget at the Treasury know that the maximum fiscal deficit that we can get for this year, 2024-2025, is this one. And you tighten it so that by 20, you leave them with no option. So that by 2027, Mr. Speaker, when you're supposed to be at 55%, they have no option but to get there. But if we leave the law as it is, I can tell you for a fact that we will get to 2027, we will still be at 60, Mr. Speaker, or even more if we don't change. And we must make a decision, Mr. Speaker, as we sit and reflect, because debt has featured prominently in this conversation. As I move to conclude, Mr. Speaker, SRC, Salaries and Remuneration Commission, have been silent as this whole debate has been raging. Silence is not an option anymore, Mr. Speaker. They have to speak to the country. They have to tell us what is it that you're going to do so that we reduce our public expenditure on wages and salaries from 46% to the mandatory 35%, Mr. Speaker. If it means taking a pay cut, we as members of parliament, Mr. Speaker, good people, we have been told that it's not possible, that members of parliament will never do it. We don't have an option. We must do it, Mr. Speaker. The yearly increment that is now being discussed, that we are being told that, I saw that being reported or misreported in sections of the media, that we are now going to earn more. SRC continues to be silent about it, but we must make a resolution and say we reject even that one in light of the financial situation. But as it is, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, even if the high earners were to take a shave on their salary, that is still not enough. I don't have the statistics, and that's why I've said some of these constitutional commissions have failed us, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what would be the percentage of Kenyans say that earn over and above 100 and 150. But I'm certain, Mr. Speaker, they are in the slim minority of less than 10%. 90% of our public officers earn less than 100,000 and below, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, whatever savings that we can make there, let us make. But over and above, the thing that people don't like, Mr. Speaker, and this featured prominently. Senator Omogeni is out, but he knows this featured prominently in our NADCO talks. And a report that we tabled here, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, which we haven't done with speed, Mr. Speaker, captured all the wastages that are in the public expenditure space and what we need to do as a country. From page 546 of the NADCO report, I think, to almost page 600, Mr. Speaker. Where things that we understand, things are tight. It's the most obvious thing that people do. Young people are telling us, when you have a job with Safaricom, you can live in Langata. But the day you lose that job, you move downwards to either to South B or Umoja until things get better. That's what we are not able to do as a leadership. We know for a fact that when things were better, we could all fly business as members of parliament. But if you read the recommendation from NADCO, we have said any flight that is less than 3 to 4 hours, surely, must you fly business as a public official? 3 hours. You will not even sleep. You know? And so many things, Mr. Speaker, recurrent expenditure and wastages. Institutions, even parliament. And you know, I saw our staff criticize us and say, yes, we have been saying this or the other. But even our staffers, they need to know that this must come to them. You know, I've served as staff welfare chair, so I know a thing or two about expenditure in this institution. You will hardly get anybody in parliament, Mr. Speaker, on a Friday. Even to consider a report on something that happened in parliament, Mr. Speaker, people cannot consider it in parliament. It must be considered in Naivasha or Mombasa. As is the case in all our public institutions. We must lead by example, Mr. Speaker. And before we exit out of this motion today, we must give a blow-by-blow detail and say, what is it? What happens? Why is it that people cannot think in public offices on Fridays? That there must be somewhere in Naivasha, there must be somewhere in Kisumu, there must be elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that there is any correlation between better consideration of a tender document or evaluation exercise that comes when you leave Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. These are extraordinary times, Mr. Speaker, and I must appreciate that there has been guidance, Mr. Speaker, and we are being reminded that because the finance bill has now been sent back via presidential memorandum and all clauses have been deleted. You know, that's a space that many people misunderstand. And sometimes we need to help people also appreciate parliamentary procedures. Number one, finance bill remains to be a bill. It's not an act of parliament, like many people have seen misreported in public spaces and says, oh, it takes effect on such and such a day. But as a sign of goodwill and trust, because trust has been completely eroded at this time, Mr. Speaker, I think the worst thing to do is for the National Assembly to come. The Budget and Finance Committee considers that recommendation immediately, Mr. Speaker, so that people are satisfied that that is behind us. But having done that, of more importance, the National Treasury must table the new budget estimates that captures, Mr. Speaker, the new reality. Less 3.9 trillion, less the 346 that was lost. And people must take a cut. In fact, my proposal, Mr. Speaker, it's a very simple exercise. 346 out of 3.9 trillion budget, Mr. Speaker, is 9%. At least at the national level. Because I wouldn't wish that the same be applied to our counties. For counties, it must be on equity basis, Mr. Speaker. But on government, national government institutions, just do a pro rata cut. If your budget was 300 billion, Mr. Speaker, as a state department or an agency, you submit your new estimates less than 9%, so that you are left to go and do the reappropriation of whatever needs to be done. And by next week, Mr. Speaker, we have a new budget that captures that particular reality. Because, like we are being reminded, living within our means is not an option anymore. And I believe that when our colleagues reconvene in the National Assembly, they'll be guiding us in that particular. But I have to be specific and say, because in the first instance, the distribution to counties was not pro rata, then the shave, I don't know what is being proposed, and we will wish to be reasoned, but it cannot be pro rata to counties, Mr. Speaker. We must, at the very least, I know it's not in my place, but at the very least, Mr. Speaker, counties should not get less than what they got last year. At the very least, Mr. Speaker. I know it's difficult, but somehow, somewhere, we must protect. Though, members, I don't know if you follow this conversation, even in our own county level, people have become more critical in budget-making process. And they are beginning to ask our county governors, can you lay out your budget in public? So that we see also where is your confidential vote, like there was. You know, there are many budget lines that people don't follow. But now people are becoming more alive to reality of the budget-making process in our counties. And we'll speak later. I'm sure when colleagues speak, they will get time. I cannot say everything. To say on also the architecture of devolution, whether as is presently moving, Mr. Speaker, whether it can work. You know, Mr. Speaker, you are governor. Between 2013 and 2017, many young people, women, and the vulnerable made a life out of doing business with counties. And there was spread of resources within. You know, in every village, you could see a young person and you'd be told so and so. He's a road contractor, he supplies this and the other. He trades with the county, and therefore, people could begin to appreciate. These are things that were completely unknown to the country before the promulgation of a new constitution. Post-2017, there are no such people in our villages, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I have said on the floor of this house many times that unless the governor is your personal friend, or sometimes even unless he's your father, nobody can dare supply to our counties anymore. Nobody can dare trade with them. As protectors and custodians of devolution, Mr. Speaker, the House charged with the responsibility to make sure that devolution works in our county. Before we exit this motion, we must propose a way forward. If it means forcing our governors to first clear all the pending bills that have been found to be eligible, Mr. Speaker, before rolling out any new development, so that you give life at least to the many women and young people, Mr. Speaker, that have lost whatever little savings that they had by trading with counties, Mr. Speaker. We must pass that particular resolution today, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of police, I just want to speak to two final issues, then I conclude. I once said in a public forum, I was asking, where is the IG? That was in relation to the killings that were going on in Kerio Valley. It's been 2 weeks of protests, Mr. Speaker. Kenyans have lost their lives. Others have been beaten. There have been challenges. Police have faced also very difficult and hostile gangs on the streets. I am yet to hear the voice of the Inspector General. I am deeply troubled by that, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be right. We were in this country, though I was not a leader and I was a young person in university, Mr. Speaker, when we faced the post-election violence, day by day, General Hussein Mohammed will brief the country and speak to the country and give them an update of what is happening. How can we face such a crisis, Mr. Speaker? Up to this particular point, I don't know what the Inspector General thinks. I don't know what is the challenge. We don't know these things that are being discussed. Mr. Speaker, the question at the back of my mind, is this really the right man for this job? Mr. Speaker, we must think critically, finally, about Article 37. We have had conversations and debates here on this house, whether demonstrations peaceful or not. How is it that we continue to struggle as a country with this thing of peaceful demonstrations? What is it that we are supposed to do? Can't we guide and provide the way forward so that people can know that if I want to peacefully demonstrate as expected of me, under rights guaranteed under my constitution, what is it that we are supposed to do? Because a new trend is emerging, and we have seen this, Mr. Speaker, where any time when you organize a demonstration, infiltration and separating between those that are peacefully protesting, Mr. Speaker, and those that want to take advantage of the environment and the climate that has been created is difficult to distinguish. And I'd wish to request the House that we don't exit on this motion until first we provide the way forward and guidance. I listened, for example, Mr. Speaker, to one gentleman, one of the organizers of the Occupy Parliament crusade, and he said, according to them, they just wanted to come and sit outside here and listen and make noise as the debate on the finance bill was ongoing. And I said, okay, fair enough. But unfortunately, in the way that they communicated, it was impossible to tell how to do that kind of an occupation. I wish, Mr. Speaker, at that point, that there had been an engagement, either with your office, because you're the person who permits this kind of engagements, so that we know how is it that if today there are 100,000 people who want to come and present a public petition to Parliament, we should be able to facilitate it. So that they know what time they'll come, what they want to do, so that we set the rules and agree, and people know. And we don't provide an environment or a climate that is right for people with sinister motives, Mr. Speaker. I know for a fact that it was not the design of the young people that wanted to protest outside Parliament for Parliament to look like it looks this afternoon. They had no intention of banning anything. I don't think it was in their design to destroy the amount of property that has been destroyed here. I don't think it was in their design, Mr. Speaker, for members to flee for their life. They wanted to come and present a petition. Therefore, we have to think and propose as a way forward of how is it that we can guarantee every citizen how we protect their rights, because there are two inherent dangers, Mr. Speaker. If we don't provide a way forward and a way out of this particular conversation, then it shall be known forever, Mr. Speaker, that it is impossible to have a peaceful protest in this country. Yet other countries have it. When we travel, even, anyway, I don't want to get into a diplomatic challenge by mentioning various countries, Mr. Speaker, but there are countries that you think even are less democratic, but they have provided the space and the means for people to exercise their democratic right, on the right to peaceful protest, Mr. Speaker, and it's provided for, and people make their voice heard. I don't know how we can do it. I know colleague members can guide us on how this is done, but the long and short of this conversation, Mr. Speaker, is that we are sick, and the ordinary medicine that we have administered over the years is not likely to heal us. We need new medication, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, with those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and request the leader of minority Senator Justice Retired Stewart Madzayo to second this motion, Mr. Speaker, and lead the country towards the right path. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, cha kwanza ningependa kuunga mkono hoja hii. Mswada huu naunga mkono kwa sababu unakuja katika wakati unaofaa. Bwana Spika, nasimama hivi leo hapa ndani ya bunge la Senate nikiwa na majonzi makubwa sana. Tukiwa na majonzi sisi kama bunge la Senate kwa sababu hivi sasa Kenya imeweza kupoteza maisha ya watoto wa Kenya 39. Na vile vile tukiangalia katika mahospitali yetu yote katika Kenya, kuanzia sekta zote katika Kenya, kama ni kuanzia baharini mpaka Lake Victoria, kuanzia ukumbi wa magharibi mpaka mashariki, Kenya nzima katika kila mahospitali kuna watu ambao wameketi huko sasa, nambari 361 ambao wameweza kufanyiwa matibabu. Wengine wamekatwa maguu, wengine wamekatwa mikono, wengine wamefanyiwa operation za tumbo, vichwa. Hivi sasa wako na majanga ya maumivu wakiwa wamelala katika hizo hospitali. Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kusikitisha sisi kama bunge tukiwa hapa kuona kwamba nchi yetu inaenda njia ambayo sio, na kunao muhimu zaidi kuweza kuona ya kwamba tumeweza kuregesha nchi imeenda katika njia inayofaa. Bwana Spika, kitu cha kwanza, tuko na vijana katika Kenya ambao ni vijana wadogo, vijana mabarobaro ambao wao ni GenZ. Hao vijana mabarobaro, Bwana Spika, wamekuja barabarani, wamekuja kwenye maandamano wakiwa wao wako na chupa za maji wameshika katika mkono wao wa kushoto, na upande wa kulia wameshika simu, ili kuweza kurekodi ile historia ambao wamekuja barabarani wakifanya maandamano wakidai haki za kila Mkenya ziweze kutendeka. Bwana Spika, hawa vijana wa GenZ hawana ukabila, hawana ujamaa, hawana undugu. Wao wanajuana kama Wakenya. Wao wanajuana kama Wakenya ambao ni ndugu moja, ni watu wanaishi pamoja, ni watu nchi yao ni hii Kenya, na hata Kenya ikiharibika hawana nchi nyingine ambao watakimbilia. Kwa hiyo wamekuja kutengeza historia na kurekodi historia kwa sababu wanadai haki zao. Bwana Spika, jambo la kusikitisha, tunaona ya kwamba polisi ambao ni utumishi kwa wote wakiongozwa na Inspector General Kome walitumia nguvu kupita kiasi kuweza kusimamisha maandamano haya ambayo yalisababisha vifo, ambayo yalisababisha watu kuumia. Hivi sasa tunavyoongea kuna watu pengine wamekatwa miguu, wamekatwa mikono, tumbo zao hazijulikani kama watapona namna gani. Na kufikia sasa, Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kusikitisha. Na mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba wazee wote, wakina mama, poleni sana. Sisi kama bunge la Senate tuko pamoja na nyinyi katika barabara hii, na tunaendelea kusupport hao vijana kwa sababu ya kwamba maandamano yao yako katika sheria na yako ndani ya katiba. Bwana Spika, nataka kusema ya kwamba inajulikana kiwazi sababu ya haya maandamano. Bwana Spika, sababu ya haya maandamano yaliletwa kwa sababu ya ile bili ama ule mswada wa fedha. Mswada wa fedha ulikuwa na mahesabu ambayo yalikuwa si sawa. Yalikuwa yanaweza kutoza ushuru wananchi ambao umepita kiasi. Bwana Spika, tunajua ya kwamba ushuru ni haki ya kila mwananchi aweze kulipa. Lakini ushuru ukipita kiasi ama mambo ambayo hayafai kutoza ushuru yakiwekwa hapo, ni lazima watu waweze kuandamana ili kupata haki yao. Bwana Spika, tunaona kabisa ya kwamba hii bili ya fedha ama huu mswada wa fedha uliweza kuleta mushkili mkubwa sana ndani ya nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na sisi hatuwezi kulaumu wale vijana wa GenZ kwa sababu walipokuja walisema ya kwamba mswada huu unagandamiza kila mwananchi. Haugandamizi tajiri peke yake, haugandamizi maskini peke yake, bali unagandamiza kila mtu katika nchi. Bwana Spika, sisi kama viongozi tunasema ya kwamba ni lazima tuwe na nidhamu. Tuwe na nidhamu kwa sababu Bwana Spika, tunaona ya kwamba hivi wananchi wanavyoendelea kuishi hawaishi katika maisha mema. Maisha yamekuwa ghali na kila kitu katika Kenya kimekuwa hakiwezi kupatikana kirahisi. Jambo ambalo nataka kusema zaidi ni kwamba kumezuka ile sehemu ya watu kuwa na majivuno. Wale watu ambao wanawajivunia sana ni wale watu ambao wanafanya ufisadi. Bwana Spika, tumeona katika harakati za wale wa Kenya ambao juzi jana tulikuwa pamoja. Hivi leo watu hawajamaliza miaka miwili ndani ya hili bunge. Tunaona ya kwamba watu maisha yao wamegeuka. Wamekuwa matajiri zaidi ya vile inatakikana. Bwana Spika, utajiri huu ambao unaopata kigafla, kama ambao umechukua ndege unaruka juu unakuwa tajiri mara moja na dakika 45 unashuka chini umefika Mombasa, ni hali ya aibu. Na mambo kama haya ambayo tunaonyeshana, mambo ya kusikitisha. Kenya yetu inataka iwe na amani. Wako watu wanaishi. Tuliona hata yule balozi wa Uingereza alisema sasa watu wamekuja hivi karibuni walikuwa hawana kitu, sasa wamekuwa matajiri mpaka wanatutapikia. Hii ndio tunaona ya kwamba GenZ wanasema hii aibu kama hii isitendeke katika nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, sisi tunasema tu ya kwamba vile ambavyo rais aliweza kukataa kusaini na akaregesha, ni kwamba huo ulikuwa mwelekeo wa kisawasawa. Nataka kusema ya kwamba wale ambao wamepoteza maisha yao, Bwana Spika, waweze kupewa waweze kwa serikali iweze kuangalia kwa wale wote ambao walikuwa wamepatikana hasara hiyo katika maandamano haya. Bwana Spika, sisi kama bunge la Senate tuko tayari wakati wote. Hawa GenZ wakiwa wanataka kutuona sisi kama bunge la Senate, tuko tayari. Wao waseme ni wapi na mahala gani, sisi tuko tayari, tunaweza kuketi nao. Hakuna wakati bunge letu hili la Senate limeahirishwa kwa sababu hatutaki kuonana na wananchi. Hapana. Hata wakati wa vita, mabunge yote katika ulimwengu huwa yanabaki yakisikiza wananchi. kwa sababu mabunge ndio yanaweza kutekeleza mwelekeo wa taifa. Na hivi sasa sisi tuko tayari. Tunasema poleni sana kwa wale ambao walipatikana katika hii hasara ya maandamano, na kwa wale vijana wote GenZ. Bunge la Senate liko wazi, wakati wowote wakitaka kuonana na sisi kama bunge la Senate tuko tayari kukutana nao. Bwana Spika, la mwisho nataka kusema ya kwamba kwa sababu nimetangulia kusema kwamba kuna watu ambao hivi sasa wamelala katika mochari ambao ni 39 katika ile ratiba ya hesabu, na pia kunaweza kuwa pengine kuna wengine zaidi katika pande zote za Kenya mbalimbali, na wale ambao wameumia. Tunasema kwamba wale mapolisi ambao walitumia nguvu zao, walitumia bunduki badala ya kutumia ile bunduki ambao unatupa kile kikebe cha kutoa machozi, waliweza kutumia bunduki zile ambazo ziko na risasi na kupiga hawa wananchi ambao walifariki. Tunasema ya kwamba hao polisi hatua lazima ichukuliwe na washikwe, waweze kupelekwa kotini, wachajiwe na makosa ya kutumia bunduki ama kutumia nguvu zaidi na kuumiza wananchi ama kupoteza maisha yao. Kitu cha pili, nataka kusema kwamba wale wote ambao wameshikwa wako ndani hivi sasa, wameshikwa kiholela, aidha kutolewa katika gari kama vile tuliona yule mbunge wa zamani alivyotolewa. Tunasema ya kwamba wale wote ambao hivi sasa wamewekwa ndani korokoroni kwa makosa haya ya kuandamana tu, tunasema ya kwamba hao watu wawachiliwe mara moja. Nataka kuuliza rais ambaye ana uwezo yeye kama rais na aliyeweza kuandika hawa watu katika serikali yake, kuna watu wako na record za ufisadi, kuna watu wamefanya vitendo ambavyo havifai kulingana na sheria za Kenya, ile tunaita katika criminal acts. Ikiwa hao watu wako katika serikali yako, afadhali awachishe kazi mara moja. Vile vile tunasema ya kwamba jambo lingine ni kwamba ile bili ya IEBC hivi sasa ambayo iko kwenye mikono yake, iko katika mikono ya rais, ako nayo kuondoa hili vuguvugu la kwamba hutaki kusaini ama huwezi kusaini ama kuna tashwishi yoyote. Wananchi hivi sasa wanataka hiyo IEBC iwekwe ndani, ikuwe sheria mara moja, ili mambo ya Kenya yaweze kuendelea kulikana na uchaguzi katika yale maeneo ambayo hayana wabunge ama hayana wale watu wanaowakilisha. Kwa hiyo aiweke kidole mara moja. Kuna wale walimu wa JSS na wale madaktari ambao wanamaliza, ambao wamepita mitihani yao, hawa ni lazima waandikwe mara moja. Na mwisho pia ile program ambayo ilikuwa inasaidia watoto wa watu wasiojiweza maskini kama school feeding program, hiyo iregeshwe mara moja ili watoto waweze kuenda skuli wakijua watapata chakula. La mwisho, lakini la mwisho na muhimu zaidi, ni kwamba sisi kama wabunge wa Senate, nakubaliana na alivyosema kiongozi walio wengi, vile watu wanasema kwamba ati mishahara inaongezwa. Bwana Spika, mimi nasema kwamba sitaki mshahara wangu uongezwe. Bao ilikuwa sisi tupewe kama wabunge wa Senate na najua ndugu zangu maseneta wako hapa, tuna shida za pesa ndio, lakini nina hakika watakubaliana na mimi ya kwamba si wakati mzuri sasa sisi kuongezwa mishahara. Haifai, hatuitaki, tumekataa. Ndugu yangu Hadwale, utakubaliana na mimi ya kwamba ushakula chumvi ya kutosha. Mshahara hivi sasa ukae kando, wapewe wale ambao hawajiwezi ili waweze kuendelea na maisha yao sawa sawa. Ama ile pesa ambayo ingepewa katika mishahara ipelekwe kwa hawa ambao walipata majeruhi, wale ambao wamefariki, wale ambao wako na shida zao, ziende huko ili ziweze kuwasaidia. Bwana Spika, huu ni mswada ambao uko na maana sana. Na sisi tunajua, tunaita uwiano, tunajua sote ni wa Kenya. Kenya ikiharibika itakuwa ni nchi yetu. Hatuna nchi nyingine ya kwenda isipokuwa kubaki hapa ndani ya Kenya. Kwa hiyo tunatakiana kila laheri kuona kwamba serikali yetu na watu wetu wa Kenya tumekaa pamoja kama ndugu moja, tuwe na amani, tupendane, tuweze kurejesha nchi yetu katika njia ya amani na mwelekeo. Asante sana Bwana Spika. Naunga mkono.
Honorable Senators, I will now proceed to propose the question. Recognizing the state of the nation at this moment, the ongoing protests following the passing of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bills number 30 of 2024, on the 25th of June 2024 by the National Assembly, the loss of lives, maiming and loss of property that has been occasioned following these protests, cognizant that pursuant to Article 115(1)(b) of the Constitution, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya declined to assent to the bill and referred it back to the National Assembly with recommendation to delete all clauses of the bill, acknowledging that the conversation on the Finance Bill has triggered the broader important public conversation on the question of the high cost of living, juxtaposed against the wasteful expenditure in all public institutions, including Parliament. Further, acknowledging the issues raised by the youth and other members of public to do with corruption, impunity, incompetence within state and public appointments, opulence lifestyles of public officers, unemployment and high cost of living, amongst other issues bedeviling the economy. Now, therefore, the Senate calls upon, 1, the National Assembly to expeditiously consider the Presidential Memorandum pursuant to Article 115(2)(a), 2, all government ministries, departments and agencies and constitutional commissions, including Parliament, to put in place austerity measures in undertaking their respective functions. 3, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and other government multi-sector agencies in the governance, justice, law and order sector to upscale and make concerted effort to fight corruption. And 4, the National Police Service to cease abductions, unlawful arrests, extrajudicial killings, and exercise restraint in dealing with peaceful and unarmed demonstrators. 5, release of all persons arrested for planning and participating in peaceful demonstrations relating to the enactment of the Finance Bill. 6, the government to waive hospital bills for persons who have been injured and defray funeral expenses for those who lost their lives during the demonstrations. And 7, the judiciary to prioritize and expedite all court cases relating to the enactment of the Finance Bill and the resultant demonstrations. 2, considers all the challenges facing the country and makes necessary recommendations to address them. Now the floor is open. I call upon Senator Boni of Kakamega to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, accept my compliments for allowing us to reserve time and place for this very important motion. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to equally compliment the leader of the majority and the leader of a minority for speaking not just from their minds, but especially from their hearts. I never thought in my life that in this house I would listen to the wonderful speech by the young Senator Aaron Cheruiyot. We have been trying to steer this parliament in that direction, and some people wanted to read defiance. No. Listen to the words of the leader of the minority. He is telling the Gen Z that at no time in this parliament have we ever locked anybody from accessing us. They didn't have to lose lives, lose limbs, result in loss of property for them to have an opportunity for a photo session in this house. Every day, the Speaker's Gallery and the public gallery has not only remained open, but it always has people. In fact, there are times, Mr. Speaker, when we are not sitting, the Sergeant at Arms allows people to come and sit in these benches. We didn't have to pay this price. Mr. Speaker, I therefore want to open my remarks by passing my profound, heartfelt condolences to all Kenyans who lost their lives, who were injured, and whose property was destroyed. Mr. Speaker, I specifically missed to sit in this house on Wednesday last week when I should have, because a woman who has been selling me fried groundnuts and oranges in Kakamega, Caroline Shiramba, was shot dead. She sells outside the office of the governor. Mr. Speaker, equally here in Nairobi, a young man from Malinya was shot dead. So these things have come very close. And for those who thought that this was something for a particular set of Kenyans, when I went to visit the victims at the General Hospital in Kakamega, one of the victims was the son of one of my chiefs. He was at the forefront in Kakamega. You saw even the son of the Attorney General of Kenya was also involved. I saw the son of Honorable my brother Junjuri was involved. I particularly don't know where my children were. Probably they were also involved. The only thing that missed was that they were not captured on camera. Mr. Speaker, where are we? 4 things that are unprecedented have taken place. The first one is that for the first time in the history of this country, the president refused to assent to the finance bill. It is unprecedented. 2, Mr. Speaker, the youth did what they did. Some people call it inversion of parliament. Others call it desegregation of parliament. I don't know what to call it. I can only say they did what they did. Mr. Speaker, never in the history of the 4 presidents we have had in this country have they ever contemplated on deploying the military the way we did. Mr. Speaker, finally, you saw across the whole country members of the public torching homes and properties of elected leaders. We are indeed in a bad place, and therefore, as we say in our community, when you are mourning, you don't mourn with shame. We must speak to it as I wish to do now. Mr. Speaker, we are where we are today because Kenyans hate and are angry with the ongoings in the country. And if we don't speak to them and take action, we will go nowhere. It was never the finance bill. It was simply that the finance bill was a trigger. Why? Because public servants, led by ministers, are very, Mr. Speaker, corrupt. And people hate this, and people are angry. Yesterday, colleagues, I was called by a minister whose name I don't wish to bring on the floor because it's not necessary. And he was very angry with me for the position that I have taken, especially over the weekend in Nabaholo, over corruption in the cabinet. He told me very many strong and bad things. Because people who the other day we were working with here want to think because the Constitution has given them a different office as opposed to the offices as ourselves we have been given, they are therefore in high heaven, they should be worshipped. Nobody should mention their name, even when they are wrong. Mr. Speaker, people are angry and hate public servants because of our own making. The public display of wealth and opulence, unless members of the public can quickly see where you've gotten it, they will not be happy. Over the weekend, I was speaking of a young member of parliament from my community who has bought a helicopter. And I know him very well. I wish him well to continue accumulating wealth. I wish him well to continue accumulating wealth. But please, I'm asking the president to ask himself, how can the membership of an MP to a committee of parliament be the basis for him to be able to afford some of the things that are not affordable? Honorable Didmus Barasa, take it easy. Those helicopters will not change your life. Mr. Speaker, I equally offended somebody whose name I never mentioned in Kakamega over the weekend about this issue of opulence. I just wondered, how would an MP be able to donate 20 million shillings at a Harambe? He was very offended. In another function, I saw a minister of this government carrying a white bag, on the back like this, and started announcing how many millions are in that bag. Said, Moja, Billy. No. Mr. Speaker, if we don't refuse these things, people like Murkomen will think that they are giving us their money. It's not their money. Those are proceeds of corruption. This House is saying no. Because of that anger, look at what our children did. Mr. Speaker, people are angry and hate us as leadership because every weekend, helicopters, they crisscross the skies, all of them going to functions where these millions are being dished. Mr. Speaker, the fuel guzzlers that we drive, I know if you go to this parking, Mr. Speaker, you can see the difference between the vehicle four-wheel drive driven by your senators compared to those ones driven by members of the National Assembly. In the parking of the Senate, you see Prados. But in the parking of the National Assembly, you see high-end vehicles that sometimes you only see. And why, Mr. Speaker? Because of an unconstitutional fund called CDF. That unconstitutional fund, the courts made a pronouncement that it was unconstitutional and illegal. How did we respond as Parliament? The National Assembly, without blinking an eye, went and exercised legislative impunity by twisting the act so as to be allowed to continue with that unconstitutional, illegal process. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to these gastlers, you have seen colleagues. You are there struggling to rush to this Senate, then an MP, then a Secretary General of a political party comes with chase cars, his vehicle having the national flags with a siren, and the police does not arrest those people. The law is very clear on who should actually fly the national flag. The law should be very clear on whose convoy should be cleared with sirens. This is the impunity that is making our young people to turn against us. Mr. Speaker, I want to celebrate the President for the remark he made on Sunday during the interview that he was fielding questions. I did not support the fact that the President was fielding questions. I did not. Because I know that the President has people who are supposed to have fielded those questions. As like the leader of the majority was saying, the responses to security that the President was doing should either have been done by regular briefs by the IG or by Professor Kidura Kindiki. What was the President being put there, being humiliated by the people of the media? But I celebrate him for accepting that we have wasteful expenditure in several offices in this country. Professor respected Gitu Muigai gave, while in office, a legal advisory opinion on something called the Office of the First Lady. I urge you, colleagues, to go and read that opinion. He convinced me, and those who will read it after me, that the issue of First Lady is actually foreign to our Constitution. As if it's not enough, we had not only have the office of the First Lady, wife of the President, gobbling millions of shillings, we also have another one for the office of the wife of the Deputy President, another one for the office of the wife of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, another one for the office of the governors. I always say, God bless Kenya. If I had that ambition, then if I were to ascend to one of these offices that people think they should have those wives as first ladies, you would check my family. Who will be my wife? Who will be the first lady? Will be my first wife, my second wife, my third? Which one? Those are private family issues that should never be brought in public. I am a student of Michael Kijana Wamalwa. I am a student of George Welime Captain. I never saw Wamalwa's wife or George Welime's Captain's wife address any function, not in Luhyaland, not in their constituencies, nowhere else. Their purpose was to make sure that visitors have eaten. What became of husbands in this country? Mr. Speaker, very quickly, because the light is now on, people are angry and hate us because of impunity. The impunity you are seeing, that we have a director of public prosecutions who, from Monday to Friday, sits scheming on which language and which law to use so as to help people who are politically correct, criminals who have court cases, to be released. I don't know if that is why. I don't know if that is why we separated the office of the Attorney General from the office of the Director of Public Prosecution and made it an independent office. Not only from Kakamega, but the DPP is my sister's son from Marinya there. That it's not necessary. Let criminals who have stolen property, and you know them, go through the due process. If it was working, some of the ministers in office today would not be ministers. They became ministers because a corrupt parliament allowed them to become ministers, and then the DPP followed it up by withdrawing their cases. Mr. Speaker, impunity of tribalism. Leader of the majority, you have said it. Where will the children from the tribes where the president does not come from, where deputy president does not come from, where the prime cabinet secretary does not come from, how will they get jobs? Mr. Speaker, they hate us because of the impunity of nepotism. I know of a cabinet secretary who has employed in his office 2 sons of, yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the impunity, shooting members of the public dead, and they are set free. And we say we are living in a country of rule of law. Mr. Speaker, there is anger and hatred because the government is unable to fix this monster called CBC system. That system has killed free primary education. That system has destroyed the quality of education. For many years, my children have been doing the exam at Marinya Primary School, all of them. It's only right now that for the first time, my daughter, Sonia Inuni Khaluare, is now in class 7 junior secondary in a private school, because at Marinya Primary School, where we all went to, all my children and myself, it has collapsed. There are 2 teachers in a class of 150 teaching our children of the poor. So there's no learning going on, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, there is anger and hatred because of the insensitivity of this parliament. We are so insensitive that when the issue of housing levy was raised, we did not respond critically. Allow me just to conclude. Mr. Speaker, can I?
Give Senator Boni further 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the housing levy, I was shocked. We were addressed by the CS National Treasury, who told us that they were contemplating investing the money collected from the housing levy into treasury bills, meaning that we got money from members of the public and we are unable to absorb it. It therefore teaches me that we should have collected less to meet our capacity to absorb, instead of wiping people's pay slips, and now we're unable to use that money. Mr. Speaker, finally, things to do. Mr. President, dissolve cabinet, reconstitute it. Mr. President, disband offices outside the Constitution, including CAS, including Prime Cabinet Secretary. It is not in the Constitution of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, including officers of First Ladies, including, Mr. Speaker, advisors. If advisors are useful, then what David Lee is doing is not advice, is misadvice. Mr. Speaker, the President should quickly restructure the security organs by firing people, the IG included. And finally, but not least, all the Sky teams must be grounded. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm on.
Senator Wambua. Senator Enoch.
Yeah? Okay, let me use the dispatch. I have a lot of documents. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us to provide leadership. Mr. Speaker, we are doing this at a time that the people of Kenya feel, and rightfully so, that leaders have used them and dumped them. They feel that, Mr. Speaker, that they held the ladder for us to climb to the top of the tree and appropriate fruits for everyone. But when we got to the top, we kicked the ladder and we are eating the fruits alone, enjoying the fruits of their labor and vomiting on their heads. Mr. Speaker, this is a time of crisis. And at a time of crisis, the leadership must be demonstrated. We are here, Mr. Speaker, as the upper house, as senators of the Republic of Kenya, to provide that leadership. Mr. Speaker, we are hearing a lot of things from young people, from our constituents, and we cannot pretend that the things that these people are saying don't make sense to us. These things are sensible. I want to address myself, Mr. Speaker, to 3 issues in that motion. First, Mr. Speaker, is on the Finance Bill 2024-2025, which was a monster that triggered the crisis that this country finds itself in. If the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, had listened to the people, we would not be where we are today. As a Speaker, that's a point at which I want to respectively, as a leader, differ with the President on his comment during the interview. And 4 members of the National Assembly who voted in support of the finance bill would be our future heroes. Mr. Speaker, those 204 members of the National Assembly who voted yes for this bill are sellouts. They have failed this country. They have failed their constituents. They have reason to apologize to this country. As a Speaker, we are where we are, deep into a crisis, that threatens to tear our country apart. The young people on the streets are the true patriots, people driven by a deep sense of love for their country. They don't want their country to go to the dogs. They love their country, they love their lives, they have a future to look into. The Speaker, I must applaud this upper house of the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya for at a time like this, because this is what is required of leadership. The leaders in the lower house, whose action has brought us where we are, have run away. We are here to clean up their mess. They should forever occupy their space and listen when the people of Kenya speak. They must listen when the upper house speaks. Mr. Speaker, my reading of Article 115 of the Constitution on presidential assent and referral tells me that, Mr. Speaker, we have a window to take possession of the finance bill referred by the President to Parliament and deal with it. Why do I say this, Mr. Speaker? I say this, Mr. Speaker, because the article deliberately says that the President shall refer the bill back to Parliament for reconsideration. Article 93 of the Constitution is both the National Assembly and the Senate. Mr. Speaker, lead with courage. Bring that bill to the floor of this House this afternoon or tomorrow, and let us deal with it. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of the austerity measures, as captured in the motion that we are debating today. First, I want to call out the SRC, led by Lynn Cherop Megich. You are completely out of order. Completely out of order. How dare you publish salary increments for public and state officers at such a time as this? What exactly do you want to achieve? In fact, Mr. Speaker, because the majority leader, when he was moving this motion, he said that there are some institutions that must appear before us. The first institution should be the SRC. Who has sent them to fuel discontent in the country at a time that this country is bleeding? Who does that? Mr. Speaker, I want to echo the words of my leader, the minority leader in the Senate. We as senators, and we will pass it as a resolution at the end of this motion, we are not interested in that pay rise. We are not interested. In fact, one of the conversations that we have been having, and it will crystallize by the end of this motion, is where do we cut our own budgets as a Senate, as individual senators? For the SRC to do what they have done, I want to say this on the floor of this House: shame on that institution, and shame on Lynn Cherop Megich. The Speaker, the other officer that I want to call out, and I want to borrow the ears of the majority leader, because this is important. This is very important. I want to call out the head of public service, and for a reason. On May 24th, a day before this crisis started in this country, the head of public service wrote to the Public Service Commission to begin the process of recruiting CASs, the Cabinet Administrative Secretaries. Who does that at such a time as this? Who does that? Mr. Speaker, we want to call on the head of public service to receive that letter like yesterday. You cannot be advising or seeking advice from the PSC on how to recruit cabinet administrative secretaries at a time that we are saying we cannot afford the cost of running these offices. The Speaker, the next person of interest that should appear before this Senate and speak to the country is the head of the public service. The Speaker, I want to challenge the President, respectively again. The cost of living is what it is. Too much talk is not helping anyone. We have said everything that could be said. It is time for action. And there are things that I know the President can do and bring down the temperatures in this country. One of the things that he can do, even today, is to reduce the size of his cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution, Article 152, gives the President the minimum number of cabinet secretaries and the maximum number. He can appoint between 14 cabinet secretaries and 22 cabinet secretaries. As we speak now, we have 21 cabinet secretaries. The Speaker, I want to call on the President, as a demonstration that he has listened and understood what the people are saying. Reduce the size of your cabinet from 21 to 14, the minimum. Merge departments. Reduce the number of principal secretaries from 51 to around 30, or even 14, to match the number of cabinet secretaries that we have. The Speaker, and there is comparable jurisdiction to this argument. When you look at the United States of America, where we go to borrow money all the time, and we go for benchmarking all the time, Senator Alwale, the size of the cabinet in the US is 15, with a population of more than 340 million people. 14 cabinet secretaries in the US. When you look at China, with a population of more than 1.5 billion people, the members of the State Council, whose equivalent is the cabinet secretaries, are 26. What are we doing with 21 cabinet secretaries with a population of less than 60 million people and an economy that cannot support that kind of expenditure? The Speaker, let us reduce that number. The Speaker, on the matter of security, it is time for us all, and especially those who are in authority, to walk the talk. As I said, too much talk is not helping anyone. I'm hearing of the usual threats that those who break the law will face the full force of the law. That as we carry out these investigations, no stone will be left unturned. Mr. Speaker, those things stopped making sense a long time ago. It is time for action. This sitting of the Senate is a call to action, both from us and those others who are in positions of responsibility. Mr. President, if you love your country and you have listened to what the demonstrators are saying, let aid roll in the security apparatus and departments of this country. Speaker, I asked some young people from my office to tell me when, lastly, the Inspector General of Police, Japheth Koome, spoke to this nation. And they went to the archives and they have told me that the last time that the IG spoke to Kenyans was on 17th of April 2024. And what was he saying? He was saying, and I quote, that as the Inspector General of Police, I would like to assure you, he is speaking to a contingent of police officers being dispatched to Haiti. He's saying, I want to assure you that they, the officers, have the capability, capacity, and training to succeed in this mission, and that they will deliver when they get to Haiti. That's the last thing that Kenyans heard from the IG. When the country is burning, the IG is silent. So, Speaker, one of the requirements for demonstrations is that demonstrators would notify the police, they would be guided on where to go and how to organize their demonstrations, be escorted through streets or wherever they are going, presentation of petitions. The IG is absent. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, the words that the President used on the former IG, Mr. Mutembei, on the level of incompetence and being clueless, perhaps those words are better suited used on IG Koome. Perhaps actually the President spoke too early when he addressed Mutembei. Talking about incompetence and lack of capacity, the Inspector General of Police is the embodiment of lack of capacity to lead the Kenya Police Service. Mr. Koome must leave office immediately for this country to enjoy peace and tranquility. The Speaker, lastly, let me speak very briefly on this matter of corruption. The Speaker, corruption has become the order of the day in this country. Unfortunately, the institution that has been charged with the responsibility of fighting corruption is itself the biggest den of corruption. The EFCC, the Speaker, is either unwilling or unable to fight corruption in this country. They will not help us in this journey. The Speaker, I've listened to the presentation by the majority leader on the performance of the judiciary. Though I have gone on record to applaud the CJ, the Chief Justice, for having the courage to lead from the front, a lot more needs to be done in the judiciary, and especially on matters corruption. That justice now has become a commodity of sale in the judiciary is a very sad state of affairs in our country. We want this monster to be tackled properly, and the Speaker also challenged the demand side of corruption. Because there's also that demand side of corruption, Mr. Speaker. We must have a candid conversation as a country. When churches and schools and hospitals and all manner of institutions, when they look at their members of parliament, the people serving the public service, as the people who are supposed to give them money in Arambes to do all this manner of things every weekend, every day of the week, where is it that we expect these people to get this money from? Mr. Speaker, we must have a national dialogue, a national conversation on how to fight corruption. But lastly, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker, including what Senator Onyonka has said, but more seriously and more importantly, this thing about members of parliament, about public officers being expected to dish out money in Arambes every day,
Let's add 2 minutes for the Senator to conclude.
Thank you, the Speaker, for indulging me. So this idea of members of parliament being seen as moving ATMs, people who have so much money to just give, to people. Mr. Speaker, that will not help us. We must learn to live within our means, both the leaders and the people being led. Let people not expect too much money, too much contributions from members at a time that we are saying we must uphold austerity for this country to move forward. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, as the majority has said in moving the motion, let us now have a new budget estimate tabled before Parliament so that now we can debate and pass a budget that reflects our ability to finance our own operations. There's no reason why the members of the National Assembly added themselves 30 million shillings for CDF. What for? If you multiply 30 million shillings by 280 constituencies, that is 87 billion Kenya shillings. 8.7 billion Kenya shillings. Why are we doing that? For what? In fact, that money should be going to counties as part of the equitable share. The Speaker, we must confront these issues and deal with them as they are. The Speaker, with those many remarks, I support the motion.
Senator Samson Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I want to congratulate the majority and minority leader and my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, for having to resist the temptation to go and hide, just like our colleagues have done, Mr. Speaker. I would be somewhere in Kimondi Forest near Kapsabet, running away from my president. And I want to ask, in fact, this should be corruption, where you run away from your duty, Mr. Speaker. I remember when we were supposed to resume is when unfortunate events and incidences were happening in the city, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that I'm among the senators who found it wise to continue with our duty because we are being paid to proceed with our duty as envisaged by Article 96, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell Kenyans, including our young brothers and sisters, the Generation Z, because some of us are millennials, that we have heard you, we listen to you, we apologize for some of the transgressions that might have escaped our attention in addressing some of the challenges, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while a lot has gone through, in this country, we must agree that some of these challenges that we face as a nation, Mr. Speaker, built up for many years, many decades, Mr. Speaker, many challenges since, Mr. Speaker, the onset and independence, both pre and most post-colonial independence of this republic, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, when the young people decided to visit Parliament and enjoy the hospitality, although they went away with a number of flags, Mr. Speaker, and also were able to take photos at the floor of the House, at the National Assembly to be precise. And I saw one of the pastors, I don't know, speaking at that aftermath, Mr. Speaker. It was very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. I saw people who were running helter and skelter, Mr. Speaker. The unfortunate part, as we was some of the media houses were streaming live, Mr. Speaker, exposing the lives of many members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I know yourself, not specifically, but the substantive Speaker and Senator Chute and other colleagues said to use ambulances, Mr. Speaker, to escape the arm, Mr. Speaker. Even as that happened, Mr. Speaker, and I want to point out this, under Article 118, Article 34 and 35, right to freedom of information and media, we should not, even at any given time, Mr. Speaker, block or deny access to media the way it has been done, Mr. Speaker. We should look access of media to the floor and to Parliament prisons case by case, Mr. Speaker. Because I'm told there is a silent gag order that has been issued against access of media to the prisons. Very unfair. Kenyans need to know what is happening, especially as the legislators transact business, Mr. Speaker. So I hope through your office you can consult and ensure that case by case, while I do not agree that media were able to expose members of Parliament and report live that they were being evacuated through the tunnel or being taken away by the ambulances or they were changing clothes, Mr. Speaker. I met one member of National Assembly, decided to remove the entire suit and wear a vest and a boxer to escape the rat, Mr. Speaker, through Landimawe, Mr. Speaker, in this city. While those are tactics that people evaded what was happening in that day, Mr. Speaker, it is not a justification to deny media access and access to media to the prisons of Parliament. And therefore, I want to ask your office and Parliamentary Service Commission to resist the temptation to give out unconstitutional orders of denying access of media, because Kenyans need to know what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, I have used an example of 1932, when there were allegations that there was a letter that was being sent to the House of Congress and Senate that had poison. The Congress decided to close the House and run away. In the subsequent elections, the entire congressmen were voted out. But the Senate of the Republic of United States of America remained true to its cause and addressed the remember. And that is why we have distinguished ourselves, Mr. Speaker, as the upper house. Mr. Speaker, there are many issues that young people have raised. Issue of corruption, issue of governance, both at national and county governments, Mr. Speaker. Issue of lack of opportunities. Issue of nepotism, Mr. Speaker. Issue of not being listened to, Mr. Speaker. There are many challenges, and I want to assure the Gen Z and any other Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, Parliament is a public place. If there were proper organization, they would have accessed Parliament. Many Kenyans access Parliament. I want to put this straight, Mr. Speaker. Under Article 126, 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, Parliament can sit anywhere. And I want to call upon the Gen Z and any other Kenyan can sit in Uhuru Park. Parliament can sit in Migori. That is why we have Senate machinery, Mr. Speaker. The Constitution gives us as a Parliament to sit even in Garissa, in Mandera, even in your county, Mr. Speaker, and listen to the Kenyans. And I'm happy as we talk this, Mr. Speaker, on the Senate machinery, we are doing it in Busia. We have done it in makwiny. We did it in Turkana. We have done it in Uasin Gishu, Mr. Speaker. Kenyans should know that Parliament is ready to listen to them. Under Article 126 of the Constitution, Parliament can sit anywhere within the border. Even if they want us to sit in KICC, we can sit there, Mr. Speaker, and listen to Kenyans, and especially the Gen Z, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I want to send my deepest condolences, Mr. Speaker, from my family, from myself and the great people of Nandi County, to many Kenyans who have lost their lives, unfortunately, and wish quick recovery to many Kenyans who, as both, Mr. Speaker, have endured injuries during this, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, even when we exercise Article 37, Mr. Speaker, the law is that it must be peaceful and unarmed. On the first few days when the young people came out, Mr. Speaker, the protests were largely peaceful. It was later, Mr. Speaker, infiltrated by the criminals, Mr. Speaker. We've seen incidences where the security officers have been injured. You remember the inspector of the police that lost both arms, Mr. Speaker? We have a number of police officers who they have injured, and some have lost their lives, as well as the protesters, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask, even as you protest under Article 37, Mr. Speaker, which is your right, peacefully and unarmed, let us resist the temptation of allowing goons and criminals to infiltrate, Mr. Speaker. And I want to challenge the DCI and other security agencies, Mr. Speaker. Should anybody who is a criminal or goon who is looting public property, Mr. Speaker, because I know, Mr. Speaker, the business community was stating that, and I hope the Ministry of Interior will sit and evaluate at the end of all these chaos, Mr. Speaker, because I saw they were putting value of looted property to be around 3 billion Kenyan shillings, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to challenge, Mr. Speaker, that even as young people and any, they should do so in a peaceful manner, and the police should provide, Mr. Speaker, the necessary security. Mr. Speaker, I want to borrow the many other issues that my colleagues and associate strongly with. Ordinarily, it should not be the president responding to all these other issues, especially on regular security briefs, Mr. Speaker. I would have expected even the police spokesperson. We used to have somebody called Owino as the police spokesperson. Mr. Speaker, Brian Shusho. Now we have the Inspector General of Police. In fact, the only time Inspector General of Police has responded is when he saw allocations of fatalities in Haiti. He sent a statement, Mr. Speaker. Even not legally, even morally, Mr. Speaker, the Inspector General of Police should have even appeared on a regular basis to update the country on security situation, Mr. Speaker, and tell the country how many people, unfortunately, have died, how many have injured, how many properties have been looted, or what is the state of the security, Mr. Speaker. What is the state of the homeland security, Mr. Speaker? I think that is the least we expected from Inspector General of Police, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I think his stay in office is no longer tenable, Mr. Speaker. We must do a proper reshuffle within the security apparatus of this country, especially the homeland security, Mr. Speaker, so that we have a police service, not a police force, as was envisaged by the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. So I agree with my colleagues that the Inspector General of Police must be called out for failing to provide leadership, Mr. Speaker, for failing to morally and legally even update the country on security situation, Mr. Speaker. We are being told there was demos, Mr. Speaker, yesterday. There are others being planned on the way. The least we expect, cases of where police have shot, Mr. Speaker, incidences. It should be briefing the country at what circumstances that the police shoot some of the protesters, and are they working together with independent policing oversight authority? I pour, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, is on corruption. My colleagues has put it, we know, Mr. Speaker, when I raise an issue of opulence of some of the cabinet ministers, I was blasted, I was accused of being jealous, I was accused of not knowing how to do deals. Mr. Speaker, I was accused of coming to take tea and mandazi in parliament instead of going to Tanzania and other countries to broker deals, Mr. Speaker, which is very unfortunate. And I was just calling out, don't eat too much and vomit before the feet of Kenyans. As a former ambassador would say, Mr. Speaker. Even in my culture, where I come from, you don't eat and open your shirt. It is a culture, Mr. Speaker. And I called out, and you remember, I was being blasted left, right, and center, Mr. Speaker, and I warned them that if this trend of displaying opulence by members of parliament and some cabinet ministers without humility, and I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, for the last 2 weekends, at least the quality of hair has improved. Because when choppers were crisscrossing, it was also affecting our agenda of climate change, Mr. Speaker, where people would fly in, land, reorganize the program of a funeral or a church service, speak, insult other elected leaders, Mr. Speaker, call them dimwits, call them fools, the way I was being called in Nandi last year, give out the money that God knows where they got it from, millions of shillings, and they fly away from the chopper, disrupting, Mr. Speaker, a social function for the next 1 hour or 30 minutes, Mr. Speaker, until they settle, Mr. Speaker. So the issue of corruption, and I think, Mr. Speaker, as a proposal to the President and EACC, Mr. Speaker, we must start doing lifestyle audits to all of us, state officers and all governors. Any person who is serving in a public office, we must do lifestyle audit. We must know, so that the reason Kenyans were on the streets, the reason GenZ were calling us out, is because they are wondering, how can you contribute 20 million shillings in an Arambe, and yet they don't have even 100 shillings. They were wondering, the minister would be in Arambe counting millions of shillings, and the roads are not there, Mr. Speaker. And the water is not there, Mr. Speaker. So they are wondering, we are telling them the economy is bad, but we preside an Arambe worth millions of shillings, Mr. Speaker. It is not bad to do an Arambe. It is not bad to help people, but we must do their, and I'm telling you, I know some people, even who had bought shirts for funerals, dark suits, because their only thing was just, when they hear social function, Senator Sifuna, they appear. But they have never visited the bad roads that are in our counties, or look even at the water, Mr. Speaker. But they will find time to go and insult other leaders, Mr. Speaker. I think corruption also is not doing your job, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't necessarily that you have stolen, failing to do your job with integrity, reporting to your duty station. And therefore, number 3, I propose that EACC must be disbanded forthwith with capital letters. They have failed from national to counties, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when you steal, they come and see you Nyuma attend, they slap you on the wrist, and they go away. If today EACC was serious, 3/4 of governors would be in jail by now. I can tell you for free. Because even some of the people serving at the state officers, Mr. Speaker, they should be in jail. But EACC have failed us. While I agree they don't have enough resources, it is time we disband the EACC and restructure EACC and redevelop EACC to win back the public confidence, Mr. Speaker, of this republic going into the future. If you ask EACC and friends and colleagues, I have been privileged to serve as JLAC chair. And I remember we did invite EACC in the last session. The only conviction EACC had done is a bribery of 20,000 shillings. What are we telling Kenyans? What are we telling GenZ when they can see this club that you have built somewhere in a town, they can see these are proceeds of crime? And that the EACC will turn a blind eye, Mr. Speaker. We must resist, and I want to request, even as EACC struggle with the challenges of resources, we must disband, restructure to win the public confidence of this republic, Mr. Speaker. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, before I finish with austerities, this issue of SRC increasing the salaries of members of parliament and state officers is in bad faith. It wants to increase the public discontent, Mr. Speaker, and SRC must be called out, Mr. Speaker. You remember when UHC colleagues, interns, we invited SRC here. They told us there is no money to increase for UHC doctors or JSS, but they are quick to increase money for us members of parliament to create discontent and fuel the country into discontentment of members of parliament, Mr. Speaker. we never requested for the increment of salaries. We have never. SRC is abusing its own power by trying to set us against the public. And I'm happy a number of colleagues have responded to this blackmail, misleading corruption by SRC, Mr. Speaker. And I also propose SRC must be disbanded, Mr. Speaker, and serve. Let the SRC commissioners not serve monthly. They should serve as. Because the problem we have with SRC, they are not serving part-time. They are busy trying to set and regulate salaries so that they justify their work in office, Mr. Speaker. While SLRC chair is giving herself a 10 million car grant for a Prado from Toyota Kenya. She is increasing her salary. She gets 2 car grants within 4 years, Mr. Speaker. The SRC, and I want to say and tell Kenyans, I am not interested. In fact, what I'm proposing going into the future, members of parliament, we should serve in part-time, just like other countries, Mr. Speaker. Then we agree how it works out. If that is the solution that will bring back the confidence of this Republic of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on judiciary, I served and I have the privilege of information. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans file more than 500,000 cases per year. I saw the chief respectfully saying they can open up to midnight to handle these issues that we are experiencing. But she has never done anything about clearing backlog, Mr. Speaker. The bitterness Kenyans have is that they have a court case. They have not gotten a court order. For those people who do not have means, they are suffering, Mr. Speaker. But the Chief Justice, to appear right and to appear popular, not to appear right, to appear popular but not right, is just giving a public relation exercise to the gallery by saying now, since everybody is no longer safe from GenZ, and you know he was visited the other day in his office, she thinks by saying, let us handle all the protesters being brought to court, Mr. Speaker, who are not orgoons, is fair. The real problem with judiciary is it should give us the matrix, the timeline of clearing cases, Mr. Speaker. And how can you justify from 1982, there is a court case up to today, a succession case, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, it's corruption. Kenyans are very, Mr. Speaker, are mad with all the institutions. And I want to tell everybody who is serving as a state officer, no one is no longer safe. Senator Majority Leader Aaron Cheruiyot will tell you, Wamboka Wanami and Samuel Atandi, when they wanted to cross for safety, they could not. Because the people say, ndio wale. And I'm telling you, some things happen that I'm not comfortable to share because this is parliamentary guided program. It is a PG rated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, on austerity measures, I will tell, I can see Senator Faki is interested, I will tell him in camera. Mr. Speaker, I plead with the President and all of us, just in 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, please let us not cut amount that we are going to JSS for 6,000 teachers. Most of these 46,000 are young people. If we can confirm them to permanent and pension, Mr. Speaker, we shall also be fair to young people on these 46,000 junior secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, number 2, let us not reduce the allocation to counties. Because it was not pro rata, as Majority Leader said, it was based on equity. Just a minute, Mr. Speaker. And also, finally, Mr. Speaker, let us not cut money that was going to confirm the UHC intern doctors, among others, within the medical sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, I support this motion. Let us bring back this nation to where it should be. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Sifuna.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. First, let me start by saying that I want to laud the leadership of the majority and the minority sides that have brought this motion this morning. And to just say to the Honorable Senator Aaron Cheruiyot that you will struggle, my brother, to make a better speech than what you've made this morning. And I am sure it has given a lot of hope to a lot of people in this country that in fact this institution of the Senate can rise to the occasion when other people are failing. They say that with great power comes great responsibility. And I don't think that in this House there was somebody with a greater responsibility, leader, to set the tone for the discussion that we want to have this particular morning. I think I hear what Kenyans are saying. They want to see from the leadership of this country contrition. They want to see remorse. They want to see us taking responsibility for everything that has happened, that has led us to this particular moment. And allow me to follow in your footsteps and also tender an unreserved apology to the people of Kenya if I have contributed in any way by my conduct, by my speech, to bringing the country to where it is today. I apologize for that. Honorable Speaker, as a senator of Nairobi, you know that Nairobi has borne the brunt of the protest, of the killings, of the loss of lives, of the loss of property. As we speak right now, we have 39, as of the last count, people who have lost lives across the country. And more than half of that, at least 19, have been killed in the city of Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, out of those 19 that have died in the city of Nairobi, between 6 and 8 of them, the numbers are yet to be confirmed, were actually very parliament. And as we join our country and our colleagues in mourning, I also want to take this opportunity to send my heartfelt condolences to all the families that have lost their loved ones in this particular protest. Of course, Honorable Speaker, because we have been the epicenter of these riots and protests, we have a lot of damage that has been done to public and private infrastructure. We have lost a lot of property. In fact, the value is unknown. We will need time to actually do an audit of all the property that has been destroyed. Businesses in Nairobi CBD have been shut. There have been all sorts of claims, Honorable Speaker. There's people who have come to me and even talked about ethnic profiling businesses, that it's certain communities that are being attacked and others are not being attacked. We are in a place where we have never been in terms of the crisis that is facing us. And all I hear the young people of this country saying is that we as a leadership now need to stop talking. We now need to stop talking and want to listen to these young people. Honorable Speaker, I have been turning down invitations to media houses because I'm asking these media houses, why don't you invite these Gen Zs themselves to tell you what it is they want, to paint a picture of the kind of country that they want? Would you believe it, Honorable Speaker? The many Gen Zs who are being invited to these TV shows are afraid that they will not leave that TV station and get home because they are afraid of being arrested or detained outside those TV stations. And the conversation here, Honorable Senator Cheruiyot, is that we now need to do certain things to facilitate a conversation to happen, starting with what we are doing here. We need to show remorse as leaders. We need to stop threats to people who are... I am in a WhatsApp group, somebody is sharing what is it called, a charge sheet of someone who's being arraigned in court because they said Ruto must go. I mean, Honorable Chair, we must get to a place where if we are going to have a national conversation, let us allow people to express themselves, and that is the only way we will hear what they have to say. We need to put aside our egos. I know some of the things that we are being told and the things that are being directed at us is very humiliating. As leaders, we are not accustomed to this. But, Honorable Speaker, it is a time to set egos aside and just listen. There is something very profound that the majority leader told me yesterday. He said, Sifuna, right now, there are no more political goals to be scored. There isn't even a political game now going on because all of us in the political class are actually indicted by the people of this republic that we have failed in terms of what we need to do to get this country where it's supposed to be. I have shared an example here that on the day of the 25th of June, Rado was being stoned in the city of Nairobi. And by the way, although it is a car that is popular with members of parliament, very many Kenyans actually drive this car. It is one of the most ubiquitous cars in the streets of Nairobi. So imagine you being a doctor or a lawyer, you have nothing to do with parliament, driving around the city and people attack you because of the car that you're driving. It is a problem that we have to solve. By our own conduct, we have put all of us in the line of fire. An MCA leaving the County Assembly of Nairobi, one of the nominated MCAs, was attacked, Honorable Speaker. And yes, she was, her car was badly damaged. She was badly hurt, including her driver. She had to get surgery. By the time people are saying, oh, stop, this is not a member of parliament, or this is a member of the National Assembly, you are already dead. That is what we are saying. We need to come and rise above all these differences that we've always had to have a conversation about our country. Kenya has changed forever. We must not allow us to go back to the bad manners. I was seeing clips of young people on TikTok saying, They are very happy. There are no more strobe lights. There are no more sirens. People are not overlapping. They are asking, where have all these big vehicles gone in the streets of Nairobi? Honorable Speaker, I saw a newspaper article in the Standard today saying that MPs are in hiding. Members of the National Assembly are in hiding. And the question is, where are these members? I'm very proud to be a senator today, that we are not hiding from the people. We are here to actually take responsibility for all our actions and to try and assuage or deal with the problems that we have contributed in bringing about. So, Honorable Speaker, there are things, in my view, that we can do. And this moment does not call for us to tell the young people what to do. We need to demonstrate that we are hearing what they are saying and look at ourselves in the mirror, Honorable Speaker. It has to be about us. We start with the House of Senate and the House of Parliament generally, so that we are able to demonstrate that we understand what these young people are saying. So in my presentation, Honorable Speaker, I will be proposing that we don't tell anybody else other than ourselves what we are going to do going forward to try and help this country to move from the quagmire that it finds itself in. And there are very low-hanging fruits. My friends here have spoken, for instance, about the supposed salary increments. By the way, in defense of the SRC, I know many of you have bashed them here. That Gazette notice that is in the public domain and discussion right now was published on the 9th of August 2023, the day we went for elections. I am telling you, because it is supposed to be 2022, 9th of August 2022, because it's supposed to be that members of parliament, when you go for elections, people should know how much money you're going to make in advance. And the role of setting salaries was removed from us. The public still thinks that Sifuna has the power to increase his own salary. I do not have that power. That power is in a constitutional commission called the SRC. Honorable Speaker, what we need to do, and I'm very happy my colleagues who have gone before me have said it, in all honesty, nobody asked for that increment. Nobody that I know. Personally, I never asked for that increment of 14,000 shillings. Tone deaf if we are going to insist that we get that increment this particular year or next year, when the economy is in the doldrums, when many Kenyans have nothing to put on the table. So I also support the proposal by members who have spoken before me that we formally resolve that we as the Senate are not interested in any additional salaries this particular financial year. Number two, Honorable Speaker, we need to relook at our budgets in this House, and see where we can make major concessions and cuts for members of the public to feel that we are actually lessening the burden and not increasing the burden. And I want to give a personal example, and you'll forgive me if I'm giving out house secrets. Honorable Chair, when I became the Deputy Minority Whip, I was allocated a vehicle, a GK vehicle. On the first day that I used that car to go home, I passed through the expressway. I was shocked, Honorable Speaker, at the amount of money that is on my ETC card for my parliamentary car. As of this morning, when I used that same car to come here, there is 377,000 Kenyan shillings on my ETC. There is 377,000 Kenyan ETC of the vehicle that have been given by Parliament. It does not make sense. It does not make sense, Honorable Speaker. So what you do, members of Parliament, the staff of Parliament have to be honest with Kenyans. In the way the budgets of Parliament are prepared, there are ways and means of reducing the expenditure in this House in a manner that will reduce the burden on taxpayers. I honestly do not need all that money. Even if I ran up and down the expressway for a year, I would never exhaust 370,000 Kenyan shillings. So, Honorable Speaker, we must do this so that we demonstrate to the people that we are serious about what we are talking about. Number three, Honorable Speaker, I want to speak about something in the motion. The Majority Leader proposed that National Assembly should reconvene so that they deal with the question of the presidential memoranda on the finance bill. Mr. Speaker, just as a constitutional lawyer, we in the opposition or in the minority have a different take on how this finance bill should be dealt with. Honorable Speaker, if you look at Article 115 on what should happen to a bill when it is sent back to Parliament,
115 Sabbatical 3, it says, if Parliament amends the bill fully accommodating the President's reservations, the appropriate Speaker shall resubmit it to the President for assent. What that means, Honourable Leader, is that he sends something back after that process of consideration of his memorandum. I do not think the Constitution envisaged a situation where you are sending a blank document from Parliament to the President for assent. Because what the presidential memorandum is proposing is a deletion of all the clauses contained in the finance bill. So you will have an empty piece of paper. It will have nothing on it. Then you are sending it back to the President for assent. What is he assenting to? So the proposal that has come from Honorable Tiende Amolo, for us, makes a bit more sense. That you allow there to be a bill that is introduced to repeal the finance bill as was passed. Because in the language of Article 115, we do not think that it can be done the way that it is being proposed. So, Honourable Speaker, another thing that we can do, let there be a public pronouncement from the head of state that we are going to stop these arrests, these abductions that have been ongoing, free everyone who's been arrested because of this protest, as the majority leader said, honor our dead and the people who are still in hospitals. There is opulence and corruption and the corrupting influence of money in politics. Honorable Majority Leader, when you spoke about that, I was very happy because we have to have a conversation. I was at a conference at one place and somebody was saying how it has become expensive to join politics. And I said it is actually used as a scare tactic to scare away people from political participation. If a young man hears that for you to become the Senator of Nairobi, you need 70 million shillings or 100 million shillings, where do you think that person will never participate in elections? Where are we supposed to get this money? We want the young people to understand that they have demonstrated to this country that you in fact do not need the sort of resources that we are told you need for you to become a political player. Honorable Speaker, there is this question of a ban on harambes. As a lawyer, I am aware there is already legislation that tries to limit participation of political players in harambes, but is limited to the last few months. I think it's, is it 6 months or 9 months to the election? What we should be doing, we should be saying, because now it has become culture that immediately after elections anyway, after you are sworn in, your opponent is already on the ground saying Sifuna must go. So why don't we just extend the period and say throughout the term of parliament, members of parliament should not be allowed to participate in these harambes and demonstrate the sort of opulence that we have seen. The majority leader and Honorable Halwale has spoken about a rigged economy, and that is something that has touched my heart. Those of us who are born where we were born, Honorable Speaker, many of our young people, including myself, have always wondered how is it possible that people who we know had lesser grades, had far inferior grades in school, we were better than them at everything. They are making progress at a faster rate just because of their second name. We are just there languishing. People have 6 degrees, have never gotten an opportunity. People go for interview after interview. The moment somebody sees your name is Watenya or Sifuna, your CV is put aside. Wanasema leta ya huyu. It is very embarrassing, Honorable Majority Leader, that sometimes an entire institution from top to bottom has members of only one office. I think these are the things that are going to make our people extremely mad every time these matters are brought about. So if you don't address these matters, Honorable Speaker, we are not going to be able to deal with the problem. We have seen young people, especially when it comes to employment in public service. Honorable Speaker, you qualify as a teacher. You are waiting all your life to be employed as a teacher. Then you see leaders in public rallies, in funerals, handing and dishing out employment letters from TSC. And when you go to TSC, they tell you, oh, there is a system, everybody is logged in and see which criteria is used and they eventually reach you. But you can see people dishing out letters from TSC, from KWS, from NYS, in harambes and in funerals, Honorable Speaker. I think, and even police, these are the things that we need to work on as a leadership so that we stop all this anger that you see. Let me go to another thing, Honorable Speaker. An angry people cannot be reasoned with. Right now, people are very angry. And this is why I'm trying to, explain to this House that we are not going to be prescriptive in how we deal with this issue. Honorable Speaker, that we can demonstrate to the country that at least there is a place where a conversation can be had. Senate is the only house of parliament that goes to the people. We don't fear the people. That's why we are still here. So if it is possible for us, even if it is going to Uhuru Park as somebody has suggested, we are ready to be insulted because at some point we deserve to be insulted. But at the very end of those insults, I think we will be able to pick some few things. Honorable Majority Leader was telling us a story of how he logged into one of the Twitter spaces, and he said there was maybe 60% expletives and insults, but 40% was good material, and it has inspired even the speech that he made this morning. So let us put ourselves at the disposal of the people. We should be available to the people so that we deal with this. On debt, I agree with you, Honorable Majority Leader, that there has to be a public audit of all Kenya's debt so that we know what the truth about this is. On budget, we have explained, and I've given an example here, of how we feel that sometimes our budgeting process is padded in such a way that it allows for budgeted corruption. We have estimated, Honorable Speaker, at least those of us on the minority side, that we can do away with at least 1 trillion shillings in this budget. And we don't need to punish anyone. We just need to cut on expenditure in our own institutions. I will go to some of the proposals that I have received from members of the public. Number one, Honorable Speaker, there needs to be an audit of all appointments from September 13th, 2023. Because as Honorable Senator Halwale spoke and said, there are some offices that have been created that we do not even understand the basis of their existence. Look at the number of advisors in government. There needs to be a public audit of all these advisors. And tell Kenyans why it is okay for one office of the advisor on the economic matters, Honorable Halwale, to have more money for travel than 9 committees of this house combined. It doesn't make any sense. So the specter of personal assistance in government, we need a public audit of that. There was another office that was created, and this one you'll forgive me, Majority Leader, of faith intercessors. We need a public audit of who are these people and why are they earning public money. Honorable Speaker, I had occasion to see one business card of one of those faith intercessors. It was the most powerful business card I have ever seen in my life. Honorable Speaker, you have spoken about the office of the First Lady, and I am happy that the President himself took a first initial step to say that office will cease existing from, I think he said, Monday of this week. It had 285 employees. I am telling you. The Deputy President, the wife of the Deputy President's office, 100 employees. Honorable Speaker, we cannot continue like this. Then there is a specter of retreats. And this one, we are all guilty as members of this House. We need to look at our retreats, whether the retreats we are taking are necessary, whether these meetings cannot be had here, whether those resolutions cannot be. And then in the independent commissions, in the ministries and the corporations, I was just being told that there actually also exist fake retreats. There's something called a fake retreat, where there was no retreat, but people are being paid for going on a retreat. Then on the foreign trips, Honorable Speaker, these are things we all understand. Let us be able to demonstrate to the public that we're actually serious and we hear them. Just 1 more minute.
Let's add him 1 more minute to conclude.
And then on the ODPP, I was just conferring here with my friend, the Senator for Migori. We were shocked when we heard that a plea bargain had been entered in the Migori corruption case, that a governor who's have been accused of stealing billions of shillings has agreed to return 300 million, and then the case is withdrawn. I want to call for an audit of all the in the past 12 or 24 months, Honorable Speaker, so that we understand the legal basis for the withdrawal of these cases, because this is where we are failing. For as long as you can demonstrate, Honorable Speaker, that these cases are going nowhere, that is where people get the confidence that the Majority Leader was speaking about to engage in some of these things. Lastly, we need respect for the Constitution and constitutional institutions and the bodies across the public service and across the national executive infrastructure. So, for instance, Honorable Speaker, I was being given an example that even the mess we have in the management of public service, that an executive order is made on HR matters to a body called State Corporations Advisory Committee, which is duplication of roles. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this motion, and let us put up that humane face that Kenyans are looking to see, that we can actually engage on these matters. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mohamed Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My son, Honorable Speaker, who is in St. Vincent Medical College, called me yesterday and asked me, Baba, why are these people calling you M-pigs? He asked me, GenZs, why are they calling parliamentarians M-pigs? And I told him, I don't know, but there is something that is wrong with us. Honorable Speaker, in support of this motion, let me say a few things.
Senator Osotsi, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I think we are having a very important reflection in this House. We are talking to matters of discrimination. We are talking to matter of unethical. But we are seeing the same being practiced even before our own eyes. Mr. Speaker, I came here as the first person to log in, and I'm seeing that the members are being called to contribute as we sit here and wait. Is this fair? When we are talking about fairness, we should exercise that fairness, even in this motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us follow the list that is there on the screen so that we exercise fairness. I understand leadership can be given priority. But what about people who are not in leadership and there is priority list there? Let us follow the list, Mr. Speaker, so that we demonstrate to Kenyans that indeed we are talking about fairness.
Just a moment, Senator Chute. Senator Osotsi, am I to understand that by calling Senator Mohamed Chute, the chair is not following the order of debate? Because the speaker just before Senator Chute was Senator Sifuna, and he's in the leadership. And every institution, the reason why Senator Cherargei was given an opportunity was because he was next in the list, and Senator Lelengwe, who is in leadership, was not on the list. And the order of this House is that if one speaker on this side speaks, I have to give an opportunity to speakers on the other side. Senator Osotsi. And I've actually had, you know very well that your colleague, Senator Beatrice Ogola, who is the next speaker, made a special request because she is traveling. The chair has to listen to such pleas from members from time to time so that we can accommodate for them. So there is no way, Senator Osotsi, you can stand on the floor of this House and accuse the chair of being unfair. Senator Osotsi, we agreed you're going to speak after Beatrice on that side.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hope my friend Osotsi is not complaining about me, because I was definitely ahead of him. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I was talking about GenZs. And let me take this opportunity to thank our majority leader and the minority leader. You've done something extremely, what I've never thought of. that you fought, you talked, and you represented this country, not your parties, not an individual interest. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, we have a problem, and the problem facing this country is huge, and Gen Zs are asking for a solution. They are not asking for discussion. What is the solution? Honorable Speaker, first of all, what is important is this. When the President discussed this issue of the finance bill, I know his intentions were very good, but the problem was communication. It was not communicated well, and that is why we are facing the problem we are facing today. Honorable Speaker, our problem is not the issue of finance bill only. This country is rotten, rotten to the core. What is our problem? Problem is excesses, number one. You will find a minister or an MP who is well connected, goes to Harambee and contributes 20 million shillings. And he starts with 5 million. One club, 5 million. Second club, 6 million. 7, 8 million. 9, 10 million. And then 20 million. Honorable Speaker, if somebody from Marsabit calls me and says, hawa watu wametoa hiyo pesa wapi mzee? I told him, I don't know. Wametoa wapi? I don't know. I saw a minister, CS, wearing a watch inaitwa Hublot. I don't know if it's Hublo or Hublot. That one, I need to be corrected. Costing 3.2 million shillings. If you look at his belt, 500,000 shillings. His shoes, 680,000 shillings. The suit, almost 1.2 million. 6 million shillings. And then if someone asks him, he says, I'll go to where your kotini says. Gen Zs have brought these issues, and we are going to face it head on. Honorable Speaker, if we want to stop corruption and excesses, we must start from the counties. If you look at, I'm in the devolution committee, my chair is here, Chair Abbas, and some development projects counties are up to the tune of 6% only. Out of 8 to 9 billion, 10 billion shillings, 6% of 10 billion is maybe 6 million only, if I'm not wrong. So, if we ask the Senate today to stop sending development funds to some counties, will I be wrong? No, because there is no development. There is none. Even, let us look at Kisii. It's a 6%. Nairobi, 6%. So, Honorable Speaker, let me thank the Gen Zs, other people or persons or groups who can join JCs to support this country or to help us solve this problem. I would really appreciate. Honorable Speaker, there is a democratic space that we are lacking in this country. And the laws of this country are very clear. Give people space to talk, to picket, to demonstrate, and to even give statements of what they need for themselves. This is a democratic country. Police brutality should stop. Reverend Njoya was beaten in front of this parliament, I don't know like what, in 1996, I think. And in 2024, the same thing is happening. When is this going to stop? the IG should resign. That is point number one. On corruption, EACC, Honorable Speaker, if you report something today to EACC, after 1 hour, somebody will call you from Marsabit and say, oh, did you go to EACC? What did you report there? How would this person know? 500 kilometers from Marsabit. It's definitely somebody who is in that office leaking that information. Well, if you ask me today, it should be disbanded like yesterday, not today. Honorable Speaker, we are seeking solutions here. And this is what GenZ wants. That is what they're asking for. We stop our excesses. What is wrong if the president today says, ministers, why don't you sack them? Let them go home. There are other people, Kenyans, who can do the same job effectively and efficiently. Futa hawa kasi. Sack them. The other day you heard about fertilizers. That man is still in office. Cooking oil. The CS is still in office. And the president is aware. And the CEO of Kenya National Trading Corporation said, why do you ask me these questions? My seniors are the people who sent those to my office. Who are these seniors? The president should sack all the ministers, employ afresh ones, and we move forward. On the borrowings, Honorable Speaker, if you look at President Moi's budget in 2007 was 2.18 billion shillings. The expenditure was 324 billion. Similarly, President in 2012, the budget was at 1.52 trillion. And today, our budget is at 3.9 trillion shillings. Honorable Speaker, we have a problem. Our problem are not taxes that is being paid. Our problem is we live beyond our means. We have thieves as ministers. We have thieves as PSS. We have thieves as MPs. We have thieves as senators. Honorable Speaker, let's not spare this house also. We have a problem. We must start from this house. We must start from this house. Everybody knows how much we are earning. Even in this house, there are people who live extravagantly in this house, and we know who they are. Honorable Speaker, there are issues about counties. There are devolved functions that have not been transferred up to today. Why do we need regional offices, regional bodies doing some work that's supposed to be done by the counties? Do you know the reason? Because of corruption. Yes, that is what is happening. You create regional offices, and then yet, constitutionally, those issues are supposed to be in the counties. They are devolved. Why do you keep the money here? I want to ask our president, if he really loves this country, let him follow our constitution. Let him send counties. Even CDF money should go to the counties. This is not MP's business. It should go to the counties, managed by the counties. We have regional offices, even in Marsabit. We have regional offices in Isiolo. We have one operating from Garissa. So many offices. These are conduits of theft. Honorable Speaker, and I really appreciate what our majority leader has done today. He has opened the free space for us to talk. And you remember, our deputy president said, there are some people who have eaten so much they start vomiting on us. That is very true. Very, very true. I want to urge our president, this is the right time, the right opportunity for you. Don't wait for these young boys and girls to come and talk to you. I've asked for, please start by, first of all, sacking all the ministers. Futa yote, PSS, regional offices, take it back to the counties. And the president should support the county government. And Honorable Speaker, the county government also should stop its excesses. What I would urge this House to do is to visit counties so that we the employment programs and the development programs. And then we come up with a law that will curtail theft in those counties. About 2 months ago, your Honorable Speaker, Governor for Marsabit was brought before EACC. And 2 months since then, they are bragging around Nairobi area saying, kwani EACC ko, what can be done to us? There is nothing that can be done. Oh, we are dying. We sit in his helicopter, we take photos with him. Who will touch us? I want to ask the president, please, don't dine, don't sit with thieves. Fukuzawa, chase them away. When you are seen with the president, you think like now there is no case against you. There is a case against you. And I want to urge ODPP also to, in fact, it should be disbanded. There's nothing they are doing. Like I think Honorable Khalwale has said, they select who to prosecute, who to take to court, and who not to take to court, depending on which party you come from or where you come from. And that's very serious, Honorable Speaker. I want to today thank God, GenZ, for creating this space for us to talk what we want. Honorable Speaker, there is the issue of cooking oil, imported cooking oil. It is in almost 50 godowns today, expiring, and the government has lost over 17 billion shillings. And those people are still in the office because they are politically correct. I want to urge the president, please, even if somebody is politically correct, you are trying to help a certain region, please stop doing that. Do your work, sack all of them. Because, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask our majority leader and minority leader to think about what we are going to do in order to handle issues in the county governments. Because the problem starts with the counties. Every GenZ comes from a county. Honorable Speaker, if you go to your county today, you will find foreigners, people from I don't know where, work in those counties. If these GenZs are allowed to work in their counties, do you think we have this kind of a problem? No, we don't have. But they cannot work. Only the family, close relatives, even those contracts. And don't you think the president is not aware? He's aware. We normally send him texts telling him this and this is happening in our counties. So he should take charge. The monies that are going to the counties are the monies that are from taxpayers' money. They are not, that doesn't belong to the counties. No, it doesn't belong to the governor. The governor sits in Nairobi and then controls monies in either Wajir, Marsabit, Isiolo, Samburu. Why is this happening? What business do you have in Nairobi? It's because You just went there as a governor to steal, but not to work for. Finally, Honorable Speaker, what I want to see from the President, the governors who has cases, who are now being questioned, he should ask them to step aside. To step aside, and thorough investigation should be started. Honorable Speaker, this House, Senate House, our business mainly is county business. And it is constitutionally mandated to look into any business that are being handled in the counties. Are we doing that? No. Not the way we are supposed to do. I will ask these distinguished senators, take time. Let's sit and have a discussion on how to tackle the most problematic counties, starting from the bottom, going up. We can have committees, special committees. Send one to Marsabit, send the other one to Kakamega, send another one to Isiolo, another one to Mandera. Then you will solve these problems. Even Machakos. So, Honorable Speaker, under Article 75, conduct of a state officer. It says a state officer shall behave whether in public and official life, in private life, or in association with any person, in a manner that avoids gifts. We have a judge there. Donations. And today, Honorable Speaker, what I would request us to do, there is an organizations which are like, let's say, for example, Kena, Kera, Kura. If you go there today, those director generals are supposed to be asked to step aside so that lifestyle audit can be instituted. Honorable Speaker, if you go to any office today, either government or you will be told, if you want to ask for contracts or employment for your people, you will be told, sorry, we don't have. Because it has started from somewhere in the State House. There are some brokers working in State House that normally go to places and say, we need employment for our people. And the president said, employ 500. And it's not true. KRA before us, they employed 56% of one community. And do you think the president is aware? No. Even some CEOs working in institutions are worried. They are being forced to do things that they are not supposed to do. And this man has been sent by so-and-so, you must do this, you must buy this, you must sell this. They have a problem. And the only person who can solve this problem is for the president to do a memo to all CEOs and director generals to tell them, listen, don't listen to anybody who uses my name. He must have a memo and publicized. We need to see that memo also, that the president has 1 minute only, please. 1 minute. I want to finalize. I want to conclude.
We're running out of time. 1 minute.
So, if we have that kind of a memo, I'm sure these thieves will stop stealing from our people. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I want to thank the members here. Last week, Wednesday, we almost went on adjournment. And I want to thank the 19 senators who said we should not go, including myself. And today, our majority leader has seen the fruit of us saying no. And I want to thank both the leader of majority and minority for bringing this issue today before the public, before the people of Kenya, and before the Senate. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Thank you.
Senator Dullo, if you're not ready, we can give you a few minutes to gather your papers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to give notice of the following motion. Stoppage of funds to Isiolo County due to the failure by the governor to honor Senate summons. That aware that pursuant to Article 96 of the Constitution, the Senate represents the counties and serves to protect the interests of the counties and their government, and that the Senate exercises oversight over national revenue allocated to the county governments. Further, aware that Article 124 of the Constitution establishes county committees to carry out specific mandates, and that
they have observed, they have seen how the governance is being carried out in the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, and they have found there are gaps and issues that have been wanting, Honorable Speaker. It's very regrettable. And I offer my deepest condolences, Mr. Speaker, to all the families who lost their children during this demonstration. It was uncalled for, Mr. Speaker, and maybe it could have been done in a much better way, because no life needed to be lost, Mr. Speaker. This nation has been in crisis in different times, but maybe the actors were different, Mr. Speaker. Because one of the periods when this nation was in a crisis was when the new constitution, the Constitution 2010, was being made, Mr. Speaker. And the way it was crafted by the drafters of that constitution, Mr. Speaker, I look at Article 10 of the Constitution and I ask myself, if only the public sector, the state officers, public officers, the executive, the legislature, the judiciary had bound themselves to the national values and principles of governance in Kenya, would we still have been where we were at last week on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker? And in this Article 10, Mr. Speaker, we see the values and the principles that have been enunciated, Mr. Speaker, under the Constitution. And these principles are supposed to apply and be interpreted in line with any person or any state organ, state officers, public officers who are entrusted with public responsibility of performing any public duty. And these principles are supposed to apply across board and to any person who is given an opportunity to implement any public policy decision. And in these national values and principles of governance, which include patriotism, national unity, sharing and devolution of power, the rule of law, democracy, and participation of the people, are some of the principles that are supposed to guide the governance and the implementation of any public policy, Mr. Speaker. A respect to human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, non-discrimination, and protection of the marginalized, Mr. Speaker. And when I look at Article 10, 1C, Mr. Speaker, about good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability, and having regard to sustainable development, if only we had paid more attention, Mr. Speaker, as public officers, as state officers, would we have been where we were last week on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker? I specifically look at the Senate, the role of Senate, as laid out, very well laid out in the Constitution, on issues of good governance, transparency, and accountability, and the fact that we have a function of oversight over the counties. Is there anything we could have done better than how we have done? Maybe, yes, Mr. Speaker, maybe there are areas, and there are areas that we need to improve also as a House, Mr. Speaker. The storm we saw in this nation, sweeping this nation, Mr. Speaker, and Parliament being at the eye of this storm, it was also an indictment to the institution of Parliament. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, and to follow what the other speakers have said, because today is not a day of competing on who gives a better speech or who does better debating than the other, I want to apologize that if we have failed as senators, Mr. Speaker, we are sorry. I am sorry, Mr. Speaker. Are there any tools that would have enhanced transparency, that would have slowed down issues of corruption? Mr. Speaker, I have served in other respects, even as a Secretary General of the ruling party, former Secretary General of the ruling party, Mr. Speaker. And I know for a fact it is possible to run a system without collecting a bribe, from my own experience, Mr. Speaker. And I want, as we do this debate, Mr. Speaker, that first of all, it forms a platform for us to have an introspection as Senate, Mr. Speaker. That our tool, when we do the CPIC and the CPAC committees, what do we do with the reports that emanate from counties where we can see that corruption is rampant, Mr. Speaker? It is my view that as a way of improving the system so that we can have the public inject their confidence once again in this institution, is that the reporting back of those notorious counties should come back to the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, and action must be taken. Concerted, Mr. Speaker, collective action agreed upon all the senators, that what needs to be done by EACC with counties that have had wanton corruption and misuse of public fund, Mr. Speaker, that concrete action must be taken. And Mr. Speaker, we have also had a chance as a House to look at some of the impeachment proceedings. It has also given us time to reflect, Mr. Speaker, on how we have conducted those proceedings and whether they have met the expectation, the legitimate expectation, Mr. Speaker, of the population, Mr. Speaker. To the Gen Z who have woken us up, Mr. Speaker, and who have called institutions to rethink how we are conducting our business, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, this being our children, they have done well and in a very bold way. Without any experience, without having any forms of arms, Mr. Speaker, they came out to resoundingly say something must change. And the finance bill was the trigger, Mr. Speaker. They were not comfortable with how that finance bill was phrased, Mr. Speaker, and the fact that they felt they were not listened to. Was this an expression of just the Gen Z? Maybe it was an expression of many more Kenyans who may not have had an opportunity to express themselves. Mr. Speaker, these young people came out as true patriots, tribeless, without any boundary, Mr. Speaker. They defeated the class division, and they came out, Mr. Speaker, to speak resoundingly. My only unfortunate moment, Mr. Speaker, was when the demonstration was infiltrated and turned violent, Mr. Speaker, and there was a standoff between the demonstrators and the law enforcement and security officers, Mr. Speaker. The conflict that ended up landing some of them into mortuaries, Mr. Speaker. And as Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, we need to have a retrospection of all the officers, the state officers who are seated in public offices. If there was something that was happening that was off and had a tendency to have a corrupt tag, this means the storm now must stop on corrupt practices, Mr. Speaker. Let everybody look through how they are conducting their affairs beginning with us, Mr. Speaker, because today we are talking about ourselves, more of ourselves. How are we conducting our affairs? For those who are Christians like myself, the good book will guide us into what is godly order. For those who are Muslims, Mr. Speaker, while we are guided by the Bible, the Muslims will be guided by the Quran. But for the nation, Mr. Speaker, we have the Constitution that guides how governance must be done and how structures should be laid out, Mr. Speaker. Where we have gone wrong, Mr. Speaker, does that Constitution offer us an avenue of ventilation? Mine is to call upon the Gen Z. Now that we have begun to listen to what they have to say, mine is to call upon the Gen Z to allow us to walk the order of the Constitution, to accept that an olive branch now has been given by our President, Mr. Speaker, and that is the highest level of executive commitment, that the President is willing to have a forum with the young people, with the Gen Z, and discuss issues that need to be thrashed out, Mr. Speaker, must be taken as a sign of very, very goodwill, Mr. Speaker. And there are those issues that have been laid out. Is it possible for a nation to change within a day? Is it possible for a nation to change within a day? I see it has signaled an opportunity for us to begin the change. And while all the demands may not be met overnight within a week, within 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, yet some of those things that are glaring, Mr. Speaker, like dealing with the corrupt cases, dealing with issues that are obvious and that have evidence, Mr. Speaker, that ball should begin rolling, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because if we cannot face the change, then change will change us, Mr. Speaker. It is my view, Mr. Speaker, that if we can honestly face ourselves, the society to face itself, EACC to also come out of slumber, take up those files, prosecute those that need to be prosecuted where there is sufficient evidence, Mr. Speaker, that corruption has happened within institutions, Mr. Speaker, then even the Gen Z will begin to see that we are serious and committed to upholding the dignity of every Kenyan, Mr. Speaker. Regarding the jobs, it is true, Mr. Speaker, there has been, the youth have faced a lot of unemployment, and I can only imagine how distressing, Mr. Speaker, this is when a young person has gone through schooling and has nothing to do, Mr. Speaker, and yet we are supposed to give solutions as leaders, Mr. Speaker. Those are issues that now need to be tackled in a different way. Is there bias in the way public office employs young people? Mr. Speaker, we need to straighten out the processes. We need to do things, Mr. Speaker, in a different way. And I want to specifically look at the suggestion that has been done by SRC for the raising the salary, Mr. Speaker, of the senators and members of parliament, Mr. Speaker. That proposal, while it may have been good because everybody needs a raise at any point when they are working, a worker needs to be motivated, the timing is so wrong and it is not needed, Mr. Speaker. Least of all by the honorable members. I haven't met one single member still, Mr. Speaker, and I'm only repeating this because it has been said, but we are repeating it to affirm the fact, Mr. Speaker, that none of these officers seated here today, none of these legislators had asked for that increment. And we would call upon the SRC to be a little bit more serious with their tasks. They have a heavy, their entry is full with claims by intern doctors, Mr. Speaker, with claims from JSS, Mr. Speaker, the teachers in JSS, Mr. Speaker. Have those issues been handled yet? Are there opportunities where young people could be accommodated within the public sector where that available funding can then be disbursed towards supporting them, Mr. Speaker? We need to think outside the box and say, let's do things differently, Mr. Speaker, because if we do not do it differently, Mr. Speaker, once again the change would change us, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the Gen Z and also note that their level of debate, Mr. Speaker, in spite of the fact that there were quite a number of insults that are coming across the X space, I have also equally noted, Mr. Speaker, that these are very young, intelligent Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Their level of debate is very different from the levels of debates that we are having, Mr. Speaker. And for a moment, I asked myself, could this be the reason that maybe they don't watch the mainstream media? Because their level of analysis of issues was different and was very refined. They have facts and figures. There is nothing you would tell them about who was given which tender, Mr. Speaker. They are able to analyze for you from county number 1 to county number 47, how many tenders have been awarded by each county, who has been awarded, which companies have been awarded, who owns those companies. All that information, Mr. Speaker, is with the Gen Z. I must commend the level of transparency, because it's only when we are transparent and open with ourselves and with the systems and with the processes that change will begin to sweep across the whole nation, Mr. Speaker. All I want to persuade now, Mr. Speaker, to the Gen Z and to the people of Kenya, we have a nation. Many of us do not have an alternative to our nation, our statehood here. We belong to Kenya, Mr. Speaker. We are Kenyan citizens, Mr. Speaker. We do not even have dual citizenship, some of us. We have no other home except this home called Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, Kenya has been like a labor ward for many nations in this region, especially in the Great Lakes region, Mr. Speaker. And we must preserve our nationhood. We call for peace. We call for the end of the demonstrations, Mr. Speaker, and we allow dialogue to happen. We allow an opportunity for us to sit together. And I want to say to the Gen Z, who are our children actually, I'm a mother to 3 Gen Zs, Mr. Speaker, that if they ever had a friend, they have a friend in Senate. We are open to receive every petition. We are open to listen to them. We are open to see the issues that they don't agree, Mr. Speaker, with us, Mr. Speaker, and we are ready to implement what we can legislatively do to ensure that their confidence in us, Mr. Speaker, is restored. And I have also noted, Mr. Speaker, that they had very big issues also with the church. For some, they supported the church. For some, they had very big issues with the church and religious institutions, Mr. Speaker. And that has also now called for change in the way we conduct public officers, conduct their business with religious bodies, Mr. Speaker, so that if the fundraisers are causing so much trouble and so much drama, then, Mr. Speaker, it is time for us to rethink our position on how we handle that. And I speak that both as a believer and a very strong church member, that it is important we preach this gospel and preach it in such a way that, Mr. Speaker, it is acceptable not only to our age group, but it's also acceptable to our young children, acceptable to our young adults, acceptable to the students, and acceptable to the whole population, Mr. Speaker. This is an issue that has been pending on our in-tray, and a lot of pressure has come on the politicians also, if we can be honest about the fundraisers, Mr. Speaker, because when your competitor as a politician gives some money for fundraiser, which another politician cannot match, Mr. Speaker, instantly there is a liking by the public towards the one who is giving, and the one who is not giving is seen as though they are not working, Mr. Speaker. So the definition of public work or public service has to now be separated from fundraiser aspect, Mr. Speaker, so that a legislator who is supposed to be in parliament doing oversight, doing legislation, doing representation, Mr. Speaker, must not be seen as a money minting machine. So we need to slow down, even as Kenyans, how we conduct our business with the public officers. For instance, when a Kenyan is paying a bribe to a police officer, is it a member of parliament who has them to pay that bribe? Maybe not, Mr. Speaker. It's a cultural change. And what the Gen Zs have said is that it is time for us to change our culture. We must be able to offer an environment, a governance environment, Mr. Speaker, where we can work 24 hours. We work daytime, we work at night, and women and Children will have the security to walk through the streets, Mr. Speaker, and be able to conduct their businesses within a 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, I know Kenyans are smart people. We have seen the wanton destruction of property. My deepest apologies to all the business people who have suffered losses, heavy losses, and as a result of which a number of people may equally lose jobs. Young people will lose jobs, Mr. Speaker. That's an unfortunate position, one which we should not have found ourselves in. I walked through Mama Gina Street, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, and all those businesses, they have been broken. Some criminals broke into those businesses, Mr. Speaker, and took away the stocks that were in that shop. The display windows are gone, Mr. Speaker. They need to not only repair the premises, but restock the businesses before they can give anybody any job. That is not a position we would wish to be in, Mr. Speaker, and it's my very humble plea to Kenyans that we allow ourselves to go back to normal day, Mr. Speaker, when there is a busy activity in Mama Gina Street, in downtown, Mr. Speaker, in the uptown, Mr. Speaker, in our malls, Mr. Speaker, and what we have seen happening to Quickmart must not happen to any other business in Republic of Kenya. For a very long time, Kenya has been setting the trend for the East African region and has been setting the trend for the Great Lakes region and in Africa, Mr. Speaker, and we must allow ourselves to bounce our nation back to a position of being a great example to be emulated in Africa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Senator Okongo Mogeni.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I stand to support the bipartisan approach that has been adopted by the majority side and the minority. So I want to thank Senator Cheruiyot, our youthful leader, majority leader from the majority side, and our elder, Justice Retired Stuart Mazayo, who under the leadership of Senator Wambua have brought us together to have a discourse as Kenyans. We thank you, our dear colleagues. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I first want to pass my message of condolences to the mothers, the fathers, brothers and sisters of the 34, I'm told now it's 34, Kenyans who lost their lives during these demonstrations. Mr. Speaker, as a father, as a son to a mother, it's a painful thing to lose a son or a daughter, especially one who has given himself or herself to fight for a just cause, to make this country better, Mr. Speaker. These fallen heroes, Mr. Speaker, were motivated by one desire to improve the landscape of our governance. They wanted to make the lives of many of us better, Mr. Speaker. And there are many of us, Mr. Speaker, who have benefited from this very courageous Gen Z generation that put the government on toes by the demonstration. Mr. Speaker, as a lawyer, I know that the right to picket, the right to demonstrate, the right to withdraw support from a government is enshrined in our Constitution, as long as it's peaceful and geared to passing a message to the government of the day. So it's something that, Mr. Speaker, we cannot fail to acknowledge that the Gen Zs have a right, Mr. Speaker, to picket, to demonstrate. And world all over, Mr. Speaker, we know that there are people who have led peaceful protests and they have changed the world, Mr. Speaker. We know, Mr. Speaker, that in 1964, the celebrated Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King in the United States of America led the march to Washington that led to the enactment of the Civil Rights Act in the United States of America that gave Americans their civil rights, Mr. Speaker. So We regret, Mr. Speaker, that there are Kenyans, I'm told about 8 of them, who lost their lives within the precincts of Parliament. That is regrettable, Mr. Speaker, and it's my prayer and wish, Mr. Speaker, that as we move forward, we also demand for accountability from our security forces, Mr. Speaker. We know that a well-trained police force that follows what Kenyans passed when we enacted the 2010 Constitution, in Chapter 14, they know that they are supposed to be guided by principles of human rights, rule of law, democracy, Mr. Speaker. And the rule of law, Mr. Speaker, dictates that if you come across a demonstrator who has broken the law, what we expect as a country is to have that Kenyan arrested and presented before courts of law. That's the only way, Mr. Speaker, we can build a country that truly can pride itself as one that respects and operates within the tenets of the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, we watch international media. We see demonstrations every day. You see them in France, you see them in the United States, we see them in Britain, but hardly will you see cases where police officers will open fire on unarmed demonstrators. We expect, Mr. Speaker, that one of the resolutions we'll make as a committee is to hold accountable the police officers who may have used excessive force. So I mourn with those Kenyans, and I plead that part of the recommendations, Mr. Speaker, should be how we extend assistance to the parents of these children who have lost their loved ones as they prepare for their burial. I applaud the CS Health who released a press release today confirming that the government has waived all the medical bills for those Kenyans. So we must move a step further, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that we extend assistance. Mr. Speaker, this Gen Z, it is this Gen Z that we owe. We failed, me included, in stopping the passage of that very draconian finance bill. If it was not for this Gen Z, that finance bill would be low today. So we owe them. Without them, Senator Kalwale, finance bill 2024 would be low today. That is a reality, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we must also accept as a country that we are in extraordinary times, which calls for extraordinary measures from extraordinary leaders, Mr. Speaker. What we have seen is a Gen Z that has demonstrated extraordinary ability. How these young people are able to mobilize and be out in the streets without choosing your social status is amazing, Mr. Speaker. We have children who are in Gen Z generation, whom you may think are fairly privileged, but they identify with the cause of the Gen Z that is in the streets, Mr. Speaker. If you have a son, watch how they are hooked to this, it's called X space conversations, Mr. Speaker. So it tells us, Mr. Speaker, that there is something that we have not done right, Mr. Speaker. I propose, Mr. Speaker, that as we go forward, Mr. Speaker, we must accept that this country is facing a number of challenges and we must look for solutions. Mr. Speaker, the first point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, and I want to speak to the President. The first point, Mr. Speaker, if the President needs to restore respectability, because the public trust on the presidency is at the lowest, Mr. Speaker. If you listen to the X space, even when the President was answering questions, the responses were that we cannot trust him. So the biggest challenge for the President is to win back the public trust, Mr. Speaker. Public trust on the President is at its lowest, Mr. Speaker. So we urge the President to begin by respecting the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Let him begin by respecting the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, he can go for the low-hanging fruits. We have seen what this Gen Z generation has been posting on social media. The major attack is on how the president has exercised power before. That is the problem. If we don't acknowledge that as a house, we will not be able to solve the challenges we are facing, Mr. Speaker. The feeling, Mr. Speaker, is that the president has not allowed Parliament, both the Senate and the National Assembly, to carry its duties as an independent institution, Mr. Speaker. Most of these unpopular legislations that triggered these demonstrations were pushed through the two houses. You know about the housing levy that led, it was called Affordable Housing Bill that created the now Affordable Housing Act. It was pushed through, Mr. Speaker. If we had adopted a bipartisan approach, we would have made that law less punitive to Kenyans. Because the cry, if you listen to the young professionals, the young doctors, the young lawyers, they are crying about an invasion on their payslip. Even those who work for Parliament, their cry is that they are facing a government that is raiding their pockets day in, day out. Their pocket was raided in the first budget. Their pocket has been raided in the second budget. Mr. Speaker, this issue of corruption, I want to join my colleague Senator Cheriot that we will not fix it unless we have a radical surgery on EACC, Mr. Speaker. And I will give you an example on what has happened in the county of Nyamira. Mr. Speaker, in the month of August 2022, while we are just in the run-up to the elections, the governor of Nyamira unilaterally paid himself to his account 6.573 million, Mr. Speaker. And I'm speaking here as a person who speaks the truth, and I want to table that payslip before the House. It's here. He paid himself 6.573 billion. A whistleblower, million. The payslip is here, and I beg to table, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when EACC was summoned to Nyamira, instead of recording a statement and taking that governor to court, they got money from him, and then they told him, we can agree, you just refunded the money quietly, Mr. Speaker. What a shame. What a shame, Mr. Speaker. How can that be from a body that is supposed to be fighting corruption, Mr. Speaker? What stops another officer in the county government of Nyamira paying himself, and then when EACC goes, they will say, but you did that to the governor. We also want a settlement, Mr. Speaker. This guy, Governor Amos Nyaribo, Mr. Speaker, should have been arrested, arraigned before a court of law, and a conviction given by the courts, Mr. Speaker. That's the only way you can send a message, Mr. Speaker, that you are intent in fighting corruption. Let me even shock you further, Mr. Speaker, because I've worked with the documents. There was another case, Mr. Speaker. Officers within the county government of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, hatched a scheme to siphon money from the public coffers of the county government of Nyamira. And they came up with ghost names, whom up to today nobody knows, and they paid them a total of 800,000, Mr. Speaker. These guys were investigated for those offenses, charged with abuse of office. One, Godfrey Kiriago and Geoffrey Nyamagwa, Mr. Speaker, arrested, taken to court for that crime they committed, Mr. Speaker. Once the case was registered, and I have the charge sheet here, as criminal case E510 of 2023, Mr. Speaker, they had a secret meeting with the DPP, Mr. Speaker, and that case, Mr. Speaker, was withdrawn under Section 82(1) of the Criminal Procedure Code, Mr. Speaker. What a shame. Mr. Speaker, when the county government was being summoned to appear in Nairobi, they had the audacity to tell the committee of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, that they have taken action of relieving Mr. Kiriago from service at the county government of Nyamira and send him back to the national government. so that he can continue with these fraudulent activities, Mr. Speaker. If this is the kind of conduct we are going to have from the office of EACC, from the office of the DPP, how will we ever fight corruption, Mr. Speaker? And I table this document, Mr. Speaker, before the House, so that this conduct of EACC can be on the table. And Mr. Speaker, I'm of the view, Mr. Speaker, that if the Senate of the Republic of Kenya will find these documents to be genuine, then the commissioners at EACC and the CEO of EACC should be the first one to face the chop. Senator Cheruiyot, we cannot allow that kind of impunity. Mr. Speaker, just to tell you the kind of challenge this country is facing, if you read the auditor's report, Mr. Speaker, it tells you that the county government of Nyamira has exceeded Regulation 22 on personnel emoluments by 22%. It is at 57, and I have the document. And Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the people of Nyamira that if I've said a lie this afternoon, I'll go to Tinga, where I was born, in West Mogirango, Basamaro constituency, and tender my resignation. The documents I'm tendering before this House are authentic. They are from our public offices, from government offices, and they just give just a snippet of the kind of rot that we have, Mr. Speaker. Once this report was prepared by the Auditor General, and we got a qualified, audited accounts, Mr. Speaker, saying that our personnel emoluments were at 57%. The governor had the audacity, Mr. Speaker, of proceeding again to advertise and employ a further 200 workers. Meaning, next time the auditors go to Nyamira, it will be at 60-something%. What kind of impunity is this, Mr. Speaker? And I table this report before the Senate. Mr. Speaker, this kind of rot is not just happening in the county government of Nyamira. It's replicated at the national government, Mr. Speaker. The position of CAS, and this, we're having a conversation, Mr. Speaker, the positions of cabinet administrative secretaries are unconstitutional. The GenZs have told us that those positions should not even exist, Mr. Speaker. But I have information, Mr. Speaker, that the head of public service, Felix Kosgei, has already written, and that statement was said on the floor, to the Public Service Commission, trying to push them to appoint those positions. What message are we sending, Mr. Speaker? That is impunity. And I'm urging both members of National Assembly and the Senate, Mr. Speaker, if the president cannot take action, will be prescriptive, Mr. Speaker. These times call for action, and they call for action from us, not yesterday but today. If the president does not have the courage, Mr. Speaker, I beseech us as parliamentarians to come up with an amendment and repeal the National Government Coordination Act that created those positions. That is the only time, Mr. Speaker, will be taken serious, Mr. Speaker. If you read the Constitution in Article 152, Mr. Speaker, it gives the presidency the maximum of the number of CSs he can employ at 22, and then a minimum of 14, Mr. Speaker. We have 1,900 doctors. We are not able to take for internship. Do you call it internship, Dr. Kalwale? For internship, Mr. Kalwale, because we are saying our budget cannot support, Mr. Speaker. What we need to do, or what I expect the president to do, he has so many corrupt cabinet secretaries who are giving the country a bad name. Sack them. Reduce the cabinet to 14. And the money you save, Mr. Speaker, can be used to employ those doctors for internship. Article 155, Mr. Speaker, does not give the number of principal secretaries that we should have as a country. It has been abused. It has been abused. Do we need, honestly, do we need 51 principal secretaries? No. We don't. We don't. And I'm urging my colleagues, if we agree, Mr. Speaker, we can marshal 2/3. We amend the Constitution, prescribe, put there a maximum of 14 principal secretaries, Mr. Speaker. Because then the youths want to see action from us. Nobody can can legislate other than we as senators? Mr. Speaker, why do you create a ministry and then you create 3 departments, Mr. Speaker? I have friends, but I don't have positions to employ all my friends, Mr. Speaker. So we want to urge the president to also talk to his friends and tell them the cake is too small. Not everybody will get a piece, Mr. Speaker. Not everybody will get a piece. Some will get, some will miss, Mr. Speaker. So they cannot put pressure on the president that, you know, I was the candidate in Muhaya, I don't know what, so you must appoint me either ambassador, CS, principal secretary. It cannot work, Mr. Speaker. So if the president does not act within the next 7 days, let us move a constitutional amendment, Mr. Speaker. We be prescriptive. We put the number there, Mr. Speaker. We cap it at 22 maximum, but it can operate with 14. These are extraordinary times. That money we save, Mr. Speaker, we take it and employ JSS teachers, Mr. Speaker. These are the guys who are in the streets demonstrating, Mr. Speaker. We make them also have a bite of the national cake, Mr. Speaker. Instead of saying this cake will only be for principal secretaries, for cabinet secretaries. Cannot be that way, Mr. Speaker. Because this country, we almost lost it, Mr. Speaker. Maybe, we don't know, but maybe we are being given a second chance, Mr. Speaker. And my brother, Senator Cheruiyot, I compare you with Lyndon Johnson, former president of the United States of America. He became the leader of the Senate while very youthful, but he provided leadership. And he was blessed by Almighty God because he ended up becoming a president of the United States of America. The fact that you have the majority does not mean that you exercise tyranny over Kenyans. I'm telling you, my brother, you can have the numbers, but you can still give leadership. You can create a legacy for yourself. In 1936, when Franklin was president of the United States of America, his majority in House of Representatives was 333 members. The opposition had only 89. In the Senate, he had 83. The opposition, Republicans, had only 17. But when he came up with an unpopular legislation to amend the Supreme Court Act to increase the number of judges from 9 to 15, so that he gets himself an opportunity to pick 6, his own party, Democrats, rejected that move. Those were his members of his party. But because they put the interest of the country ahead of the interest of the president, they rejected that move. So we also want to urge our colleagues.
Allow Senator Mugeni 2 minutes to sum up.
Yes. So,
Senator Okenyuri, just have a seat. Before we started this motion, there's some ground rules that every senator taking to the microphone will be allowed to speak their heart uninterrupted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the point I was making, Mr. Speaker, is that the leadership of the House then was able to put the interest of the country ahead of personal or party interest, Mr. Speaker. We have a bloated cabinet, Mr. Speaker. Not cabinet, we have a bloated government. I want to conclude by urging my colleagues to reconsider an audit of the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker. We have so many constitutional commissions with people serving part-time but doing nothing. Mr. Speaker, how can a body that reviews my salary once a year be working from Monday to Friday? This body called, how? And how? Mr. Speaker, that you sit to review the salary of Senator Mugeni from January to December, Monday to Friday. How can you? Then Mr. Speaker, and I'm rejecting that offer. Then after you have reviewed that for the whole of 1 year, you tell me I've reviewed you with 14,000, which I don't want. Don't want it. We cannot, Mr. Speaker. So we must audit this constitution, Mr. Speaker. Some of these guys who are earning huge
huge amount of salary, Mr. Speaker. We convert them to part-time. That's what the Gen Zs want us to do, Mr. Speaker. If you go to the judiciary, Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford this idea of employing judges left, center, and right, Mr. Speaker. It's not easy to maintain a judge. When you employ a judge, you must give them a car, you must pay them house. We have a judge here, he will tell you. It's not easy, Mr. Speaker. The other day, a motion was taken to the National Assembly. It never came to us. The number of judges of Court of Appeal increased to 70. You have special courts, land and environment. You see they can employ up to 100. Labor, Mr. Speaker, you are a lawyer. A judge was posted to Kilgoris to deal with land matters. Stayed there for 3 months. Then they left because there were no cases. Senator Viga, a judge was sent to your county. Esther, she's a Kisi. After 6 months, she went away. There are no cases. Another one went to Malindi. After staying there for 7 months, there were no more cases. How can that be? They made a presentation before us. Senator Cheriot was there. And they proposed that we should...
Senator S.C. Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And let me just clarify, I was not interjecting my senior Senator Omogeni. I was bringing to your attention that in as much as we are pressing these gadgets, our names do not reflect where the clerks are. So I want to appreciate, because I've been literally on my knees since morning, want to engaging on this issue. Mr. Speaker, first I want to give my condolences to the families who lost their young people amid the ongoing protests, starting with one Rex Masai and several others whose names I might not mention on this floor, Mr. Speaker. You can actually see, if we have to strain to even get chance to speak, and yet we represent young people in this house, what about the several young people who are watching us to air their issues in this house, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, whatever issues that have been brought by the Gen Zs are not new issues in this country. Look at the issue of restructuring government. We had the Abdikadir report of 2015 that actually listed the parastatals in this country and how to deal with different policy issues that were affecting each. Mr. Speaker, we do not need a repeat of the same. We have very intelligent Kenyans who've gone down and actually done this work and given recommendations, which those recommendations are gathering dust in the name of reports which have never been implemented to date, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of Gen Z is not going to be forgotten anytime soon. It will keep reoccurring. But I want to urge that let it not be that we have to have protests for issues regarding young people, Kenyans, to be heard. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the reasons why generally people feel like maybe we are not listening. Mr. Speaker, when you look at some of the issues they seconded, if I refer to DCI, DCI needs to conclude their investigations on some of the people who are arrested. IPOA also needs to swing into action. An organization like NCIC should be disbanded with immediate effect, Mr. Speaker, because a lot of hate is going round all over and no one is doing anything about it, Mr. Speaker. We cannot, those are some of the organizations which are siphoning public resources without nabbing people who are actually giving hate to the public and inciting the public, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I also talk about the matter where SRC is recommending a pay rise for legislators, I want to turn down that in particular, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the newspaper headlines tomorrow will be reading that MPs protest pay rises. Mr. Speaker, it can't be that when one issue is good for the other, it's bad for another. When corruption in the national government is mentioned, let the county governments also be mentioned, Mr. Speaker. The money that SRC wants to add us should go into putting that money together so that JSS teachers can be employed, more equipping of public health facilities, so that Kenyans generally get the services they rightfully require, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to indicate that social media is a very active tool, and I salute the young people for agitating for change in this country, Mr. Speaker. We didn't have to wait for the young people to set direction, because sometimes, starting with this house, we are told of ranking members, so we are borrowing from those who have come before us. But in this case, the list of the expected in society are the ones who are now giving direction, Mr. Speaker. That needs to be something we as a house need to reflect about, and not just leave it to maybe the president to implement. The president has already invited the young people on X tomorrow, and I want to encourage most of them to flood that space and raise whatever issues they have to do with how best we can change leadership in this country. But as much as that is left to the president, we as politicians also need to put a hand in playing a role to fight corruption, Mr. Speaker. Because corruption, I actually think Kenyans generally, we are born with an affinity towards wanting to do something to get something in return. Mr. Speaker, we want a society where for me to ascend to power, it shouldn't be about my DNA or sexual orientation, Mr. Speaker. That's the only way we can encourage young people who are watching me this afternoon from different rural villages to also be good in whatever they are doing and call a spade, Mr. Speaker. As I come down to conclude what I actually had to say this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, we've had several recommendations from serious reports that have been written in this country. We need to revisit the recommendation by those reports, like the Abdul Qadir Mohammed report actually mentions most of these state corporations that should be wound up, or how to better transform them so that services can be given to the people. We cannot purely make those corporations avenues to give jobs to people who have already exceeded their usefulness, Mr. Speaker. We have several young people who are looking into these jobs. And by the way, most of the young people who are demonstrating, they are able to do whatever works they do, like in the digital economy. Most of them are earning online. So whatever they want to be implemented by the government currently is to ensure that they have a conducive environment whereby they can smoothly make their money, so that we are not making them poor and creating paradises for ourselves, Mr. Speaker. As I conclude and take a seat, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that let us not downplay the whole issue of agitation for change in this country. It's real. I have most of my friends who are actually on the streets, and I couldn't actually tell them anything, because then they'll think I'm here to praise and worship the government that has given me an appointment. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, it's also good to speak the truth as it is, because it is in one way that we make our governance better, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want today to say maybe otherwise what I wouldn't have said in my few remaining years in this house. To the President, we need radical changes. People need to see heads rolling. Mr. Speaker, we've had people who've been implicated in several scandals which are well known to public domain. Politics should be separated with friendship. If you hold on to your friends, Mr. President, we unfortunately might sink down with them. So separate friendship from work. We are here to support your agenda. I believed in your agenda and I still do, but we need to separate the politics from friendship for us to steer this nation forward so that we don't see the unnecessary issues we are seeing now, because as we see now the protesters have been infiltrated by anarchists who want to take us back to where we have been. Mr. Speaker, this is not about Gen Z. It should be a general call by Kenyans, and let it start with we members of parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to say that I support this motion, but hoping that we will bring amendments so that all the good things that members are talking here will also be captured in that motion. I will start by sending my condolences to the family, friends of those who have lost their lives. There are over 30 people, but we hope the exact number is going to be provided. Mr. Speaker, I also want to express my sympathies to the family of those people who lost their lives within the precincts of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that Parliament requires to be cleansed because the blood of innocent Kenyans is within the presence of Parliament, and I hope those of us who believe in prayers will have prayers to also cleanse Parliament so that we continue as a holy institution, as a sacred institution, and as a respected institution. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Senate leadership, led by yourselves and the minority and majority leaders, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, as we are reflecting on what is happening in our nation, the house that has caused all this problem, they are in hiding, Mr. Speaker. They are in hiding. Many of them are hiding from the people. Many of them don't want to be seen in public because they know what they did was not right. And the Senate has taken up the challenge of being a house of reason to discuss these issues freely. And I just hope, Mr. Speaker, whatever we discuss here, we debate here, should not just end with this debate, but we should have a system of ensuring that whatever we talk about here is actually implemented. I think that will be the main challenge as we debate this particular motion, that what strategies are we going to employ to ensure the many good things we have discussed are implemented. Mr. Speaker, I think the protest by the GenZ is a awakening call to the government and to the entire population of Kenya. And this is a moment that we require to reflect and reset our nation, reset this Senate, reset the National Assembly, and reset all the state organs so that they comply to the wishes of the many Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to all the speakers who had an opportunity to speak to this motion. But Mr. Speaker, I want to divert a bit and say the problem of this nation is here. The problem of this nation is with the Parliament of Kenya. The problem of this, the other institution that is responsible for our problem is the presidency. And we have not talked eloquently about that. I want to take this chance to talk about that, Mr. Speaker. Parliament, what happened to Parliament? Parliament was a holy institution that was always on the side of the people. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, when I was a student at the university here, long before I knew I would become a politician, I used to come to the public galleries to watch Boni, Khalwale here, Onyonka here, debate. To debate. And I used to enjoy the debate, Mr. Speaker. I used to enjoy the debate because they were debating openly and there was no fear. And they were there for the people of Kenya. But Parliament of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not accusing anyone, we have descended. Parliamentary democracy has descended in this country. When we talk about all the omissions that we have talked about, someone listening to us will ask, what have you people done? All this has happened under your watch. What have you done? When we say the IG should be removed from office, what has Parliament done? That is National Assembly and the Senate. So we stand to be blamed by Kenyans. And when we reflect, I think a lot of reflection has to be focused on Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we have allowed Parliament to be an appendage of the state. We have allowed Parliament to be an appendage of state. How do you feel when before a critical bill before the House, parliamentary group meetings are held in State House? Mr. Speaker, I think we need to change the standing orders so that all parliamentary group meetings are held within the presence of Parliament. Even my own party, ODM, we should hold our meetings within the presence of Parliament. Let our leader come here and chair our meetings. Let President Ruto come to this Parliament and chair the parliamentary group meeting within the presence of Parliament. The idea of us being taken to State House and given orders on how to operate in this house, how to vote, has to stop from today. Mr. Speaker, we always start on a wrong note when we have a new Parliament. That even our own leadership for parliamentary committees and especially departmental committees, it is decided in State House. And our own secretariats here in Parliament just facilitates that. We need to ensure parliamentary democracy comes back so that let the members of the committee freely elect their leader. Because I have served in the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, and I saw chairs of committees were behaving like PS to cabinet secretaries. How will they oversight cabinet secretary when you as a chair, you are very cozy with the cabinet secretary? You go to his office to drink tea in the morning, to eat lunch, seek favors, and this person is supposed to appear before you to answer questions. How is it possible? Honorable members, I think before we blame any other institution, we have to start here. We remember in 2008, when Marende was the Speaker of the National Assembly, when everyone thought that the country was going to burn, Parliament stood and united the country through the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have done so well as a Speaker. But I'm sorry, the Speaker of the National Assembly has let us down. Because you cannot be a Speaker of the National Assembly and then over the weekend you put on party colors. To go to meetings, political meetings, make political statements. I'm the kingpin of the Luya. I am the party leader of this party. We need to have speakers who are impartial, who are independent, so that they can lead us on the way. Honorable Wakoli, my friend, we are reflecting. Allow us to reflect.
Just take a seat.
Allow us to reflect. Allow us to reflect. Allow us to reflect.
Order, Honorable Senator.
I am saying this.
Senator Osotsi, just take a seat. Honorable Senators, we have started so well. Order, Honorable Senators. Before debate started on this particular motion, we said because of the sensitivity and where we are, we allow ourselves to ventilate as much as we can with less interruption. Many of the statements that are going to be made here may touch us not in a friendly way, but yet they have to be said if you're to move forward. So, honorable senators, if we have to move forward, we need to face each other and speak the truth. And ordinarily the truth, no matter the pain that truth may cause, if you're to move forward. And therefore, Honorable Wakoli, when I give you the opportunity, you will have a chance to correct facts that you feel they were not put in the correct fashion. So kindly allow Senator Osotsi to complete his intervention, and thereafter when you rise, you will have that opportunity to put your case as you see, as you deem it fit. Proceed, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't intend to hurt my good friend, the Speaker of the National Assembly, but this is a moment of reflection, and this is something I've thought. I have seen the norms, parliamentary norms, even within the Commonwealth. And it may not be there in the Constitution that the Speaker has to be aligned in some manner, but the norms, the global norms are there. And for us to ensure Parliament is respected, let us have the people who preside over the House, in this case the speakers, not be involved in active politicking over the weekend. And that is the line that I was taking. And if for any good reason that I have offended Honorable Wakoli and his party leader, I want to apologize, but to say that I'm reflecting on that. Mr. Speaker, still talking about parliamentary democracy. Mr. Speaker, when you go to National Assembly, and I think even here, there are words on the door that says, for the welfare of society and a just government of the people. Those words are not there for nothing. They mean something. They talk about welfare of the society. The society is the country. The just government of the people. That should be the words or the phrases that are supposed to guide us in this House. The moment we divert from that and start engaging as political parties or as an appendage of state, we lose it completely. So I think, for me, that would be an important thing. Mr. Speaker, this House has done public participation. But public participation in this country means nothing, Mr. Speaker. They did public participation over housing bill. They did public participation over the first, the finance bill 2023, and even the recent one, finance 2023-24. But the views of Kenyans were not factored in the final report that was presented to the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, these are the things that annoy the people and make us look bad. So even as we are reflecting, I hope that we will have a committee or we'll have some people sitting down and discussing how do we reset Parliament to be what it was and not what we are having now. So, Mr. Speaker, I started by saying that the problem is here, and that is why I'm addressing Parliament. Now let me go to the presidency. Let me go to the presidency, which is the second problem. Mr. Speaker, the presidency must understand that they are in power. They are no longer campaigning. We know they gave us promises. Some of those promises have not been implemented. Kenyans are patient. They are waiting. But don't continue giving promise after promise. Every day you wake up, new promise has come. And sometimes those promises are not consistent. They are not consistent. And Kenyans now, when the Kenyans start having doubt in their leader, when their leader speaks and they say, we know he's not going to say the truth, then we have a problem. So my view is that the presidency needs to understand, and this is what Honorable Halwale said, there are many institutions that can talk on behalf of the president in government. He doesn't have to talk on everything. He doesn't have to appear all over. President Kibaki led this country from his home. I have met 3 ministers in President Kibaki's government who tell me that in the 10 years that Kibaki was the president, he only called them twice. He only engaged ministers when they go to the cabinet and when you are presenting a memo. But outside that, he would not call you easily. So we have a problem. And I hope the president is listening to me. That Mr. President, you need to change. And the earlier you change, the better. Talk less, appear less in public, and manage your promises. And that way, Kenya, we will not have this problem. Court orders must be obeyed. I mean, when you tell us that mambo matatu, and you threaten people, you don't obey court orders, we have a problem as a country. When you engage the country at an international level in agreements that hurt the people of Kenya, we have a problem. Because the constitution is very clear, treaties must involve Parliament. They must go through Parliament, Mr. Speaker. That is not happening now. So, Mr. President, wherever you are, if you are listening to me as a leader elected by the people of Vihiga, I want to tell you, Mr. President, even as we reflect as the Senate, we also want you to reflect. And members have talked about change in government. I want to say, Mr. President, I think the first thing you need to do, assent to the IBC bill that is before you. The National Assembly has processed the bill. The Senate has processed the bill. The Speaker now has given a report from the National Assembly. The next thing, this evening, Mr. President, sign the IBC into law so that we start having an IBC in place. Mr. Speaker, overhaul of the cabinet. Most of the cabinet members are incompetent. Cabinet secretaries, most of them are incompetent. They are very incompetent. Today, you will hear a cabinet secretary making a pronunciation on a matter that is touching on another ministry. And you wonder, is this government not coordinating? The matter of reduction of government ministry, I think is logical. The number of principal secretaries is actually bloated. and I think it's important for the numbers to be reduced. Mr. Speaker, on another topic of budget making. Mr. Speaker, we know the President has written back to the National Assembly referring back the finance bill. But if you read Article 115, it talks about Parliament. It talks about Parliament. We have been kicked out of the process of budget making as a Senate, unconstitutionally. And Senator Umtata has this matter in court. If you read the Constitution, it's very clear that Parliament includes both the Senate and the National Assembly. That referral of Article 115 talks about Parliament. As a demonstration of good faith, Mr. President, retract your referral to the National Assembly and send it to both houses, the Senate and the National Assembly. Because that is what the Constitution says. And even in budget making process, Article 249(3) talks about Parliament shall allocate adequate funds to enable each commission and independent offices to operate. Why have we overlooked this? When you insist on Article 109(5) that talks about introduction of the bill in the National Assembly, that is just introducing. Article 109(3) talks about considered, and considered appears in many parts of the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, part of the problem is that the process of budget making, including finance bill, must involve the Senate. So that if National Assembly does not do the right thing, Senate, a house of reason, will tell them no. And will tell them no in a big way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also talk about public debt. I think it's important for us to audit the public debt. Let us know the exact debt that we have. Let people not be telling us we have this debt and we don't have any statement of debt. We don't have any audit report. I think this should be one of the major proposals to come from this. And even as we audit our debt, let us think about institutions which are consuming public funds and they are unconstitutional. First ladies, second ladies, sijui prime cabinet secretary's wife, we all have wives and we were elected. If you are elected and you are earning a salary, let your wife use your salary to do the things he's doing. A husband. Let that money come from your salary. Let us not be told that we elected a leader and governors have started doing the same. Yes. They have started doing as a first wives governor, whatever. Hiyo maneno tuwachane nayo. We must, in fact, the president said in the interview from Monday, we want to see it communicated officially. Because he has not done that officially. Those offices are bloated. Last 2 weeks, when this matter had started, the first lady came near my home and met some widows, about 1,000 widows, a place called Mungoma. Talked to them and left them without anything. Just to come and play politics? I think we must relook at these offices and scrub them because they are consuming a lot of resources. Mr. Speaker, let me talk about corruption, Mr. Speaker. Corruption is a cancer in this country.
Order, honorable senators.
And if
Senator Sotsi to be heard in silence, please.
If we want to do justice to this country, Mr. Speaker, let us revisit Chapter 6 of the Constitution, Leadership and Integrity Act. Can we have this chapter fully implemented? If we need to move forward.
You'll have 2 minutes to wind up, Senator Sotsi.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of reforms in the police. The Constitution had good intention. Created the office of IPOA, we created the office of Police Service Commission, but we have allowed these two offices to be muzzled by the IG. This is where we need to start. And if we are talking about recommendations, this is one area that we need to really recommend. But I agree with the colleagues who have said that the Inspector General of Police has failed and he must leave the office either through resignation or a removal from office. Because we have seen death under him during the Azimio protest and now during this protest. Mr. Speaker, I support, but with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wafula.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii, ili vile vile nipeane rambirambi na pole kwa familia zilizopoteza wapenzi wanao katika purukushani iliyokuwa katika mji mkuu wa Kenya na viunga vyake pembe mbalimbali za nchi ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile nikushukuru kwa kujaribu kudhibiti mawimbi katika jumba la Senate. Licha ya kupeana mwelekeo, Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima sisi kama jumba la Senate tuweze kujadili kinagaubaga yale ambayo yanahusu wa Kenya katika awamu hii ya jumba la Senate. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika jumba hili kuna vitengo mbalimbali vya uongozi na kamati mbalimbali za uongozi. Mara tena na tena kumekuwa na ripoti zinazoletwa hapa Senate kuhusiana na ubadhirifu wa pesa za umma, ukabila na mambo mengine ambayo haendi sambamba na matarajio ya Wakenya. Sasa tumekuwa hapa karibu miaka miwili, Mheshimiwa Spika, na kile ninajaribu kuwaomba viongozi wa kamati hizi. Kaunti ya Garissa imekuwa na changamoto, ufisadi, kuandikwa kwa watu pasipo kufuata misingi ya katiba na kadhalika. Lakini jumba la Senate halijachukua msimamo kupeana mwelekeo na kupeana makataa ya siku ngapi zinazotarajiwa majibu yatekelezwe na nyenzo mbalimbali za nchi ya Kenya. Mimi naomba Mheshimiwa Spika, jumba la Senate na la kitaifa lisiwe jumba la kupiga miayo na kulia pasipo kutekeleza kwa mujibu wa katiba. Kaunti ya Migori, kaunti ya Trans Nzoia, kaunti mbalimbali zote zina changamoto ambazo taasisi na kamati hapa bunge zinajua kuna shida na tunajua suluhisho ziko wapi. Naomba kutoka leo, Mheshimiwa Spika, kando na kujieleza na kupeana madawa kama Panado kwa Wakenya, lazima tupeane matibabu ya kweli kwa wakati unaostahili. KRA imekuwa inaandika watu, Mheshimiwa Spika, kamati husika ina takwimu za kuthibitishwa, lakini bado hatujachukua hatua ya kuwaita waliohusika kuandika watu kinyume cha katiba ili wang'atuke katika ofisi na taratibu zinazotakikana kufuatwa zifuatwe. Wizara ya Kawi vile vile imekuwa na awamu ya kuandika watu. Hatujaona kamati hizi zikileta ripoti viongozi hawa waweze kuwajibika. Na mimi naomba Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Rais, kitengo cha walio wengi katika bunge, sasa tunazungumza lugha ya Wakenya, tuweze sasa kuonyesha kwa vitendo kutoka sasa kwenda mbele. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilipong'atuka hapa ili kujaribu kumwambia Mheshimiwa Otsotsi yale aliyo moyoni mwangu, kile nimegundua Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile kumekuwa na taratibu ama falsafa ya muungano ama handshake ambayo imeonekana hapa Kenya. Katika awamu iliyopita kulikuwa na lawama. Katika awamu hii tumeona kana kwamba kuna mahaba fulani, uhuba fulani. Wakati unaostahili watu wananyamaza, lakini unaona watu wanapoongea huenda wako njaa. Mheshimiwa Spika, wa Kenya wanauliza haya maswali. Wakati mambo yanatakana kuongelewa watu wamenyamaza. Ndio vijana wameamuka sasa katika kaunti. Angalia wizara za vijana katika kaunti zote nchi ya Kenya. 99% sio vijana, na ni mawaziri wanaosimamia vijana katika kaunti zetu. Angalia kazi zinapotangazwa katika kaunti zetu, vijana hawapewi nafasi. Wao ni kuangalia kwa video na simu za rununu. Kandarasi zinazopewa Mheshimiwa Spika kitaifa na katika kaunti, vijana hawapewi huku Nairobi, vijana hawapewi kazi kule mashinani. Lazima tuonekane tukisema na kutenda. Na mimi naomba Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi sasa tuache kwenda mikutano Mombasa na kadhalika kuandika ripoti. Tupewe fedha za kutosha, twende mashinani tuchunge pesa tunazopeleka mashinani. Tumekuwa na kamati ya ugatuzi kule Bungoma tukiangalia soko. Tumekuwa na Mheshimiwa Osoti katika Vihiga County kule mashinani. Tumekuwa Wajia, tumejionea kwa macho Mheshimiwa Spika, pesa zetu wa Kenya wanapigana kwa sababu hali ya maisha imepanda, wanashtumu jumba la kitaifa, lakini hapa mashinani katika county wanakamuliwa polepole pasipo wao kujua. Na sasa sisi tuna mjadala hapa na mswada wa public participation, mahusiano ya Wakenya na viongozi. Tupeleke mchakato huu pale mashinani, wajue bajeti za county zinaandikwa vipi, takwimu za county ziko vipi, na wao watanufaika vipi kutokana na jasho lao ambalo kwao tunapeleka pesa mashinani. Sasa mimi Mheshimiwa Spika, naungana na Wakenya wote. Juzi tumeona waziri wa afya, waziri wa elimu na baadhi ya wabunge katika nchi ya Kenya wakipeana barua za kazi kana kwamba ni barua za watoto kwenda kuleta karo kutoka nyumbani. Sehemu zingine maelfu ya watoto wetu wamepiga foleni kutafuta kazi za ualimu. Kwingine watoto wanapiga magoti, wanaponyosha mikono juu barua inawapiga kifuani. Tutawakimbilia nani hawa watoto? Watamkimbilia nani? Watawalilia nani? Iwapo baadhi ya wale wanapeana hizi barua tunawajua, ni majirani zetu, ni mandugu zetu, lakini hatujaona viongozi wakisimama kidete kuwakataza mawaziri kwamba muache kutumia mbinu za mkato kuwapa watoto wenu kazi, ili hali wetu wa mashinani wanajionea kwa macho. Lazima tuseme ukweli Mheshimiwa Spika. Haijalishi wewe unatoka kabila gani, cha muhimu tenda wema, nenda zako. Mimi ni miongoni mwa wale vijana chipukizi katika jumba la Senate. Yale ninaona hapa wengine wanapiga kelele Mheshimiwa Spika, wanatoa machozi ya mamba. Wanatoa machozi ya mamba Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini nyuma ya tent pale yale wanayosema, wanayofanya ni kinyume ya yale wanasema katika vipaza sauti. Na kutoka sasa kwenda mbele Mheshimiwa Spika, wacha fisi adhihirike kuwa fisi na kondoo adhihirike kuwa kondoo, ili Wakenya wapate manufaa ya jumba la Senate. Tumekuwa na kamati ya ukulima Mheshimiwa Spika. Jumba la kitaifa wameandika ripoti wakatangaza. Sisi Senate tumetembea pembe mbalimbali tukajionea kwa macho mbolea gushi ilitumiwa mfumo upi na wale waliohusika. Leo hii tuko hapa Senate Mheshimiwa Spika. Ripoti iko wapi? Ripoti iko wapi? Waliotajwa wako serikali, waliohusika marafiki zako wao wako hapa. Tuseme ukweli Mheshimiwa Spika. Tuache mzaha na Wakenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, sitaki kupita hapa ni kuambia vijana wa nchi ya Kenya, wengi wasifikirie kujamaza kwetu hatujui, tunajua. Na sasa vidonda vitafinywa, ukweli utasemwa. Na iwapo una kazi katika kamati yoyote hapa Senate, fanya kazi yako. Na mimi naomba Mheshimiwa Spika, unajua kuna kamati ambazo zinajadili takwimu na pesa za counties na serikali. Na kila mara tunapokaa hapa Mheshimiwa Spika, unagundua pale palipo minofu na palipo magavana ambao wana uzito kidogo, baadhi yao hawaji hapa, wako kwingine. Wanapangua na kupanga. Ukweli useme Mheshimiwa Spika, hili donda sugu lazima tutatue. Wanakandarasi, wana biashara za kaunti mbalimbali hawajalipwa, wengine zaidi ya miaka 10. Magavana hawalipi. Tunapodai walipwe hapa, kuna utepetevu wa kudhibiti na kuhakikisha sheria zinafuatwa na wanabiashara walipwe. Kwa nini? Ni kwa sababu baadhi ya viongozi wana mahaba ya kisiasa na magavana na viongozi ili kuwafinya wanyonge, hao wapate peremende na waishi maisha yao. Sasa nataka kuona mabadiliko, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kando na kuzungumza kizungu kizuri ama Kiswahili, tunataka kuona mabadiliko kwa vitendo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna sehemu za nchi hii miundombinu barabara ni nzuri. Hata barabara zingine ng'ombe wanalala wakiota jua, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini zingine, Mheshimiwa Spika, wengine wanashangaa wako Kenya gani? Na mawaziri wa miundombinu na barabara wanatembea kwa ndege za kitaifa, simu za bei juu, kizungu sijui wamekitoa wapi, ili hali wa Kenya wanauliza hata sisi tunatoa ushuru, mbona tushughulikiwi? Lakini tukiuliza tunaambiwa nini? Asilimia yako ni ngapi katika serikali? Na kama ni asilimia, si utuambie asilimia ya watu wa mkoa Magharibi ni ngapi tulipe? Kama ni 1% tulipe ushuru 1%. Na jambo la ukabila, Mheshimiwa Spika, tusijifiche hapa. Ukabila ni donda sugu katika Kenya. Watu wawache kusema tu sisi ni nchi moja. Kama wanataka tujadili ukabila, tuweke hoja bunge tujadili ukabila. Kama ni uwezo wa kuzaa tujadili. Kama ni uwezo wa kuoa tujadili, ili tutatue hili jambo la ukabila. Tumeona juzi kila mtu anasema watu wangu, kwani nani hana watu? Hata Yesu wa Tongareni ana watu, my friend. Na iwapo Kenya hii lazima isonge mbele, lazima tuonane jicho kwa jicho, tuitane ndugu na dada kwa upendo wa Mungu, tutende haki, vizazi vijavyo vitushukuru kwa wema ambayo tunafanya sasa. So kwa hayo mengi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu nchi nzima inanitazama, mimi niko tayari kupambana kuhakikisha nchi ni moja, Wakenya ni wamoja, kila mtu apate haki yake na tusonge mbele. Kwa hayo mengi, na Mungu awabariki sana. Mungu awabariki serikali ya nchi ya Kenya. Thank you.
Senator Faki. Senator Faki, I'm informed that Senator Kavindu needs to...
yes, she indicated that she's unwell.
Absolutely, so just indulge.
Thank you.
Senator Kavindu, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Senator Faki, for giving me the opportunity to speak before you. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to speak on this motion of the State of the Nation today. I want to congratulate every senator who was here yesterday, because of the lack of quorum yesterday, we sat and we came up with this. And I want to thank each one of them for coming up with this, because it is a crucial moment. It is a very timely moment for us to be in the House today to debate this motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by sending my condolences to the families of those who died, the GenZs who died through the brutality of the police. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution, Article 37, talks of every person has a right to peacefully and unharmed assemble and demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions to the public authorities. Mr. Speaker, I'm so saddened by the 6 or 8 GenZs who were killed when they were coming to Parliament to bring their petitions, and yet they were doing their rightful demonstrations. Mr. Speaker, the police, through their leader, the IG, have no right to shoot with live bullets. They would have used blank bullets and tear gas to dispatch our young people. Mr. Speaker, as a mother, I was in this Senate that day, and every time I had a bullet shot, my stomach was like leaving my body as a mother, because I knew that's a bullet which has hit a child. Mr. Speaker, I didn't know what to do. But they would have been allowed just to come. We've had many people in the gallery, the speaker's gallery and the public gallery, to listen, and even we've had many people bring their petitions here, and we have dealt with them. I want to condole with the families and tell the GenZs of Kenya, first of all, I want to congratulate them, because we are here today discussing this motion because they came out. Why? Because they are fed up with the state of the nation and how they are living as our young people. And surely, Mr. Speaker, I saw one of them admitted in Kenyatta National Hospital, and he was saying that he was shot on the back, but thank God he was shot together with Eric Chalo Mutisia. Chalo Mutisia lost his life, but this one survived, and he was in a hospital, and he was saying that he's demonstrating because he has been looking for a job for the last 10 years since he graduated, and many of them have even more than 10 years. Mr. Speaker, they have all rights to demonstrate and to ask the government to provide them with jobs. There are ways, Mr. Speaker, of providing these young people with jobs, because 30% of all jobs in the counties, the 47 counties, belong to the youth, women, and people living with disability. If these jobs, together with the national government, are given to them rightfully without partiality, Mr. Speaker, these children will have jobs, even as others do the jobs that they do through the internet. Mr. Speaker, it has become so difficult for our young people even to get police jobs and army jobs. I've heard many of them saying that they've been asked to give bribes to amounts of like 300,000. I've had cases where parents have approached me telling me that they've sold piece of land to bribe for their jobs, for their children to get jobs, and they've not been able to be employed. Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon the President of the country of Kenya, because I know he listens, and I know he has humor, to see what he can do to these young people and provide jobs for them. I looked at him the other day as he was being interviewed, and I saw a king without a covering, a naked king. Why? Because he was there, he was being asked questions about people he gave jobs who are not doing their jobs the way they should be doing their jobs, and they were nowhere to be seen. Mr. Speaker, it's a shame. It's a shame. I want to call upon the CSs to take their mandate and do their jobs the way they should do their jobs, and cover the president, because they are there, not covering him as in not failing to do their jobs, but they should do their jobs the way they are mandated to do their jobs. If they do their jobs properly, Mr. Speaker, without corruption, nobody will go to the streets to demonstrate. Mr. Speaker, I want to stand and say, all of us as a country and as a nation, as leaders, we have failed. Because many are the times, even here in the Senate, we take sides on partisan, and we do what our parties are guiding us to do. And we forget that we have been sent here by Kenyans who elected us to come and represent them. And many are times we pass even laws that are against them. Mr. Speaker, as we reflect, from the president to the least in this country, We must now think and see how we will work to bring sanity to our country, to bring sanity to parliament, to bring sanity to every organization in this country. And Mr. Speaker, many of these issues are happening because people are given directions on how to vote. And even when a law is hurting, because of the directions, they still go ahead and vote. And a good example is this bill, 2024 financial bill. The parliament voted yes, and it passed. What happened next? The president failed to sign. Why? Because people were not happy with it. It's a shame, even to the parliament. We should stand and do what is right for the people who send us. I am calling upon the AG and the IPOA to do what is right and bring justice. Mr. Speaker, many are the times, like many of the senators who have gone ahead of me have said, cases of corruption, they are there, they are very clear, but they just disappear somewhere. Cases are taken to courts. Justice is never done. Very few people get justice in Kenya, especially the poor. And they stay at home knowing that I can go to court and this is rightfully mine, especially land issues. They know this is my land, but somebody somewhere has grabbed the land, or the land has been sold to them because they have money. This poor person cannot even dare go to court. Why? Because they know even if they go to court, this person will go and bribe the court and they'll never get justice. I'm dealing with so many cases of land in Machakos, and I know what I'm talking about. It is a high time every institution reflects and we come back to Namase and we do what is right for our people if we don't want Kenya to go into the ruins. Mr. Speaker, we are talking here, but I pray and I request that all the discussions that we are discussing here today and the debate is going to go into this motion and is going to be implemented. Mr. Speaker, the young people have said it all through media, social media, but I want to call upon the young people, the GenZs. You are free to bring your petitions to this Senate, and we will discuss them and we will implement them. Even if there is nowhere else you can be heard, at the Senate you'll be heard. Sit down or communicate in the way that you are communicating and send your petitions to the Senate. We will deal with it. And even before then, we will continue talking and saying what you are saying. Mr. Speaker, these children are crying for jobs. They are crying to see everything being done in the proper manner. And Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to all of us through a scripture in the Bible, in the book of Isaiah, chapter 1 and verse 18. It says, come, we reason together. It is a time for Kenyans to come together and reason together. Mr. President, reason together with your people. We are here to work for the goodness of this country. We do not want bloodshed, and we are demanding for those who have been arrested through demonstrations, demonstrating without violence, to be released with immediate effect. And those who have died, they should be assisted in burial, because some of them comes from very poor families. Like Rex comes from a single mother. He has no father, he has nobody else, he has nowhere. He lives with his grandmother, and the mother is suffering, trying to see how she can bury her son. So I'm calling upon the President and all the organization and even this Senate to intervene and contribute so that some of these people can be buried honorably, like some of the senators have said, especially those who were killed here at Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we've nullified the shift in delegated legislation, and we want to see all the statutes and the laws that are going to be made in this country to be favorable to the people of Kenya. And if we do that, Mr. Speaker, it will be well, and our people will settle, and they will be happy, and we will live in a peaceful country. Kenya is a country where every other country runs here as refugees, and they stay here peacefully. And they are wondering when they are seeing Kenya running the way it is running. I am calling upon each one of us to reflect, and even as we reflect, let us do the right thing for our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Miraj.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kuweza kunipa fursa hii dhahabia na mimi niweze kutoa changizo zangu kwenye masuala ya kijamii ambayo yanaendelea katika taifa letu. Na nitangulize kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kuweza leo kuwa na amani katika taifa letu hadi sisi kuweza kukaa katika kikao hiki. Pili, nitume rambirambi zangu kwa wale walioondokewa na vipenzi wao, watoto wao, waume zao, na hata watoto wao wanaokwenda shule. Kwa hakika majuma haya mawili ambao yametupa kisogo hivi sasa yametutingisa sisi kama jamii, kama taifa. Bwana Spika, nianze kwa kutanguliza ya kwamba gumzo linaloendelea hivi sasa ni kana kwamba ugatuzi umeondoka katika taifa la Kenya, kwa sababu anayenyoshewa kidole cha lawama ni rais wa taifa la Kenya peke yake. Na itakuwa ni unafiki mkubwa nisipoliangazia hili, kwa sababu tuko na magatuzi 47 ambayo yanaendeshwa na magavana. Na sisi haswa kama maseneta, Bwana Spika, ni wasimamizi wa magatuzi haya 47. Lakini kwa sababu tumeitwa, ni lazima tuitike na tuoneshe uongozi kwa taifa la Kenya ya kwamba sisi kama maseneta tuko tayari kuziba pengo ambalo limekuwa likiendelea kwa muda mrefu. Bwana Spika, nitaanza na swala la ukabila katika taifa la Kenya. Nitaendelea na swala la ardhi katika taifa la Kenya. Bwana Spika, tunazungumzia maandamano ambayo yameibuka kwa sababu ya swala la finance bill. Lakini mimi kama Rais William Samoei Ruto, Bwana Spika, nitasema ya kwamba tusiyazungumzie matukio ya majuma haya mawili kana kwamba taifa la Kenya ndio limeanza kupata uhuru wa taifa hili. Nitazungumzia swala la corruption, ufisadi, kwa sababu baada ya mengi ambayo tumeyazungumzia ya kwamba hatutaki mapendekezo ya kutozwa ushuru yalikuwa yamepelekwa katika jumba la wajumbe wetu kule National Assembly.
Senator Miraj, just to bring to your attention, there is a statement you have said, mimi kama rais.
Nimepeana mfano kwa wale ambao hawakuelewa Kiswahili. Mimi kama alivyotangulia kusema rais, ya kwamba hatutachukua suluhu ya tatizo ya haya majuma mawili kana kwamba tumepata uhuru juzi, na tukubaliane kama taifa na sisi kama bunge la Seneti ya kwamba Asante Bispika. Kumekuwa na malimbikizi ya matatizo ambayo yamekuwa ni sawa na msongo wa mawazo katika taifa letu la Kenya, Bispika. Kule Mombasani gatuzi 001, kwa sababu sitaongea hapa kama kiongozi wa kitaifa ikiwa nitajitoa kama kiongozi ambaye nimetoka nyanjani. Na namshukuru rais kwa kuweza kunipa fursa hii, kwa sababu chama cha UDA kilitafuta vijana wakakamavu, na tunapozungumzia GenZ, hata sisi kina Miraji ni GenZ wa kutoka kule 001. Na kwa sababu tumesema tutazungumza bila unafiki, niruhusu Bispika kusema haya. Kule Mombasa tumekuwa na tatizo la ardhi. Familia zetu wamepewa barua, na nitaomba nitaje vitongoji: pale Bondeni, pale Mwembe Kuku, kule Likoni Visangalaweni, kule Junda, kule Kisauni na maeneo yote. Na haya yote yanakuja kwa sababu taasisi zinapopeana recommendation hakuna kitu kinafanyika. Sisi kama serikali ya UDA, Bispika, tulizunguka katika taifa la Kenya na tukawaambia Wakenya ya kwamba kuna makosa yanatendeka na serikali iliyokuwepo. Lakini tangu tuingie mamlakani hakuna hata mtu mmoja, Bispika, ambaye amewekwa pingu katika mikono yake kuashiria ya kwamba yale tuliyokuwa tunayazungumza wakati wa kampeni tumekuja kuwafanyia wananchi wa Kenya haki. Bispika, nikibaki katika nukuu yangu ya masuala ya mashamba, jambo la kusikitisha, mawakili ambao wanawasimamia wale wanaotunyanyasa sisi ni miongoni mwa viongozi ambao wanakwenda kuzima nyota ya jamii zetu ambao wamepokonywa mashamba yale. Bispika, nikisimama katika nukuu ya ufisadi, ningependa pia kuzungumzia taasisi kama ya EACC. Ni jambo la kusikitisha, na tungependa taasisi hizi ziweze kuweka wazi. Je, wale ambao wanaondolewa mashtaka hivi sasa walikuwa wameshtakiwa kwa uonevu, ama ni kwa sababu sahihi wako sawa kisiasa ndiposa taasisi hii inakunja mkia na kuweza kuachilia huru bila haki kupatiwa wananchi wa Kenya? Bispika, nimezungumza mambo ya malimbikizi ya hasira yaliyowafanya vijana wetu kutoka barabarani. Niliweza kuzungumza katika jumba hili, Bispika, kuhusu kufunguliwa kwa anga ya Moi International Airport. Cha kusikitisha, Bispika, waziri alifungulia ndege moja ambayo ni ya Kenya Airways yetu ya hapa nchini kuweza kutua na kuenda Dubai. Lakini wakati nikisimama hapa, Bispika, nilikuwa wazi na niliomba jumba hili la Seneti liweze kufungua anga kwa ajili ya ndege zote ili utalii uweze kushamiri katika majimbo yetu. Hakuna mtu mwenye njaa, Bispika, ambaye ana furaha. Watoto waliokuwa katika barabara zetu wa GenZ, Bispika, walikuwa watoto ambao wameumia kwa muda mrefu, muda wa kuwa hawapati fursa sawia. Na nazungumza kwa nukuu ya mtoto wa Kipwani ambaye anasikia kuna walimu 50,000 wameajiriwa na serikali ya Kenya, lakini akiuliza ni mwalimu gani ameajiriwa hawezi kusema kama nani ameajiriwa. Haya ndio katika na miongoni masuala tata ambayo yalifanya vijana wetu kwenda kwenye barabara. Baada ya jiji la Nairobi, jiji ama gatuzi ambayo ilifuatilia kwa watu wengi waliojitokeza ilikuwa gatuzi 001, Bispika. Na nazungumza kwa uchungu kwa sababu hata wale vijana wetu ambao tunawapeleka kwenda kusoma pale Bandari Maritime Academy, zile shahada wanazopewa haziwaruhusu wao kuingia katika meli za kitaifa. Hii ni kimaanisha ya kwamba haiyafikii viwango vya kitaifa. Mtoto anasoma pale, anarudi anaingia kwenye meli, anaambiwa aende South Africa, aende akapate tena kusoma. Na nilikuwa nimepata chemichemi ya furaha, Bispika, lakini naona ndoto yangu ilizimwa kwa sababu finance bill haikupita. Na mimi kama walivyotangulia viongozi wenzangu, Bispika, ningemuomba rais wangu kipenzi aweze kulivunja baraza la mawaziri haraka iwezekanavyo. Kwa sababu haiwezekani Yale mazuri yote ambayo mtoto wa pwani alikuwa anaenda kuyapata katika hii finance bill ameyakosa kwa sababu kuna mtu hakutoka akajieleza vizuri. Na nipende kuwapongeza wajumbe wetu ambao tulikuwa nao State House. Na mimi nasema Speaker, nimeambiwa Miraji, msimamo wako mkali kusimama nyuma ya rais utakufanya usichaguliwe. Mimi niko hapa tayari na nitatumia fursa hii Speaker kuwaeleza vijana wa Kenya ya kwamba ile finance bill ambayo wameikataa, ambayo ndo waliamua itakuwa sababu ya wao kupasua kile kilichoko ndani, wamepoteza mambo mengi mazuri sana. Na nawapigia saluti wajumbe wetu wakianzwa na Rueda ambaye amekejeliwa na kukashifiwa ya kwamba hamukufanya makosa, lakini ilikuwa muhimu kwa taifa na kwa rais kuweza kukataa kutia sahihi, sio kwa sababu mswada ulikuwa mbaya, bali kwa sababu tuna mazungumzo mingi kama taifa Speaker ambayo tulipaswa kuyazungumza. Na nafurahi leo Speaker nimeweza kusimama hapa. Watu wanapozungumzia uporaji wa rasilimali, nashangaa viongozi wameongea. Sisi pale Mombasa Speaker, kinachoniumiza, miaka 10 tangu ugatuzi uanze, hatuna kiwanja cha kucheza kabumbu. Kabumbu ambayo watoto wa kipwani walikuwa wanasifika kwa kuweza kuisakata. Lakini kwa sababu ya ufisadi, kwa sababu mamilioni yaliekezwa, lakini uwanja wa Mombasa Stadium mpaka leo umebaki kuwa ndoto. Mombasa Stadium Speaker imekuwa shamba la wanyama. Ukiingia pale unapatana hata na simba, wakati mamilioni ya pesa yalitengwa. Mimi nashangaa watu wakisema sijui rais ni wakutenga, ni wakutenga. Watu wa Mombasa, na waomba muniangalie kwenye macho yangu, munieleze na tukubaliane ni mamilioni mangapi yametengwa Mombasa na yameibiwa. Ikiwa tunataka kuinyorosha nchi hii, ikiwa tunataka kuwa wakweli na uongozi wa taifa la Kenya, tuweni wakweli kuanzia pale tulipo. Tuliamka na tukapiga kura 6, lakini kidole cha lawama kimebaki kwenye kura 1. Mimi namwambia Rais William Samoei Ruto, ukubwa ni jaa. Kubali kila kitu unachotupiwa, lakini kwa kauli yako uliposema katika maswali ulipokuwa na waandishi wa habari, ulisema umefurahi kuwa vijana wametufikisha hapa. Na huu ndio wakati tuache kujificha nyuma ya microphone. Kila mtu katika hili bunge ako na majukumu ya kuweza kuilinda rasilimali ya Mkenya. Sisi sote Speaker tuko na majukumu ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba zile recommendations tunapeana kama bunge zinasikizwa. Speaker, ni seneti hino ambayo ilikaa na ikaamua ya kwamba wanaoishi Pakistani waweze kurejeshwa katika nyumba zilizojengwa za affordable housing pale Buxton Point. Lakini mpaka leo, baada ya report kuandikwa na kupeana katika hili bunge la seneti, hakuna mtu yoyote ambaye alikuwa mkaazi wa Buxton ambaye amerejeshwa kukaa katika hizo nyumba Speaker. Ni jambo la kusikitisha Speaker. Tume ilitengezwa hapa katika taifa la Kenya, tume ya TGRC, na ripoti ikaandikwa na mapendekezo yakapeanwa Speaker, lakini mpaka leo ripoti hizi ama madaftari haya yamebaki katika shelves za maeneo ya bunge hili. Hakuna hata moja ambalo linafanywa kazi. Ikiwa kweli tunataka kubadilisha, ikiwa kweli Speaker tuko tayari kubadilisha mienendo yetu, basi tuache unafiki wa uongozi, unafiki wa kunyosheana vidole vya lawama. Huu ni wakati sisi kama viongozi Speaker tuweze kukubali. Na hata nilisikia seneta mmoja hapa Speaker akisema kwamba watu wataresign. Cha kushangaza, sijaona seneta yoyote ameresign. Speaker, katika bunge hili tuna kamati ambazo zinasimamia rasilimali hizi, na mimi nimezungumzia baadhi ya mipango ambayo ilikuwa imepangwa na magavana hawa. Magavana hawa leo hawako, miradi haikufanyika. Je, lawama hili pia tutamtwika rais? Nakumbuka Speaker, wakati wa campaign tukisema ya kwamba bilioni 2 zilikuwa zinapotea kila siku, lakini mpaka sasa Speaker, hakuna mtu hata mmoja ambaye amevishwa pingu akaambiwa huyu ndio alikuwa sababu ya kupotea kwa mabilioni yale ya pesa. Je, sisi kama viongozi tunawaambia nini wale ambao kwa kule nje? Na mimi nashukuru Speaker kwamba leo kiongozi wetu wa wengi ametupa fursa tuyatoe yale ambao yako kwenye mioyo yetu. Tunasikitika kwa sababu rais alizunguka na akatutafuta sisi ambao tulikuwa kule mashinani tukizungumzia masuala ya mashinani, lakini tunashindwa kuona je, tatizo liko wapi? Nimemsikia kwa kauli yake bwana rais akituambia ya kwamba alipoingia katika uongozi aliweka sahihi na akapeana independence kwenye polisi. Leo hii bado kuna mtu anamuuliza rais kwa nini watoto wameuliwa. Ndio maana narejelea kusema ukubwa ni jaa, taasisi zote ziweze kufanya kazi zile ambazo zimewekwa kuzifanya, na sio sisi kama viongozi kila saa kutaka kuonesha ya kwamba kwa sababu tunautaka ufuasi wa kisiasa tunanyoshiana vidole. Speaker, miaka 10 ya ugatuzi, watu wa pwani wamekuwa wakipewa pesa mabilioni. Mpaka sasa mwaka wa 12 wa ugatuzi, sisi watu wa pwani tunasema we are marginalized. Nataka kujua fedha zile zinaenda wapi? Mbona hatusikii nduru katika magatuzi haya ambayo yamekuwa yakisema ya marginalized? Ni shida gani haswa tuko nazo sisi kama wananchi? Speaker, naomba kusema kwamba hatua kali ziweze kuchukuliwa kwa maafisa ambao waliweza kutumia nguvu katika maandamano haya. Naomba Speaker, wale maafisa wote ambao waliweza kutumia nguvu hadi kuangamiza maisha ya watoto wetu waweze kuchukuliwa hatua bila kusaza. Wale wananchi ambao wameonekana bayana wakiweza kuwapiga maaskari wetu, hali kadhalika Speaker, waweze kuchukuliwa hatua. Na mimi kama waliotangulia kuzungumza nasema hizo nyongeza ambazo tumewekewa kama maseneta, mimi mwana wa Abdullahi pia siko tayari kwa nyongeza hiyo, na ningependa iweze kupelekwa kwa pale ambako itasaidia watu wengine ambao wana uhitaji wa zaidi. Kwa hayo mengi machache, nashukuru Speaker, na Mungu alibariki taifa letu.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Munyihaji Mohamed Faki, you had given your opportunity to Senator Kavidu. You may now take the opportunity to debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Asante Madam Speaker kwa kunipa fursa hii, na nafikiri Senator Kajwanga inafaa urudi kwa kiti chako. Naona yes. Mheshimiwa, kwanza ningependa kusahihisha kwamba Mombasa hakuna simba. Hakuna simba Mombasa. Municipal Stadium na mahali popote Mombasa huwezi kupata simba. Kwa hivyo msiwe na hofu kuja Mombasa, hakuna simba. Pili, Madam Speaker, ningependa nichukue fursa hii kwa niaba yangu binafsi na kwa niaba ya wakazi wa kaunti ya Mombasa kupeleka rambirambi kwa jamaa, marafiki na ndugu wote ambao waliuliwa wakati wa maandamano ya jana
Senator Karen
tarehe 25
use your phone during the proceedings, please.
Na zile siku zingine ambazo kulikuwa na maandamano. Mheshimiwa Speaker, vifo vyao vitakumbukwa kwa muda mrefu katika historia ya nchi yetu. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Speaker, ningependa kutoa salamu kwa wale ambao walijeruhiwa na vile vile kupoteza mali zao kutokana na vurugu ambazo zimeendelea kutokea katika nchi yetu kutokana na maandamano ambayo yameongozwa na GenZ. Mheshimiwa Speaker, pia natambua udhamini wa hoja hii uliofanywa na viongozi wa wengi na viongozi wa wachache wa bunge hili. Mheshimiwa Speaker, udhamini huu umeweza kuleta shwari katika nchi yetu na vile vile pia katika bunge hili, kwa sababu watu wamepewa fursa ya kuzungumza yote walionao moyoni mwao. Mheshimiwa Spika, Kenya ni moja na ndio nchi yetu ambayo sote tunaipenda na vile vile hatuna mahali pengine pa kwenda. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, maandamano yalipogandamizwa kwa matumizi ya nguvu za kupita kiasi, ilikuwa ni masikitiko makubwa kwa nchi yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona kwamba maandamano ya juzi yalivyozimwa, vile vile na yale maandamano ya mwaka jana yaliyofanywa na sisi wafuasi wa Azimio, tumeona kwamba kuna mwelekeo ambao sio sawa kwa polisi wetu. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, hii imetokana na kwamba polisi wetu hawajaweza kupata fursa ya kusoma katiba kama katiba inavyoamrisha. Mheshimiwa Spika, katiba inatupa fursa ya kuandamana kwa amani, na tuliona kwamba wale vijana ambao walijitokeza wote waliandamana kwa amani, isipokuwa maandamano yale yalifurushwa na polisi kwa njia ambazo sio za sawa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nichukue fursa hii pia kuwapongeza vijana wetu wa GenZ kwa kuweza kuithibitishia nchi kwamba wanaweza kuwa na umoja, wanaweza kupambana na ukabila, na wanaweza pia kuleta siasa za maoni ama issues kuliko zile siasa za kikabila na siasa za kimbari. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba nisikizwe kwa makini. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeomba nisikizwe in silence. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama haiwezekani ni nyamaze.
Honorable members, can the senator be heard in silence, please? Please. Proceed, Senator Faki.
No, Mheshimiwa Spika, naona kuna watu wengi wamesimama kando yako na tupati ile attention ambayo tunataka.
Proceed, Senator Faki, that is duly noted.
Yes. Mheshimiwa Spika, matatizo ambayo yametukumba ni malumbukizi ya matatizo ambayo yameanza kutoka wakati wa uhuru. Wakati wakoloni walipoondoka, waliingia wakoloni mamboleo ambao wameendelea kutugandamiza mpaka hivi sasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ugandamizaji huu Mheshimiwa Spika uko katika hali ya kudhibiti rasilimali za nchi. Tunaona kwamba rasilimali za nchi zinadhibitiwa na wachache na wengi wetu wako katika lindi la maskini na uchochole kwa muda wote huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tulielezwa kwamba Kenya ni kampuni ambayo ina wanahisa. Wengine wanahisa kama Cherargei hapa ni mwenye hisa, ndio maana nazungumza wakati mimi nazungumza. Mheshimiwa Spika, GenZ wametuonesha kwamba wao ndio wenye hisa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Wao ndio wamesema kwamba sisi tutasimamisha, tutakuja bunge, na wakaja bunge. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni masikitiko Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba bunge pia hatuna uongozi. Hatuna uongozi katika bunge hili, hatuna uongozi katika bunge la kitaifa. Tuna wenye viti ambao wanasimamia mjadala katika mabunge haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa vipi Mheshimiwa Spika mwenyekiti ama spika wa bunge la kitaifa kukosa kuwasiliana na wale walikuwa wanaleta maandamano na akapokea memorandum yao hapa nje? Mheshimiwa Spika, tulikosa vipi sisi viongozi katika bunge letu la Senate kujitolea kwenda kusimama pale nje na kuweza kupokea maandamano ambayo yalikuwa yanaletwa na GenZ? Mheshimiwa Spika, dadangu hapa Senator Muma anasema alikwenda, na mara nyingi tumeweza kupokea memorandum za kutoka watu mbalimbali ambao wameleta katika bunge hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, matokeo ya juzi Jumanne ilikuwa ni doa katika bunge hili, kwa sababu hili bunge Mheshimiwa Spika ni bunge la kuwakilisha wananchi. Wananchi walikuwa wanakuja hapa kuonana na viongozi wao, lakini viongozi tulikimbia, viongozi tuliwaacha wakapigwa risasi, na ni makosa wananchi kuuliwa mbele ya bunge lao. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata katika zile nchi nyingine ambazo maandamano yanaendelea Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mfano Israeli, maandamano yameendelea sasa kwa muda wa zaidi ya miezi 6 na hakuna watu ambao wameweza kuuliwa nje ya bunge lao. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukizungumzia mambo ambayo yako hapa ni kwamba ufisadi ni jambo moja ambalo ni donda sugu katika taifa letu. Tume ya ufisadi imekuwako zaidi ya miaka 10, lakini hakuja kuwa na mafanikio yote katika kupambana na ufisadi. Mheshimiwa Spika, vita vya ufisadi Mheshimiwa Spika vinapigwa kisiasa. Kama huko katika mrengo wa serikali ambayo iko mamlakani, huwezi kuepuka kupelekwa mahakamani Mheshimiwa Spika. Na unapata Mheshimiwa Spika, wengi wale wanaotumiwa na visa vya ufisadi wanajisongeza karibu na serikali iliyoko ili waweze kuondolewa mashtaka, ili waweze kuondolewa lawama na mambo ya ufisadi Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ufisadi pia umeingia mpaka katika bunge letu Mheshimiwa Spika. Ndio maana kama alivyozungumza Seneta Usosi, kabla ya kupiga kura ya mswada muhimu huwa tunaitwa Ikulu kwenda kuzungumza ule mswada Mheshimiwa Spika, na tukitoka pale tutatoka na bahasha kama zile zinazotoka kwa viongozi wa makanisa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ufisadi huu ndio umetufanya sisi kudharauliwa na mpaka na watoto ndio wakaandamana hivi majuzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, mahakama pia zimelemewa. Tutakumbuka Mheshimiwa Spika, majuzi, wiki 2 zilizopita, hakimu mmoja alipigwa risasi ndani ya mahakama hapa Nairobi Makadara. Mheshimiwa Spika, japokuwa tukio lile tulisema ni tukio ambalo ni la kipekee, lakini ilikuwa ni shutuma kubwa kwa taasisi zetu za kitaifa. Itakuwaje Mheshimiwa Spika, hakimu apigwe risasi ndani ya mahakama? Hakimu ambaye anatekeleza majukumu yake kama sheria inavyomwamuru, lakini anapigwa risasi ndani ya mahakama na afisa mkuu wa polisi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tukio hilo japokuwa halikuangaziwa kikamilifu Mheshimiwa Spika, tulilipitisha hivi kienyeji, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa ni doa kuu kwa taasisi zetu za kitaifa. Kwa hivyo wale walipokuja hapa bungeni Mheshimiwa Spika, walikuwa wanaendeleza zile shutuma ambazo wanazo kwa taasisi za kitaifa, ikiwamo pia ni bunge ambao liingia katikati. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona jela zetu zimejaa vijana wadogo ambao wamewekwa pale labda kwa kushindwa kufadhili bond ya kuwatoa nje Mheshimiwa Spika. Tukitembea jela zote Mheshimiwa Spika, utapata zaidi ya asilimia kubwa walioko ndani ni wale ambao wameshindwa kutoa bondi.
Senator Cherarige, you know you are out of order. You cannot disrupt debate in that manner. Senator...
Mheshimiwa Spika, tumesema kwamba mahakama zetu zimejaa vijana wengi ambao wameshindwa kudhibiti masharti ya bondi ambayo yanatolewa na mahakama zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, bondi zinazowekwa na mahakama zetu ziko juu kiasi ambacho yule ambaye anatakana kulipa anashindwa, wakati labda hata chakula nyumbani kwake hana. Mheshimiwa Spika, jana tu kuna mshtakiwa mmoja alishtakiwa kule na Eldoret na akapewa bondi ya milioni 10 kwa kosa la kuiba nyama kilo 181. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia bondi hizo na wale ambao wanashtakiwa na makosa makubwa hazifanani kabisa. Mheshimiwa Spika, majuzi yule mtuhumiwa wa ile scandal ya Triton ambaye alituhumiwa kwa kuiba zaidi ya trilioni nafikiri 10, alipewa bondi ya milioni 1 na akatoweka na mpaka leo hajapatikana. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mahakama zetu pia zimeingia katika lindi la ufisadi na utepetevu kiasi ambacho tunapata kwamba kupata haki katika mahakama hizi imekuwa shida. Kwa hivyo wananchi wanatafuta njia mbadala za kuweza kutatua matatizo yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali hii ya Kenya Kwanza kutoka mzozo kuanza imekuwa na vichwa viwili. Majuzi tuliona Rais William Ruto akitoa taarifa yake saa 10, baadaye naibu wa rais akatoa taarifa yake saa 11. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika hali kama hizi si sawa viongozi wawili wakuu katika serikali kuonesha sura mbili tofauti, kwa sababu sisi tunajua serikali ni moja na kichwa ni kimoja, lakini mambo yaliyotokea juzi ni kuwa tulionekana kwamba kuna vichwa viwili katika hii serikali. Ndio tunaona pia Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba hata baraza la mawaziri limekuwa kimya. Hakuna waziri ambaye anazungumza chochote kuhusiana na michafuko ambayo yanaendelea katika nchi yetu hivi sasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunataka serikali izungumze na sauti moja, kwa sababu serikali ni moja na kiongozi wake ni mmoja. Kama wanataka kufanya serikali mbili, wakafanye katika nchi nyingine, Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini hapa kwetu tunapendelea kwamba serikali iwe moja. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona pia masuala ya extrajudicial killings bado yanaendelea, japokuwa serikali hii ilipochaguliwa walisema kwamba hiyo itakuwa ni kaburi la sahau. Tumeona Mheshimiwa Spika, juzi hapa nje ya bunge yenyewe walipigwa risasi zaidi ya watu 8 wakapoteza maisha yao, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mbali wale ambao wanafuatwa usiku majumbani kwao wakitekwa nyara bila ya kujulikana wanaenda wapi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo sio serikali ambao ilichaguliwa na Wakenya. Mheshimiwa, tukiangalia Mheshimiwa Spika, hata kukamata mtu pia inakuwa ni vita. Juzi tuliona mbunge wa zamani Ketere ametoka kanisani akibebwa nyara kama ambaye ni muhalifu. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo sio nchi ambayo ni ya kistaarabu. Mheshimiwa Spika, nchi ya kistaarabu kama kweli wanatuhuma wanataka wachunguze, wanafaa kumuita, na akikosa kuita basi ndio waende polisi wakachukue warrant waweze kumuita ili aweze kujibu mashtaka ambayo anatakana kufanya. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia masuala ya ukosefu wa kazi, serikali inasema kwamba inapeleka watu Saudi Arabia, inapeleka watu Dubai, inapeleka watu Qatar, inapeleka watu Amerika. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini kupata pasipoti ni shida. Pasipoti kupata inakuchukua miezi 6 au zaidi, lakini tunaambiwa kwamba tutapatiwa kazi nchi za nje tukafanye. Tutapatiwa kazi Amerika, tutapatiwa kazi China na kwengineko, Ujerumani. Lakini kupata pasipoti, Mheshimiwa Spika, imekuwa ni shida katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo hawa vijana ambao tunawaahidi kazi za nje watakwenda vipi kule nje kufanya hizo kazi? Mheshimiwa Spika, zamani katika shirika la bandari la halmashauri ya bandari ilikuwa kuna vibarua ambao wanaitwa white card, ambao white card ile baada ya muda walikuwa na graduate wanapewa kazi za kudumu. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo mpango wa white card uliondolewa, na hivi sasa zabuni zatolewa kwa watu binafsi waweze kupeleka magange pale ya kufanya kazi katika zile kazi ambazo zinatakana kufanya kwenye bandari. Watu wale, Mheshimiwa Spika, wakipewa kazi zile watawanyanyasa wafanyaji kazi hawatapata haki zao kiukamilifu, na vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, utenda kazi utazidi kudorora katika bandari ile. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunashutumiwa sisi na mashirika ya kitaifa kama IMF, waambiwa punguza wage bill, punguza wafanyaji kazi, lakini tukiangalia nchi yetu inaendelea. Ilivyokuwa bandari ya Mombasa miaka 20 iliyopita si kama ilivyo sasa, lakini tukiangalia wafanyaji kazi wanazidi kupungua. Ile uwekezaji wa sisi wa Kenya katika mashirika yetu, Mheshimiwa Spika, hautusaidii sisi kama wa Kenya, kwa sababu ikiwa watoto wetu hawezi kuajiriwa kazi pale, na tumetoa ardhi zetu, tumetoa kodi zetu kufadhili mashirika yale, inakuwa kwamba vijana wetu hawezi kupata kazi. Vijana wetu wataajiriwa wapi? Wakaajiriwe bandari ya Dubai wakati tuna bandari Mombasa? Wakaajiriwe bandari ya Rotterdam wakati tuna bandari Mombasa? Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo hayo ni mambo ambayo lazima yaangaliwe. Ukosefu wa kazi, Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuwezi kupambana nayo ikiwa hatutakuwa wabunifu. Leo kuajiri watu Mombasa kama white card ni rahisi kuliko kuajiri watu kuwapeleka watu Dubai kwa kazi ambazo hazijulikani. Na alafu tunalalamika wafanyaji kazi wetu wananyanyaswa katika nchi za nje, wakati mila na desturi zetu ni tofauti na kule ugenini ambako tunaenda kufanya kazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumesema kwamba tutoe mapendekezo, na nakubaliana na wenzangu waliosema kwamba kwanza IG wa polisi ajiuzulu. Mheshimiwa Spika, jana kulikuwa na maandamano Mombasa, na baadhi ya mambo yaliyotokea ni kwamba ofisi zetu binafsi zilipigwa mawe. Kama mimi ofisi yangu Mombasa ilipigwa mawe, gari yangu ya mtoto ikachomwa, na polisi walikuwa wamekaa wanaangalia. Polisi wamesimama hapa, gari inachomwa pale, gari inavunjwa pale. Mheshimiwa Spika, hayo ni mambo ambayo hatungependa kuyaona katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, kwa sababu hakuna madhambi sisi tulikuwa tumefanya katika ofisi ile pale. Wale hakuna shindikizo lolote ambalo tuliambiwa tufanye, hatukuweza kufanya. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, polisi, naposema AG Koome amepoteza mwelekeo, ni kwamba polisi ambao wanasimamia hajawaeleza kikamilifu ni mambo gani ambayo watakofanya. Wanaposema kwamba mahakama iliwazuia, la, mahakama haikuwazuia kwamba wakati mali na maisha ya watu yako hatarini wasitumie silaha. Lakini mahakama iliwazuia kutumia silaha bila ya mpango. Wananchi wako na amani, wao wanatupatia gas. Wananchi wako na amani, wao wanapiga risasi ili kudhuru wananchi wale. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwisho tunasema kwamba wale ambao wanashtakiwa na makosa madogo madogo kama kushiriki katika maandamano au kusema Ruto must go, ameshtakiwa, hayo si mashtaka ya kupeleka mtu mahakamani kwa sasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali iondoe mashtaka hayo na ishtaki wale ambao wametuhumiwa na ufisadi, ili tuweze kupata zile pesa ambazo zimeibiwa katika ufisadi ziweze kusaidia Wakenya kupata ajira, zisaidie Kenya kupata huduma za afya, zisaidie Wakenya kusomesha watoto wao. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba masuala ya bunge kuitwa kuweza kuja kujadili upya mapendekezo ya kurepeal ule mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono pendekezo hilo kwamba lazima turegeshwe, wabunge wa kitaifa waregeshwe, na mswada ule ukitoka katika bunge la kitaifa lazima pia uletwe katika bunge la Senate, kwa sababu ni masuala ya fedha, na masuala ya fedha pia lazima yafike katika bunge hili, kwa sababu matumizi ya fedha zile yanaathiri tume huru ambazo zinatakana iletwe katika bunge la Senate kulingana na katiba. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kumalizia ni kwamba haya masuala ya ukabila yamekithiri katika kaunti zetu zote. Mheshimiwa Spika, isipokuwa Nairobi labda na Mombasa, tukitembea kaunti zote katika Jamhuri ya Kenya tutapata kwamba 90% ya wafanyakazi wanatoka katika kaunti ile. 98% yanatoka kaunti ile. Mheshimiwa Spika, tuna komiti hapa Mheshimiwa Spika ya uwiano, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, kamati ile haijakwenda katika kila kaunti kujaribu kuangalia masuala haya. Hatuwezi kuzungumzia umoja wa kitaifa Mheshimiwa Spika ikiwa tukirudi katika kaunti zetu tunazungumzia mambo ya ukabila, tunazungumzia mambo ya mbari. Anayepata kazi mwezi huu ni wa mbari hii, anayepata kazi ni wa mbari ile katika kaunti zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima kama tunataka umoja wa kitaifa ni lazima tukubaliane kwamba uajiri katika civil service, kuajiri katika sekta ya umma Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima uwe sawa kwa kila sehemu. Kila mwaka Mheshimiwa Spika tunachukua vijana kwenda katika jeshi, lakini tukiangalia Mheshimiwa Spika, kaunti nyingine zina wanajeshi zaidi kuliko wengine.
One more minute so you finish that statement.
Zilichukuliwa na Cherargei akicheka hapa. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kila constituency Mheshimiwa Spika, recruitment inafanyika ya askari jeshi, lakini tukiangalia constituency nyingine zitakuwa na watu 10, nyingine zina watu 20, nyingine zina mtu mmoja. Inakuwa vipi ikiwa kila constituency yatakana iajiri sawa? Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, masuala ya kubuni kamati hapa Senate ya kuweza kujadili mambo hayo ni masuala ambayo ni muhimu, na tutakana tutoe mwelekeo kwa haraka zaidi kuliko vile ambavyo mambo yameweza kufanywa. Ndio kwa sababu sisi wengine tuliunga mkono hoja ya kukataa bunge hili kuahirishwa ili tuweze kuyajadili haya masuala kiukamilifu na tuweze kutoa mwelekeo. Mheshimiwa Spika, wananchi wengi wamepiga simu leo kutuunga mkono Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hatua ambayo tumeifanya kuyajadili haya mambo wazi bila ya usumbufu wowote kwa.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Omar Sheikh Mariam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, giving me the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I also rise to support this motion of current states of the nation, which is created by our youth outside there. Madam Speaker, I admire and appreciate their actions. because on one scenario is youth to know their role, to know their space, that they have oversight over the government and the parliament. Madam Speaker, when it comes to campaign during elections, we misuse youth because we normally give them 200 for political purpose so that we can come in as a senator or as a member of parliament. Mr. Speaker, like when it comes to legislations or any other voice, we don't involve them. If we involve them, also their space, the youth, is corrupt. They don't even react on their space. So that at least this round, they know their space now. Thank you very much on that one, youth. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the issue of corruption. Corruption is everywhere, from the GenZ to the president. Madam Speaker, to write off this corruption, one is the challenges of these MDAs and the sagas. That is the major of creating corruption in each department. Madam Speaker, so it's better now the president to stand and make measures to write off, to demolish these MDAs and sagas who are doing the function of function of the county government. Madam Speaker, corruption agency, which is investigating agency, that is ESCC, there is a survey they conducted and they flag out there is bureaucratic system in our system. There is a bureaucratic system in the government. To avoid that, that leads to promote corruption in our country. So take note on that so that at least the ESCC can do their part. Madam Speaker, corruption affects economic growth. Corruption affects the living standard of our country. Corruption also increases the cost of our living and unemployment and poverty. Madam Speaker, corruption, Madam Speaker, when it comes to, let's say, it may be somebody somewhere stored in your house or your business, you identify the person via CCTV and take him or her to the court, and it can be to the prison. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the government institutions, like let's say NHIF, there is fraudulent activities, yes, which has been identified, yes, but this system of bureaucracy, that the investigation to be done by DICC, DCI, after that ESCC, it will take the next 5 years for these culprits to be jailed or what. Madam Speaker, all those loopholes will lead to corruptions, and that gap until we fight that gap of bureaucracy, our system will not be, there's no change in our system if we do the change of bureaucracy on that system. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the budget, cutting of the budget, Madam Speaker, in the social media or wherever, I've seen that the cutoff is more of education or in health. Madam Speaker, those GenZ, most of them is teachers, our intern doctors, and RCOs who are strike almost 90 days now. Madam Speaker, to solve that, we want is a higher chance now. We have to go back to our expenditure, office expenditures, traveling expenditure in government sector and county sector. Madam Speaker, if we are honest to ourselves, we have to reflect and see what is that thing that touch our youth. One of them is school fees. That is university fees. Madam Speaker, the cost of school fees now is almost a year is 100 and something. Before, there are subsidies, which is 30,000 or 24,000. Now the youth is asking themselves, the Gen Z, if at all I'm paying almost $500,000 to get a degree, what if I do a business? That's their question. So we have to take note on university fees so that at least they will be, when they come back from the university also, the job must be, they are given a job. Madam Speaker, in all institutions, there must be accountability and transparency. That's exactly what Gen Z is doing for transparency and oversighting the National Assembly, national government, and I wanted them to cascade down to the county government to participate in their budget issues, to see they have to fight for their space in the county level also. Madam Speaker, state corporation which is doing the county, it's automatically that redundancy of the work. They are supposed to be abolished, and the money on that MDS and whatever can be taken to recruit the current the medical interns and our teachers, GSS teachers. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the youth, the thing which touch the youth is about the jobs, which our president, which he created jobs for the youth by sending them internationally. Madam Speaker, as one of the senators concluded that to get the passport is very difficult for them until maybe MPs or senators go for them and they cannot get passports for the next, they cannot get passports easily. Madam Speaker, passport is their rights. And when the president promised them that there is overseas job, that means the system of passports, immigration must be simple and transparency for our youth. Madam Speaker, for all those few remarks, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Oburu Oginga.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion at this time when our country is going through a lot of stress, and it is a time for reflection, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this thing has not started today. It has not started with this regime. It has not started by the previous one. Madam Speaker, this is something which has been going on for years and years, regime after regime, coming in, and they are not listening to the people. Madam Speaker, this is because our people have not seen the independence they fought for. People thought they had gained independence, but Madam Speaker, when the leaders came in, leaders started with greed. They started with land grabbing, Madam Speaker, with nepotism, tribalism, and open corruption. Madam Speaker, this is what has accumulated. It has accumulated and it has been bubbling beneath, and finally it has come out to burst. I remember the previous president, Uhuru Kenyatta, told us that there is a force coming underneath, which is the youth, and they have issues. And if their issues are not addressed, Madam Speaker, it will burst one day and it will tear all of us into pieces. Madam Speaker, this morning I was impressed by what our majority leader said. In fact, Madam Speaker, I failed to recognize him. I didn't think it was chariot speaking. I thought, Madam Speaker, that it was somebody who is born again, somebody who is reincarnated, and somebody who is, for Alwale I know because we have been with him. I know sometimes he changes just to please the bosses, but I know he knows exactly what should be done. Madam Speaker, I was so happy, and I'm so happy that Parliament and the Senate is waking up to its role. And Speaker, our role as a Parliament, our role as a Senate is not to go into bed with the executive. Even though you are elected on parties which are either ruling or in the opposition, but our role is to oversight. Our role is oversight. And when people talk of government, here people are talking of government as if they are part of the executive. Government is not executive. Government has three arms. Madam Speaker, there is the executive, there is the legislature, and there is the judiciary. And Madam Speaker, our role as this Senate is to oversight, not just the executive here, but the executive down up to the counties, the governors, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've seen people who are angry with us. They are saying that even as senators, we are not properly oversighting the governors. Madam Speaker, this is not an empty accusation. This is something we should reflect and think exactly what we should do about it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is... We are looking at corruption. Corruption as a cancer. It is a cancer in our country, Madam Speaker, because it is the corruption which has brought down. It has brought down many institutions. Many institutions cannot work because of corruption. They are not effective because of corruption. If people are blaming EAC and saying that EAC is not effective, they are not effective because people go there, the governors go there, government corrupt officials go there, they go there with briefcases. Madam Speaker, when you talk of raising taxes, this institution called KRA. KRA is an institution which is supposed to raise taxes from Kenyans, but the government has missed it. I think those who are advising, and some of them are people I know because we used to work with them together, they are advising that raising levels of taxes and introducing new taxes is the way to go in raising money for the government. I'm sure, Madam Speaker, that there are ways of this government raising sufficient money to not only finance all the requirements in the recurrent, but also all the requirements in development, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we don't have to go begging. We don't have to go in this country, jump up and down, going to beg money from people. Madam Speaker, I know from experience. I used to be an assistant minister of finance. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that within less than, when we came to the office, this government was collecting I mean, the economy was growing at negative percent in GDP. Madam Speaker, within less than 10 years, the economy was now growing at 7.5%, almost 9%, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is because of sealing the loopholes for corruption. If I know, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that when this thing called Harambee, Harambee is one of the conduits of corruption. And the way it was dealt with at that time by the president was first to give instructions to all public officers that you participate in Harambees. You can contribute money in Harambees, but don't go there as guest of honor. Don't go there with monies that have been given, this have been sent by so-and-so, sent so-and-so. The so-and-so you are giving money from are the ones who have corrupted you because they came for you for free service, and instead of giving them free service, you ask them for bribes in order to get those services. Madam Speaker, I can also tell you that corruption starts from the top. The fish rots from the head. If you are head of an institution and you are corrupt, there's no way you are going to deal with people beneath you and instruct them not to involve in corruption. If you are the head of a ministry, there's no way you are going to instruct people below you not to be corrupt when you yourself, they know you are corrupt. Madam Speaker, there's no way if you are the president of the country, people think and have that perception that you are going to tell them not to do the same. Madam Speaker, this thing called corruption starts with supplies. When you go to supplies, issuing of contracts, you find people are lining up. Contractors are lining up in big offices with briefcases. And those briefcases, if they are stopped, those contractors will do a good job, they will do quality work, and the people will get quality, will get value for their taxes, the taxes they pay. Madam Speaker, you cannot be asking people to pay taxes and they don't see the result of the taxes they pay. They don't see the benefits of those taxes which they pay, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know that I was living in a country where the president said that there will be no briefcases to his office. Any contractor who went to his office, he told them, please go and do your work. I don't want you to come to my office for anything. You go and tender, go and do proper tendering, and if you win it because you deserve it, get the job and do it as you should. Madam Speaker, within a very, very short time, that country was raising sufficient money to pay for their recurrent expenditures fully, to service their debts fully without any stress. They were paying for their development budget almost 95%. Madam Speaker, when I was in government here, Madam Speaker, we managed to raise sufficient money to service our debts comfortably. We managed to raise sufficient money to pay salaries and recurrent expenditures comfortably. And the development budget was being financed 90% from our own budget, Madam Speaker. What happened? This is because anybody, any minister who was mentioned in case of corruption was asked by the president himself to step aside until investigations are complete. Madam Speaker, you had to step aside until investigations are completed. If you are cleared, you come back. If you are not cleared, you don't come back to the office. Madam Speaker, there was a time when my own minister, Amos Kimunya, declared that he will not resign even though he was being mentioned in some cases of corruption. And he said he would resign over his dead body, that he would do it over his dead body. But, Madam Speaker, the president insisted that he must step aside. And Mutaura was in my office from morning to evening telling him that if you don't step aside, the president is going to sack you. You are going to be sacked. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you, he did it. And he called me to join him in the press, and we sat there, and he told me, don't answer questions from the press. We just bowed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is therefore doable. It is doable if we can clean ourselves and be very strict that if you yourself, you have been mentioned in corruption, don't wait to be sacked. Step aside. Step aside and allow for investigations. If the investigations are done, if you are clean, you come back. But it's not a system, Madam Speaker, where people who are accused in court whose cases are going on, somehow behind the doors, they are cleared and then brought and given public offices. They come back and get public offices, Madam Speaker. This is something which is unheard of. How can you, when you are in court, when witnesses have already given evidence up to a certain level, almost getting finished, and then the prosecutor or the Directorate of Public Prosecutions comes to clear you and give you clean bill of health when already witnesses are there who have already pinned you down? Why don't you let the judges do their job and say whether you are innocent or not? Because evidence has already been presented. Madam Speaker, I also want to talk about our public institutions. Our public institutions are not doing what they should do, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in our days, everybody wanted to go to a public hospital because public hospitals were offering better services than private hospitals. Madam Speaker, what happened? The public schools were offering better quality education than private schools. And everybody wanted to join public schools. But these days, Madam Speaker, everybody wants to go to a private school if they have money. They only go to public schools if they don't have, if their parents cannot afford, Madam Speaker. This is because, Madam Speaker, the way of appointing teachers and the way of training teachers is not proper. Well, I think, Madam Speaker, I cannot speak more on this thing called corruption. It has, embedded our society deep into almost everywhere. You go to education, it is the same thing. You go to health, it is the same thing. You go to roads, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you go to roads. I was asking a contractor in my constituency why he was doing a shoddy job, which was constructing a road which was wearing out and almost creating such big potholes that you could even bury a small child in them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this contractor told me that, Uhuru, you are my friend. So I have to give so much money to so-and-so. I have to give so much money to so-and-so. I have to give so much money to so-and-so. Where do I get it from? We agree that I remove one layer of contract from it, that we agree that we do something about what they call the ears. We do something about the drainage. So that is why these roads get depleted so fast. And they are destroyed very fast, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know that this happens not only with roads, it also happens with health, it happens with all the other departments. And Madam Speaker, I don't want to continue to speak much more than this, but what I want to say, and I can see my friend Honorable Cheriot has come back, And I wanted to talk to him straight and ask him, Senator Cheriot, my friend, what you spoke today impressed me so much. And I would like you to continue. If you could continue, if this thing could be sustained, so that we can continue in this line, being together. Today, when you spoke, I thought I was not going to say anything, because you spoke what we thought should be spoken by a leader from our side. And Madam Speaker, I hope that when an issue arises, we are not going to be held at ransom with the people who are leading our parties, who are leading the government. If we feel strongly that there is something which they are not doing right, we must come up and advise them. If they don't listen, let us not wait for the people to teach us lessons. Let us do it ourselves. Let us do the advice and then even come to the floor of the house and say we have tried to advise, but we are not getting our advice through. So this is not correct, and I didn't even know that, Cheriot, you know some of the things you said here. I thought you people, the way sometimes you even interrupt us from saying anything, I thought that perhaps you didn't know. Particularly Cherargei. I didn't know he knows all these things which he was speaking about here. So Madam Speaker, I want to end there by supporting this motion very strongly, and I hope that the people who are up there, sometimes people speak here, instead of speaking to us, they are actually speaking to the authorities up there. What they want is to, some of them like Tabitha, they are nominated, so they want to be heard that we are defending. But at least you are not nominated to come and defend. You are nominated to come and defend the people of Kenya and defend the interests for which you are nominated. Don't come here to defend system, because what you do here will go on record, and that is what will make you either catapult and go further and further, higher and higher, or go down into the drains. Madam Speaker, thank you, and I support.
Thank you, Senator Oburu. Senator Aaron Cheriot, you sound like a new convert before Senator Oburu. Senator Tabitha Mutin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me really start by indicating my support for this particular motion and thanking all the leaders of the House for the good leadership that they've also shown and the steps that they've also taken. Leadership is action. It has also been shown, and we really appreciate as a House. And let me remove the worries from Dr. Oburu. I don't know if you knew I was the one to pick the mic next and to tell him that it's an opportunity for every leader in this country to speak and guide the executive correctly for the betterment of us as a country, as Kenya. We are in this House, we are already here, and we are going to do what is right, what is correct. Let me start by giving my sincere condolences to the fallen souls, not only here in Parliament, but in the different parts of this country. It's been a sad moment, and it's a big lesson to learn. Issues have come from right, left, and center. But let me start with our young, or my young brothers and sisters, that is the Gen Z, and note that how they've done things, it's been a while. I want to tell the parents that school fees was not lost. We can see the kind of kids that we have, a generation that is educationally equipped, well versed with matters national and even international levels. The education system, I applaud you, because the education that you've actually offered to the generation that we have, and what we've seen, and how we've seen them articulate issues, is something to pride in. We are very proud of our children. But I want to guide them further to that, Madam Speaker, and mention to them that Gen Zs, do not let your bar go down. You've set a standard, and when you set a standard, let it be up high as you proceed to make it go higher. What do I mean by this, Madam Speaker? On the day that these demonstrations were last week, you noticed, or we noticed, that by evening, by 5 p.m., Madam Speaker, the Gen Zs were exiting and going back and retreating rather, as part of their well-organized demonstrations, peaceful, a good strategy. But in that evening, sadly, some of the goons that had joined turned to them, so innocently, Gen Zs as they were, and started looting from them. As they organized yesterday, it became evident that the demonstrations were already infiltrated by goons. Goons who've indicated hooliganism, looting. Nairobi has been highly affected. People have lost businesses. People have lost jobs, Madam Speaker. The strategy that Gen Z had is different from what we saw. Madam Speaker, we all remember the case of Kevin, a student, 12 years, who was shot by a stray bullet. Yesterday, as I went back home, Madam Speaker, I witnessed young uniformed school children running away from the tear gas. And it is sad. Then I want to ask the school institutions, we have PTAs, we have board members of schools that could make decisions, as we've seen some private schools made the same, and ask the students to stay at home. Not going to school a day or two. It's not a big deal because all of you are not attending the class. We had a COVID whereby people stayed home for 1 year. The security and the safety of our young children comes first. And I want to urge learning institutions, especially the lower learning institutions, even the high schools, especially the day scholars, the board and the PTAs, to make some of these quick decisions to ensure there is much safety. But back to what has brought us to this point. I've heard, and I want to thank the President who said, I'm willing to have dialogue with the Gen Zs. We appreciate. But I want to say that even as that process will take place, but charity begins at home. You have Gen Zs within State House, young boys, young girls who are within your surrounding. Don't even go far, because they are speaking one language. They are speaking the same thing. Start with them. They will tell you things. They will tell you everything. Give them an opportunity. It just starts there within your institution because they are there. And I'm saying that because I've also seen them. Give them a chance, 30 minutes. Have a conversation. They will bring light to you. They will tell you. You will connect with them. You know, for Gen Zs, it's not just about talking. It's about also vibing. You vibe. You listen to them more when they articulate their issues, because what they want to being done is to be listened more. I want to state we also not only have a Gen Z, we also have what we call the Gen Z Alpha. The Gen Z Alpha are our kids at the age of 10, 9, 11. And Gen Alpha has been watching what Gen Z is doing. And I take leaders back to the times whereby a few years ago, some of these kids were in high school, and we witnessed quite a number of schools being banned at a particular moment. We are where we are, whereby the same students or the same kids are able to articulate their issues at the national level. The young ones are also able to see that. I was able to see a few of them coming out and carrying the placards of reject finance bill, a 10-year-old. Why? Because they've seen what their elder ones are doing. What am I trying to say this evening? I'm trying to say this is the opportunity to correct already what is out here, so that the younger group does not undergo what the Gen Z is undergoing right now. So that we correct not only for Gen Z, but also for Gen Alpha and Gen Beta. Because these are our kids and we have them. They are smart. So it's the opportunity to be able to correct as far as the whole narrative of Gen Z. What are Gen Zs asking, Madam Speaker? They've said we need action. That's what they're saying. Action for what? Action for some of the things colleagues have had, you mentioned, especially on the issue of Chapter 6, integrity issues, as far as how you conduct yourself as a leader. We've seen corruption taking place. We've seen whereby people are carrying money in sacks up and down. But I'm happy because we are accepting that that is not correct. That is not right. We've seen, yes, Harambee is taking place, because I can attest that most of the senators here, before end of week, they have already shared their Harambee cards for the different institutions. And we try our best to support, even if we are not attending some of them, we try to support. But if we are going to reduce that, then let us also reduce the issue of giving handouts, the issue of people lining up to be able to receive. I've listened to Gen Zs and they are saying, do you have to do a scandal to be famous so that you can be elected in politics? Why can't we just elect leaders who are able to articulate their issues and be able to show their competence? Instead of how much person X has given you versus how much the other person has given you. We want to equate leadership with monetary value. Then we lose it. Let it be a win-win for both sides, such that we even scrap the issue of lining up to say, this is the handout that I've received from person X, so I'll vote for person X because they have given me more money. We also need to come out of that. Through cleaning these particular systems, we will be giving opportunities for any Kenyan from every corner of this country. Not because of the name that you hold, not because of the money that you have in your pocket, but because of the responsibility of leadership that you can be able to offer. Because that is what is needed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to support the issue of the change or reshuffle for our cabinet secretaries. There has to be a change, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this country, we have a minister for youth and sports and culture. Gen Zs have been demonstrating from all corners of this country. Where is our minister for matters youth, for Christ's sake? Where have you been, for Christ's sake? No matter how hot it has been, you come and also sit with the president and give them that shoulder so that you can be able to listen to these issues. One day when I traveled to Dubai, I met one of the ministers who told me she's a minister for happiness. And I was surprised. What does a minister for? Do you make people happy? And she said, no. I evaluate the feedback that we get from the citizens on how happy they are or unhappy they are over the services that we offer as a government. And if they are unhappy, what are the issues so that they can be able to address? If they are happy, then they maintain and even better them. So in our case, in our scenario, on where youths have been able to come out, where was the Minister for Youth, for Christ's sake? Up to date, he has not spoken. He has not even said a word. And you want to sit back and say we are going to continue. Mr. President, this is our country. And because of the respect that we have for you, the best is to say it as it is. That you need a change. They say, if you keep on doing things the same way you've always done, then you'll always get the same results. It's until you change the way you do things, then you get different results. And this is the time for the change. You took a stand and you refused to sign the bill, not because you are a coward, but because you are wise. And you looked at the fate of the 48 million Kenyans. That is wisdom, Mr. President. And because we still believe in you, and Kenyans still believe in you, they have hope and they have trust, because you requested, give me time. Let me jog my mind. We believe and we know that you'll do the necessary. It is for the betterment of us as a country. The issues of Harambes, I think that have been mentioned, and I've said, let us desist from that. Understand us now. Understand us. I've also seen, and I want to be part to the issue of the SRC. We cannot have revenue whose budget for wages and salaries is more than 35%, for Christ's sake. How do you go ahead and gazette when we are where we are? I also am in line refusing the additional 14,000. I don't need it. And I'm happy colleagues have also joined in the same. Divert those funds to be able to pay for the wages, the salaries, for the other people in the other institutions, especially JSS, for Christ's sake. Let budgets be cut to ensure that our JSS, we've seen, as I've said earlier, with what GenZs have been able to, how they've been able to come out, then our education system is working. Let us invest more in the education system. Let us empower the learning institutions and support them by doing the cut of budgets to be able to meet those deficits in place. Madam Speaker, last week? Yes, last week when the President was also doing his interview, I want to appreciate, because he confirmed and says the issues of caste, he agrees and he's going to deal with that, because that is within his prerogative. Is able to make that decision. Further to that, even the budgets for the First Lady, of the Deputy President, First Lady of the Prime Cabinet, he said, he agreed and said, I will, scrap this off. Something which is positive, that is what is leadership. He has been able to take action on what is within his privy. But matters that they need constitutional amendment or referendum will need some time. What can be done within the shortest time, also let us appreciate. For me, I have one citizenship. This is my country. This is my motherland. And I want to urge every Kenyan, especially the young, that let's forge forward with solutions, and by ticking also the issues that have also been addressed. Then we also give a timeline to the other issues. And the other issues, as I've said, that require referendum, then we understand that they require referendum, and there's a procedure to it. What I request the GenZs to do is to reject hooliganism, to reject looting, to reject your own parents being torn down when these hooligans and goons are stealing phones and monies from them, as we've been able to see yesterday. Here in Nairobi, people were being snatched their items. Post and in the same social platforms, let you reject. I also want to urge the issue that also, the picture that also Gen Zs have shown us in terms of tribe not being being partyless, being tribeless, you know, and indicating being one Kenya. It is good, it is positive. Let it not die, but let it be something that also takes care and moves to the other generations and generations to come, Madam Speaker. With those many and few remarks, Madam Speaker, I fully support. Thank you.
Senator Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been here since morning. I really appreciate being given this opportunity.
Senator Beth Siengo, I would wish to inform you that it would be in order for you to follow the right procedure when you need our attention, instead of shouting from the bench. Senator Beth, I have a whole list of the way the sequence was printed. Senator Beth. I have a whole sequence of the list that I was given, that was handed over by the previous chair who was holding the chair. I'm trying as much as possible to use that sequence, because that sequence was taken when the system was starting to go down, and it had sequentially taken the members who intended to give their contribution, and that is the one I have used so far, with the exception of the few special requests that were there. That's the same sequence I'm using. So after Senator Richard Onyonka, we have Senator Hamida, and we have Senator Paris on the other side. That's the sequence I'm using. Proceed, Senator Onyonka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to tell you that I stand here a very sad person, and yet indeed I'm also deeply happy, because it has been something that I've been dealing with at a personal level in terms of my responsibility as a legislator. Madam Speaker, before I proceed with saying anything, I would like first of all to mention a few names. I want, just like my colleagues have said, my brother Harun Cheruiyot, I knew you were worthy, but I now know you are much more worthy than I thought you were. You have actually surprised me. I remember once I made a phone call to you and I was asking you, how do we manage this thing of Madam Nyakango? And you said, please tell her to know that we are trying to figure out what to do. And I took the message, and that's when I knew that you are a serious person. I'm proud of you. Keep it up. Madam Speaker, I also would like to mention the name of Madam Nyakango, who's the Controller of Budget, and Madam Nancy, who's the Auditor General, the two incredible women of this republic. If I had my own reward, I would give them. Because when everything else seems to have been failing, some of us have been talking to them, and all the time we feared for their lives. Why? Not because anything would happen, but the costs were too high. The expectation was much higher. They have done their job, and I'm so happy that this house, which is known as the Oversighting House, has seen the light. My colleagues who are in this house, I'm very lucky because I've lost my voice a bit. I'm lucky because I have the institutional memory. I have been in politics for the last 30 years. Those 30 years I've been in elected politics, about 22. Madam Speaker, the problems, the way Mzee Odinga said about Kenya, have not been started by President William Ruto. If you look at the history And Madam Speaker, the other day people were asking me, how did you tell that these young Gen Zs are actually going to come to the streets after 1 year? I said, I look at the trend. If you look at independence 1962-3, that was the 20 years beyond where the liberation movement took place. After that, we got independence. It took another 20 years for us to have a military coup. The people who are guiding and who are even within that military coup are not old men like Jaramogi or Charles Njonjo at that time. It was young Gen Z students of the University of Nairobi and young people who believed in the ideal of what Kenya was. The second issue that came up, Madam Speaker, was after, by the year 2002, there was another 20 years, then you come to 2022, to 2002 is when Kibaki was elected, is when we have a referendum, is when we have a new constitution, and then we say Kenya is now on the right path. After that, Madam Speaker, we did not follow the letter of the constitution. What many of us have never understood is that your democracy is as valid and as reasonable and as verifiable and is implementable as the people who are willing to follow and implement that constitution. We have completely failed our people. And that is why when the elections took over and we had challenges, and that is why when you look at our country and the crisis that has come up, when you look at the issues which are bedeviling our country, you realize that we are on quicksand. Unless you have old men and old women, people of dignity and decency, people who have got wisdom, people who are not greedy to fix this country, we will not have a country very soon. Madam Speaker, I've served as an assistant minister. I went to Cote d'Ivoire, sent by President Kibaki to go and visit President Gbagbo. I got into his house. He was wearing a vest. That time the military was around him. He was being deposed. 2 weeks later, he went home with his wife. They were half naked. Those sins are not sins that Africa should be proud of. Madam Speaker, our country has broken down. Our country has challenges. But before I go to how, in a short notice, what we can do, I would like to ask the President, and I asked him the other day, the children who died and the children who are in the prisons, please remove them. Those who have died, I want to ask this House, the Senate, let us make sure that those children get a state funeral. Those who are not criminals, these are children who had reached a dead end. Madam Speaker, what is wrong with our country? We call it a company with shareholders. Our country is not a company. Our company is Kenya, which is a state. It has 50 million people who all expect and demand certain services from the state. We, the politicians in this House, I heard my colleague speak. I am so happy that we are now telling each other the truth. We are the ones who carry militias. We are the ones who go and carry cattle rustlers. We are the ones who have got companies that are doing business in government departments. We are the ones who are stealing the money. Look at the national government, call it down, bring it down to the National Assembly. We must begin to look at issues like CDF. We must look at the Women Fund. We must look at the structure. Do we need all the people who have been given offices? I've been asking this publicly. Why are governors running county governments as if they are private companies where they are stealing money, buying properties abroad, driving such big vehicles, including ourselves? When did we decide that I must drive a car which is 4.8 cc? That at 3,000 cc is not good enough. When our children don't have medicines, when our women are not giving birth, when we can't feed our children, when we buy fertilizer, we deal on it, we sell some of it, we sell mchanga. We are bringing in maize when we are supposed to be planting maize and giving farmers fertilizers and giving them funds so that we can get production and increase that, so that we create jobs for our people. It is we politicians who go and buy 2 million metric tons of maize. We come and sell. We bring 3 million metric tons of sugarcane. Mumias is dying. Chemelil is dying. Sony Sugar is dying. Those are factories that used to employ people. Who are the biggest dealers of investment companies in Kenya? We, the political class. What happened to Kenya Airways? Look at it now. It's smelly, filthy. It was the pride of Africa. Who runs Kenya Power? Why are we not told who are the owners of the independent power suppliers of this country? Why are we not being told who owns our national parks? But you hear money is being stolen by none other than the elite and the political class. These people out here are tired. These people are tired. I was crying this morning today because we are messing up a good thing. We are messing up this country. Who wants to be a refugee? And there is enough for you people to eat, so long as you eat with manners. The revenue we collect is enough to run 8 African countries: Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania. You go to Congo, you go to South Sudan, you go to Somalia, and you go to Ethiopia. That's what our goddamn budget is. Just manage it, don't steal it. A few people are stealing too much. These kids out here, they know everything. They know your houses. They know where your kids go to school. They know which properties of land you have. Why must somebody have 4 million acres of land to his name? What happened to our mentality? Then we pretend and run to churches talking about Christianity, how Jesus... Do you understand what you are dealing with? The people out here don't even believe in God anymore. The people out here are tired of the lies, the religious organizations. And I have to say this, I'm a Catholic. I was so happy I saw the Papal Nuncio talk about the issues of a country. Let us forget that we can run this country as tribes. Let us accept that there is a new sheriff in town. That sheriff is the GNZ. They are partyless, they are tribeless, they don't have money, they just have bundles and a phone. And they'll stop this country to move. I would like to plead with the members of this house, when it comes to looking at what role our committees are playing. Look at what happens. I want to thank my brothers Sifuna, my brother Cherargei. I want to thank Madam Dulo. These are, many of you may not know, we've never discussed it here. How many times we've been threatened that we are raising issues about county governments losing billions. I mean, who doesn't know how many governors own apartments and houses in Kilimani Road? Each one of them owning an apartment costing 1.5 billion shillings. Why didn't the fool just go and build a hospital where he comes from? How I wished we stole the money and put it at home. Some of them are going to Dubai. People are going to America. You see on social media. I just saw somebody commenting saying that the senators got nothing to do. I want him to tell me how he bought a Bentley and is an MP. Explain to me, how does somebody, I mean, the truth is, I'm born with advantage and privilege. That is the truth. I saw my father driving a big car when I was a small boy. That is not what drives me. What drives me is, how do you get a member of parliament driving a Mercedes that costs 49 million shillings? And we are watching, and that is normal. And it is okay. And it is okay. Shame on us. Then we make sure this money doesn't go to the schools. We make sure that hospitals have no money. We start building hospitals now. We want the poor people to come to those hospitals. Poor people can't come to Nairobi Hospital. They can't come to Aga Khan. They can't. Some of them can't afford Kenyatta. You saw the other day, Kenyatta has a debt of 6.6 billion. The Eldoret Hospital, Eldoret KTRH, has a debt of 3.9 billion. When you ask, they tell you we don't know where the money went. Are we fools? Do we need to buy houses which have got 15 bedrooms and drive 19 cars and put them in your parking lot, and you want 10,000 acres of land? You want a ranch? You fools, you go and buy a ranch in Australia. This is where we are. We keep blaming the police. The policeman cannot do anything. Have we ever gone as a Senate to go and see where the police lives? how he takes his kids to school and his salary is 19,000. And this house has to start thinking about those things. We guys must begin, and we ladies and gentlemen in this house must begin to agree that we can reduce our salaries, that we can drive smaller cars, that we can wear kaundas. In fact, the only thing I'm very annoyed about the president, I'm the one who started wearing kaundas. Now he has given kaunda a bad name. I want Kenyans to love kaundas the way I loved them. Let us wake up, Kenyans. We can't play football. Money comes from FIFA, it is eaten. World Rally Championship, money comes from there, it's eaten. You go, you want Kenya Lawn Tennis Association, they only want 50,000 to hold an international tennis tournament. Not even the minister appears there. But when the minister is traveling out of the country, he's got how many people? Private jet, goes to Dubai, books one of those hotels, luxury hotels, and he comes back to Nairobi with the same 9 people he took with a private jet. And you assume that the Gen Zs don't know. These days they track you. They can know which private jet you took, where it went, and how it came back. Many of us are worried because either because of history or because of what has happened, we have got a lot of money now, we are owning so much land. Please allow us to have spatial planning. Your land, we can have an implemented law in this house to protect your even identity. But please don't stop stealing public land. Let us have mercy at our people. You saw people from Eldoret and Kakamega talking about, oh, our chambers which our grandfathers left for us. Now you guys who are MPs and senators, you come, you chase us away, and then you throw us into court. You go and bribe the courts. And I want to talk about the judiciary. We respect you. We know that you are most of the time under the pressure. We know there are certain things which you can even be blackmailed, but we want to hold you at a higher standard. We must hold the judiciary at a higher standard, the legislators at the higher standard, and make sure the president is also at the higher standard. That is how we can move as a country and stop this nonsense. We behave like monkeys running through a forest looking for bananas without knowing whether it's bananas they want or it's oranges. I really, really want to say this, Madam Speaker, finally. I was nearly giving up on my country. I have changed my mind because of today. The young men who are fighting for this country have done us proud. Let us treat them with dignity. Let us make sure we engage them. Let us stop doing the things which make them angry, desperate, and upset with the ruling class. The truth is, if this country breaks down, it takes all of us down. I can tell you, I was in South Sudan when we were doing the comprehensive peace agreement. I visited as a minister, as a young minister, to go and do what was called a referendum. I've been to Khartoum. I have been to Mali. I've been to a country in West Africa. I'll remember the name, Madam Speaker. You look at how people have been treated and how the political class has treated their people. Everybody looks destitute and everybody is desperate. Let us change our ways. We can run the country peacefully, make sure everybody is a person of dignity. Let's treat our people kindly. A country that never takes care of its most vulnerable is a country that is not worth talking about. So I want to ask the political class, I want to ask all our auditors, I want to ask all members of the county assembly, please, members of the county assembly, your job is to oversight, the MP's job is to oversight, and the senator's job is to oversight. Let the governors run the place. If they bribe you, you will not get development. Let us agree that those are the rules that we'll have to operate with. And let us share the cake of this country equitably and fairly. Let us not have one region getting 50 billion when one area's got only 1.2 billion. And when you are giving scholarships, why should we have 3 scholarship funds in this country? Those are some of the things, Madam Speaker, without speaking too much, I wanted to vent. And I thank all my colleagues for having shown our country the love that it deserved. Thank you so much.
Senator Peris Tabiko.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, let me begin by what is positive that has come out of the demonstrations and the demonstrations by our young people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me congratulate the Gen Zs, the millennials, and all the young people who are involved in the demonstrations. Congratulate them because they showed us that it is possible to have a tribeless Kenya. They have shown us that it is possible to have a partyless country. They have shown us that they can unite beyond creed and beyond religion. Madam Speaker, they have actually shown us that we can come out, and these are some of the things that we never thought possible, Madam Speaker. The cancer of tribalism that has affected this country almost took us to civil strife in 2007 and 2008 in the post-election violence, Madam Speaker. And so when these young Kenyans showed us that they can come together for a common cause, Madam Speaker, a unity of purpose, Madam Speaker, let me say as a mother of those young people, I am very proud of them, Madam Speaker. Although they paid the price, Madam Speaker, and we mourn today our young people who lost lives where they should not have lost lives, Madam Speaker. We have become brutal even to our own children, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me offer an apology on behalf of all the other leaders, Madam Speaker, who may not enjoy this kind of platform, Madam Speaker. Apologize to the demonstrators and to the families of those who lost their loved ones, Madam Speaker. They were treated in a inhuman manner. They were handled badly, Madam Speaker, and this House must lead in trying to check the excesses of the police, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, no, the good thing is all Kenyans are watching this House today, and those Gen Zs and millennials and the young people are watching, Madam Speaker. In fact, when this debate was going on, Madam Speaker, one of them forwarded to me a list of their demands. And I want to read it, Madam Speaker. They said, it's deeper and bigger. And they said, you know, you guys are saying a lot of things. And said, let me give you in summary. Pay all the doctors. Hire the medical interns. Pay the teachers. Fund the schools. Cut public expenditure. Fire all corrupt civil servants. Bring back Linda Mama. Reform the NHIF. Recover all stolen money. Remove unconstitutional offices. Jenga inji, usibomoe. Madam Speaker, I wanted first at least to make sure I have delivered that one before I put it in my own words, Madam Speaker, because I think they capture better what they wanted, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's a Damascus moment in our country. It's a moment for us to restore our country, the dignity of our systems, make sure that systems are working, and Madam Speaker, that each one of us is accountable. Madam Speaker, these young people actually did speak for us things that we should have been speaking in the two houses, but we did not.
the issues of public debt, the issue of reconstituting IEBC. Actually, we have more interest in reconstituting of IEBC than the demonstrators. Because we know when our position falls vacant, whatever, by whatever, even natural causes, Madam Speaker, there is a way for a member of parliament to be replaced or whatever, and it must be through IEBC, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these young people said remove the punitive taxes, remove the budgeted corruption and wastage. And Madam Speaker, I thank the President for turning down on the finance bill, Madam Speaker. But the finance bill was just a trigger. The issue is the unemployment, desperation that is out there, the unbearable taxation, Madam Speaker. These are the real issues that are affecting us today, Madam Speaker. People are demanding our faithfulness to the law. We must pause and think and act in a way that is acceptable in the eyes of Kenyans, in the eyes of the law. Madam Speaker, I just wanted also to use this platform to ask my President some questions, Madam Speaker. No, when I watched the President in that debate, the interview with the media houses, Madam Speaker, I was sad. I wanted to ask the President, why has he allowed himself to become the sacrificial lamb of his friends, of public servants who are living large and living in opulence, Madam Speaker? Why has he allowed himself? Why has he today, Madam Speaker, if I may use an example, and it's not I have even seen it trending on Twitter, Madam Speaker. When Senator Sifuna was speaking, Madam Speaker, they said in Kajiado, every weekend, one public servant, right under the President, is spending 20 million per weekend. One public servant, Madam Speaker. And of course, you can tell that money did not come from the sale of his cows. That money did not come from his payslip. Every government appointment today in Kajiado, in the entire Masailand, when it happens, oh, congratulations, to one individual. What happened to Public Service Commission that should be interviewing and employing on merit? Madam Speaker, that one single individual will alienate the President from a whole county. The rest feel that they don't belong. So they must now worship one small individual because of the office he's holding, Madam Speaker. But 2027 is coming, Madam Speaker. All of us, that's the time of reckoning. That's the time we are all going to answer. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we need to rein on the commissions, independent commissions, like the National Cohesion, and make sure that Kenyans get equal opportunities, Madam Speaker. We need to ensure that electoral reforms are there, Madam Speaker. And as a House, we legislate on matters devolution, Madam Speaker, and make sure that our counties receive their fair share, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, allow me to deviate maybe from what has been the talk of a number of members here today, that CDF should go. Madam Speaker, I know the importance of CDF at the grassroots. And so, Madam Speaker, I will not advocate for CDF to go, but I will say that we enhance the oversight function of all the houses, the Senate, the National Assembly, and the county assemblies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, EACC should reign over our counties because of the mismanagement of resources at the county levels, Madam Speaker. And so as we clean up at the national level, let us also make sure we clean up at the county levels, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, of late, there is the 20 million weekend financial signature. You know, there are those now who are known to belong to that club of the 20 million per weekend. And they are known. Members of Parliament, public servants, Madam Speaker, and they are the ones giving the Kenya Kwanza government a bad image. And we should not allow them to take us down, because when Kenya Kwanza goes down, it will go with a lot of us, Madam Speaker. We will not allow. And so, Madam Speaker, to conclude, let me say that it is important that we meet the demands of the GenZs, the millennials, and all the young demonstrators, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, those trigger-happy police should be brought to book, Madam Speaker. They must pay for every bullet that they shot to our children, Madam Speaker. Even as we sympathize with the police and their living conditions and their working environment, Madam Speaker, but still, for every life they took with a bullet, they must answer for it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let us all work to bring the cost of living down. Let us have the GSS teachers. And Madam Speaker, before you, because I can see you're looking at me and maybe the time is heading to conclusion, let me join all the members by saying it was ill-informed for the Salary Commission to talk about a salary increment right now. It was ill-informed. We don't accept it, so that if they were going to use these houses of Parliament as a scapegoat, then they don't get it. And the President should also ask himself, why some commissions, like the Salary Commission and the Public Service, would come out now, at this moment, when the country is burning, to announce salary increments, or to announce gazettement of the CAS position. They don't mean well for this country, and they don't even mean well for the presidency. I think these are the people that need to go home. The Salary Commission should operate only once a year, because that is when they do salary reviews, only once a year. And they go home. And that those finances should be used elsewhere, Madam Speaker.
Maji ni uhai, maji ni haki yako.
Je, unajua kwamba wizi wa maji ni uhalifu unaoathiri sisi sote? Hata hivyo, wateja wengi wa maji husalia kimya bila kufahamu madhara yake.
Small pieces so that it will be easy to blend.
Oh, we're going to blend the pineapples.
For it to get the juice.
Okay. So we'll give the chicken some time to brown, and then we'll turn to the others.
WASREB tunaadhimisha miaka 20 ya udhibiti wa huduma za maji.